beat the Ravens 38-30 on Monday Night Football, their first win over Baltimore in 2 decades. The Lions dominating both lines of scrimmage in this one, recording 7 sacks and 2 forced fumbles, rushing for 224 yards and 4 touchdowns, and keeping Jared Goff clean with no sacks allowed. Head coach Dan Campbell at the podium after the win. David Montgomery, 151 yards and 2 touchdowns. Jahmyr Gibbs, 2 scores as well. And Goff, very efficient, 20 for 28 for 202 yards. And he says this is the Lions team they want to be. Campbell is now 12-2 in primetime games, and the Lions have won 4 straight Monday Night Football games for the first time in franchise history. Next up, the Cleveland Browns at Ford Field on Sunday on a short week, and the Tigers begin their biggest series of the year in Cleveland tonight, controlling their own destiny in the American League Central with a 1-game lead over the Guardians. Needing a win in the worst way, they send the ace Tarek Skubal to the mound. Gavin Williams for Cleveland. That first pitch, 6:40, 6:15 pregame show right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning and happy Victory Tuesday. Let's go, baby! Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass, Luke Sloan on the updates. John bullied them in Baltimore.
They did it, and it was absolutely beautiful from start to finish. It was, going into halftime, it was the great game that we all wanted. And then in the second half, there were answers for everything. And the Lions did what no one thought they could do. Go to Baltimore, prime time, and beat Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. No one thought that they could do it. No one thought what you heard Dan Campbell say there, to be able to corral Henry and corral Lamar Jackson. Was it 7 sacks? That is unheard of in Baltimore. If that happened at home, you'd be like, oh, okay, well, it's great. Yeah, it's crowd noise. No, that was there. And all of the issues with the offensive line that, hey, you can't go on the road. It's communication issues. 98.5 yards. absolutely beautiful.
The second quarter, you get the 11-minute drive. Holy grit, down the field from their 2 to the end zone. And you also get the Stonewall stand at the goal line.
I hope my voice was in your head last night, because it's all
No more than usual.
What do I always say when somebody gets hurt, or when you get the ball at the 2 or whatever? It just creates opportunity. It creates opportunity for 98 yards of offense. It creates opportunity for guards to be able to make a statement, for the Lions to be able to make a statement. The coordinators, I thought that was absolutely perfect for both of those guys. Hey, Kelvin Shepard, you never called a defense before. You can't possibly be the right hire. Oh, they're promoting from within. They don't get Dennis Allen. They don't get a coordinator that's won a Super Bowl or coached at a Super Bowl or was a former head coach. And then all of a sudden, one of the toughest challenges that you're going to have with Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, he aces it. And offensive coordinator John Morton, well, we are just, are we more like the Green Bay game, or are we more like Chicago? Well, we don't see the creativity. Well, did you see the creativity yesterday? There wasn't a whole lot of razzle-dazzle, but what they did, they executed to a T.
3 fourth-down conversions, including on the first drive of the game with the ball as a tone setter, including 4th and 1 in the red zone where you can't settle for field goals, including on one of the last 2 drives of the game to ice it. Jared Goff, not a little safe throw, but dropping it in the bucket to Amon-Ra St. Brown.
How accurate was he yesterday?
He had some big throws in the game. It's one of those, hey, if you look at the box score, you see he threw for 202 yards. No, the throws this guy was making accurately down the field, challenging, gotta have it spots, reliably, on the road in Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
And we stress that. In Baltimore. You bullied Baltimore in Baltimore. 200 rushing yards, no sacks, multiple 95-yard drives. Goal line stand against Lamar.
Yeah, I mean...
John,
red zone. 4 of 5 attempts in the red zone, they come away with points. That is, when you're playing against good teams and you have opportunities to put points on the board, you can't miss. You can't swing and then come up empty. They did everything right last night. And yeah, okay, 8 penalties, not great. And some of those penalties took away big plays. But you win time of possession. And what did I say yesterday? If you can keep that offense off the field, it doesn't have to be complicated. If they're not on the field, they can't score. 98 yards, 10.5 minutes. And I know Baltimore comes back and they go right down the field and they score, but it does wear away at their rhythm throughout the course of the game.
Open lines, ticket text flooding in. I'm on 3-4 hours of sleep and I feel like I got 8. I'm in a great mood today. I think Lions fans have a ton to celebrate after last night. In terms of Dan Campbell's regular season games, this was arguably their best. Now, I'd probably put Minnesota ahead because it locked up a division title and a 15-win season. But this was impressive at basically every level of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Ticket text 248-539-9797. When the Lions tell you a game's personal, it means they're going to kick your ass. 2 years ago, what happened in Baltimore, a lot of these guys were there. A lot of them remembered.
Oh, sure.
Text. Guys, can we take a moment and appreciate Dan Campbell? That was his culture yesterday. We punched them in the face. Yeah, it's no doubt at the end of that game, 4th down, 3 yards, midfield. Well, you could pin him inside the 10 if Jack Fox could keep his ass on the bench. We're winning the game right now. Vintage Dan Campbell ball. A lot of talk about replacing Ben Johnson. Ben who? Some of that's a nod to Morton, and some of that's an acknowledgement that this was Dan Campbell's offense all along. For anybody that doubted that, you've already highlighted Shepard. That's a tough situation. Baltimore, that two-headed monster. Lamar, after the game, his head spinning. What did they do? Well, they were spying some, and they dropped some, and they brought some, and they had 3 safeties at times. Lamar was flummoxed in the second half.
Well, and you saw the frustration continue to build. I don't think Baltimore I don't think they thought that this was. I don't think they thought at all that this was a possibility. You saw the frustration on Lamar's face. Certainly, you saw it on Derrick Henry when he went to the sideline after the fumble. That's the other thing, is if you're going to win big games like this, you got to capitalize in the red zone, and you can't turn the ball over. What was one of the biggest deciding factors of putting that game away? It is the fumble.
Aiden.
It is, you turn the ball over and you give a potent offense, and both of those offenses can strike quickly. They can be very dominant. And you don't give Lamar Jackson or Derrick Henry or that team momentum. You don't cut your drives short. You can punt every drive. Every time you possess the ball, it should end in a kick. Hopefully it's an extra point.
Yeah.
But if it's not an extra point, it's a field goal. If it's not a field goal, it's a punt. You don't give them extra opportunities. And that fumble, turnover battle, how many times do we say it? Again, I go back to, it doesn't have to be complicated. You win the time of possession. You win the turnover battle. You win the battle at the line of scrimmage. And they did on both sides of the ball. You're going to win the game.
It was shot for shot, right? 7, 7, 7, 7. It's 21 all, and someone's got to give. Lions felt unrelenting.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't going to give. And I know they had the one drive where they dropped a couple interceptions. It felt like, God, you got to get the ball. The fumble at the end of the game is pivotal. Ticket text 248-539-9797. The drives by Baltimore looked easy in the first half. Then you could see the adjustments. Shep was fantastic in this game, his finest hour.
So I know, let's go back and do some, revisionist discussions.
Yeah.
Because, and Dan brought this up after the Green Bay game. I asked him, about the defense, or maybe you did. I don't know, one of us did. But it was, the adjustments that they made in the second half.
Mm.
And it was, again, the adjustments that they made in the second half against, second quarter, third quarter against Chicago. This is where I think we're starting to see an identity for Kelvin Shepard. His ability to shift on the fly, whether it's second half adjustments, second quarter adjustments, that's one of the things that might become. Now it's only 3 games, all right. I'm not going to crown him anything yet, but his ability to adjust on the fly has been special.
We're getting a lot of this ticket text. Can we stop talking about trading for a pass rusher? I guess we are good.
How many sacks did Al-Quadin have?
2.
2.5.
Yeah, and they had 7 as a team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe they are good. Maybe the football guys know what they're talking about.
If there was ever a test, the greatest would be against Lamar.
Yeah,
the mobilest of all mobile quarterbacks.
And you get to him 7 times?
Man, is this going to be fun today, guys. Phone calls, we'll get to you. It's 97.1.
Hey, Lions fans. Heather here to tell you Verizon is helping you get your gear game ready. Now, through September 30th, visit a participating Detroit Verizon store and you can score big. Choose an accessory for your phone, tablet, or gaming device worth up to $70 on us with a new phone purchase on select My Plan activations. Think of it, a new phone case, an extra long charging cable, or a portable battery pack to keep you powered up all game day long. Make your move now and switch to the #1 network in Detroit. Visit your local Verizon store today. Only on Verizon, the official 5G network of the Detroit Lions. Accessory offer while supplies last to first customer during promo period. 1 gift per purchase per account. Apple accessories ineligible. See store for additional terms and details. Based on Root Metrics Detroit Root Score Report 1H 2025. Tested with best commercially available smartphones on 3 national mobile networks across all available network types. Your experiences may vary. Root Metrics rankings are not an endorsement of Verizon.
Want to tell you about an experience I had recently. Had to get a cavity filled. Yikes. Stuff that people dread. You don't want to go to the dentist because what if you have to have some work done? I went to Brightside Dental. They made it easy. It was painless. A little numbing. Communicated every step of the way. No surprises. Make sure to get the bite right. No complaints. 9 Metro Detroit locations, including one right around the corner from you. That's Brightside Dental. $35 new patient special. It covers your exams and x-rays with no hidden fees. So make an appointment. There's nothing to be afraid of. Get back in that routine. 1-800-PAINLESS. BrightsideDental.com. Tell them Jim Costa and the Morning Show sent you. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Victory Tuesday. We got the open lines celebrating today. Makes week 1 a distant memory. They bullied Baltimore in Baltimore. Back-to-back weeks, the offensive line has hummed, and the offense has hummed. 200 rushing yards, no sacks, back-to-back weeks. 2 95-plus yard drives on the road against one of the best in the NFL. And, John, might be Dan Campbell's best regular season win. I think last year Minnesota, where you clinched the division, would probably be number 1. But you could argue this if you wanted. Like, this was as dominant a performance. They sacked Lamar 7 times. They matched them score for score. They were unrelenting. They would not yield, and they broke them open.
Yeah. I'd go back to kind of the game that felt like it really started it all. And I'm not even going back to the Green Bay game where you sent Aaron Rodgers on his way. It's the Kansas City game in Kansas City at Arrowhead.
Tougher place to play, reigning Super Bowl champs.
Yeah, and we know what happened that year, right? They go to the NFC Championship game, and they don't get it. And we thought, okay, wait, window is open. And I think last night was a statement that, window here is certainly not closed.
Think about this. We had questions. The Lions have answers. How do you replace Ben Johnson? How do you replace Aaron Glenn? How do you replace Frank Ragnow? We have questions. How are you going to get to the quarterback? We have questions. The Detroit Lions just gave you emphatic answers across the board. Check, check, check. Some ticket text. Dan Campbell rolling into the studio with his balls hanging to the wheelbarrow saying, "We're good right now." Signed, Chad.
Yeah. Quickly, guys. We got callers and texts here. The word for the day is affirmation. I feel like what I watched last night was the first 2.5 quarters of the Dallas game last year, only they were doing it against the Baltimore Ravens in their house. I haven't seen...
Was there somebody's birthday yesterday? Like, was it Lamar's birthday? Was it Derrick Henry's birthday? Maybe John Harbaugh? Like, we usually do put these performances up on somebody's birthday.
Well, the Lions make it personal, and they remember 2 years ago. And 2 years ago, it was Brian Branch's birthday when they lost 38-6.
I don't think I've seen a team very much since John Harbaugh's been the coach of the Ravens, and that's been a long time now, do that to them in their place. I know Philly did it last year in a different way defensively, but they bullied them.
This was a beatdown.
I'd have to double check. I swear I saw this is the first time Baltimore's given up 200 yards since 2012, and it snapped like a 56-7 game streak with a sack.
Yeah.
Detroit was able to erase that front.
It was just a complete butt kicking in some ways. I mean, they erased any doubts, right, that they're one of the best teams in the league.
Yeah, and
correct.
You look at, I mean, if you're going to go full, stat nerd on this, 50% on third downs, that's always the goal. You go into a game and you say, we need to be at least 50%. Well, they were 50%. We know Dan Campbell's going to go for it on fourth down. They were 3 for 3 converting on fourth down. The rushing attack, 224 yards. If you put up that number against almost anyone, you're going to win the game because you win time of possession. You win all the little battles that matter in winning the war.
Brandon, Toledo, good morning, 97.1.
How you guys doing today?
Good morning.
Great.
Pretty damn good.
For me, I you don't normally see that type of thing against Baltimore in Baltimore. I heard a stat after the game. I don't know what it was. I think it was Costa had pointed it out to it. I think it was they haven't given them any yards or rushing touchdowns since 2001. But my point that I wanted to get to last night was all about Kelvin Shepard. In a couple of years, he could be up for a head coaching job, and this could be the starting point. I haven't seen Lamar Jackson look confused, like what is normally second nature to him, which is no reads there, go and take off. He didn't know when to take off and run.
He was hesitant.
There was a couple of times where his indecisiveness cost them and gave up 3 or 4 sacks, which you can point to great coverage. But he started getting in his own head to where there was a couple plays where I felt like if he just runs, they could make a play, but he didn't know what to do. I've never seen that with Lamar Jackson since really his first year when he was learning how to develop as a quarterback. Kelvin Shepard put on a clinic last night, and I'm telling you, if in a couple years, when we're talking a potential guy who could be a head coach, this could be that launching point game that they look at the resume where it's like spotlight game. Detroit needed to have a good defensive performance. This was it. I don't
doubt it.
Very impressed.
It's obviously early in his tenure as a DC. We got to talk to him at camp a couple years ago, and we were wowed by the person, not only the coach, the person. Then you put that coaching tape out there.
Yeah, I mean that's way down the road, right? And it takes a little bit longer for defensive guys to be able to get there. Right. That's why it took. That's why there was always this buzz about Ben Johnson, and then all of a sudden, hey, there's a little behind the scenes buzz about Aaron Glenn, and obviously he ends up getting his job with the Jets. But yeah, they made regular season Lamar look like postseason Lamar.
The stat I was referencing, Justin Rogers had it. Ravens have given up 200 yards rushing in just 9 times in their franchise history. Detroit's 224 is the most allowed in regulation since October of 2012. Statement made. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, a driver is accused of stabbing a passenger in his car last weekend on the Lodge. Ended in an arrest and an emergency hospital visit. So it happened Saturday night. A 40-year-old man from Farmington Hills was driving. There was a 44-year-old Orchard Lake woman in the car as well. Got into some sort of an argument. I don't know what they were fighting over, but at some point, the woman threw a drink and a bottle of liquor at the man. From there, he responded by pulling out a knife and stabbing her multiple times.
Jeez.
Yeah, the man was arrested. The woman was transported to a hospital with non-life-threatening injuries, which is the good news. Like I said, I don't know all the details of what caused the argument. Nearly a dozen families have filed a lawsuit against Huron Valley Schools, the administrators there, and an educational staffing firm, claiming that the staff failed to stop this substitute teacher's serial sexual abuse of elementary school-aged girls. So last year, this 62-year-old man, Timothy Daughtry, was pulled from his substitute teaching job at Spring Mills Elementary School. This is in Highland Township, after he was accused and also charged, you might remember we did talk about him, of inappropriately touching 6 victims. They were between the ages of 9 and 11 years old. He was sentenced to a minimum of 10 years in prison.
Enjoy your time.
Yeah, after he was convicted earlier this year. Anyway, the lawsuit basically alleges that the district knew of his sexual abuse before they removed him from the classroom, because they say, we as parents went to you. We went to the administrators and we said, this is what's going on. This is what our daughters are telling us. And nothing happened. They also said they took their concerns to school board meetings and nothing happened. So the families are seeking $75,000 in damages. Huron Valley Schools has issued a statement on the lawsuit, basically maintaining that they are fully committed to the well-being of every student in their care. The family of Thomas Cooper, that's the little 5-year-old boy who died in that hyperbaric chamber in Troy, is now filing a $100 million lawsuit against those responsible for his death. So they've hired Feiger Law, and Feiger Law announced this big lawsuit on Monday. They named 8 defendants in the lawsuit, including the 4 people who were charged in criminal court. I mean, we all know the story, but Feiger Law says that there were no warnings or stickers on this hyperbaric chamber detailing the high fire risk that it poses. It's also alleged that there were no proper fire emergency prevention protocols or any warnings regarding fire hazards in the room where he was being treated. And according to attorney James Harrington, Thomas's death should never have happened. Sad news for sure.
Yeah.
You might have heard this. Jimmy Kimmel Live will return to airways tonight. ABC said in a statement that Kimmel's suspension was a matter of timing. They said that his comments were, quote, ill-timed and thus insensitive. He's expected to address the situation when he hits the stage, like I said, tonight.
Heather with the news. All right, coming up next, what did the Lions prove with that performance? It's 97-1.
Hey, I want to highlight the great value your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are bringing you this month. Looking for a stylish SUV? You can release a new Buick Encore GX or a stunning Buick Envista for just $199 a month. Both are exceptional by design. Find your perfect Buick. These deals are happening right now at any of your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. Tax, title, license, dealer fees, and optional equipment not included. Dealer sets final price. Must be a current lessee of a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. No security deposit required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles at participating dealers only. Residency restrictions apply. Visit gmcofferinfo.com. That's gmcofferinfo.com for more details.
Everybody's feeling it today, baby. That's a Victory Tuesday. Good morning.
Yes, we're all very excited.
Yes, we are, John. Let's get right to the people. 248-539-9797. Heather hates that drop. Marcus.
I really do.
I know you do. Marcus in East Point, good morning.
Yet he still plays it.
I know.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, Marcus.
I guess we're good. Man, yeah, we're good. We're good right now. That was an amazing game. There's so many points. I think I was telling the screener, I think I'd steal your show by trying to point out everyone. The biggest thing for me was how physical they were and the adjustment they made at halftime to bring Derek Barnes to the defensive line. He sped up the game for the D-line.
He definitely was a part of the solution of Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, but it's certainly of Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, it seems like they kind of came out of the nickel and went with a base and just put him kind of used him as a spy, but let him pick what side he was going on. And I don't know if it confused Lamar Jackson. He kind of looked a little dumbfounded and bewildered at times.
Oh, he absolutely
and
did.
a little bit frustrated for sure.
He did. The Lions did a lot different on defense in terms of throwing different looks and not being in one thing consistently. John, they played 3 defensive tackles at times. A little beef up front, maybe just, hey, we're not going to get run on, and then the extra hangs, sometimes Barnes, sometimes Hutch, a collection of dudes. They threw the kitchen sink at Lamar Jackson, and he was bewildered, I think was the word he used.
Yeah, I mean, when you're preparing a game plan, if you can limit Derrick Henry to only 12 carries and 50 yards on those carries.
Force a fumble in there too.
Yeah, and it just, that is where you start to say, okay, well, you want to take one of them out of the equation. You can't take them both out. You can limit.
I was going to say they pretty much did.
Yeah, but I mean, Derrick Henry had the one, he ran for 50 yards. One of them was 28 yards long.
On the opening Ravens drive.
Yeah.
So think about it. So from that point on,
I didn't think
about that.
The other 11 runs, he got 22 yards.
So from the second Ravens drive on, he had 22 rushing yards.
Yeah.
Kelvin Shepard.
Yeah. Well, Kelvin Shepard, yeah, but I keep going back to, yes, great adjustment.
Plays.
The players are the ones that are playing the game.
Matt in St. Clair Shores. Matt, good morning. Happy Victory Tuesday.
Fellas, and dear Lady Heather, how are we today?
Oh, we're doing great.
Absolutely. I'll make it quick. I mean, the O-line held their blocks. They made holes for Monty and Gibbs. Goff had his great moments on 3rd and 4th downs. You can't overlook that. But defense, man. Shep and Al-Qadim Muhammad. It started off early, with Shep having to read Lamar, but like you guys just said, that second half was just incredible to watch. In my opinion, that was one of the best games that the Lions have ever played under Dan Campbell. It was so much fun to watch. 7 sacks for, I think, 55 yards of loss on that, and then you held them to 85 total rushing yards on as a team. I mean, that's incredible. Muhammad was given an opportunity, and he rose to the occasion. My game balls go to Shep and Muhammad there, but it was an incredible game. It was so much fun to watch.
When you say it out loud, it's kind of like a fever dream. Wait, they held Henry to what? The team to what?
Yeah, well, yeah, so rushing, they held Derrick Henry to 50 yards. Lamar Jackson had 35 for a total of 85
you
yards.
Hold that duo to under 100 yards rushing. You sack Lamar, the most elusive, dangerous quarterback in the open field, 7 times. How about the goal line stand on 4th down, Jack Campbell?
It's just like when we talk about players that have to stand tall, and we talked about guards, we talked about, Derek Barnes, we didn't really talk about him a lot, and he was one of those players last year that they missed because he got hurt early in the season.
Good point.
He was an impact player last night. Jack Campbell in year 3 has grown every single year, and we've kind of been waiting for those show-off moments. I've been talking about, I think he's been playing well and playing better. That was a show-off moment.
Yeah, I actually last night in text with Jim ripped Campbell earlier in the game for a play.
So I didn't send it to you.
And then I apologized to after that play.
Within 10 minutes, it happened.
Yeah, and I think Campbell is more of a methodical play-by-play type linebacker, captaining there's a transition from him and Anzalone that's happening right now. Barnes makes pop plays. Like, he made a huge play in Green Bay in week 1. He made that interception against Tampa in the playoff game a couple of years ago.
It's a good point. He did help that sealed the game.
He kind of sometimes is invisible, but then he'll make that pop splash play.
On the subject of Jack Campbell, I just found this ticket text. I started. Best game of Jack Campbell's career. Channeling his inner Jack Lambert, bloody taped face and all. Great win. The boys are back. Mark in Fowlerville.
John thinks he's better than Lambert, right? I'm just kidding.
Fit him for the gold jacket. Josh in Detroit.
Let it play out.
Josh, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
What's up?
Oh man, today is very. I consider today a very humbling day. I was not on the bandwagon because I was one of those week 1 people that wanted everybody to get firing. Today just humbling. To see how the way we played, the way we reacted, play calling. I wanted everybody fired. I'm a believer again, and I should never have fell off from being believing in Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes, but it's just humbling. It was a great win. I called off work just to watch the game. I was on pins and needles to begin with, but it was great to see, and it just was a good win. And I can truly say that I believe again, and I think we are the team to beat in the NFC.
Well, Josh, I'll give you a pass because you're reacting as a fan. After week 1, there were a lot of fans that were on the same bandwagon that you were. We took calls about Holmes and Campbell, and it's a cautionary tale of don't overreact to one game, especially the first game of the season. And I also want to caution everybody, I don't want to be the wet blanket. We love the trajectory that this team is going. They are more like the team we saw against the Bears. There are some things that they got to clean up, but it sets them, and I know we've taken ticket text. We've talked about this before we went on air. We all thought through the first 6 games, if they could just simply be 3-3.
Survive.
There is a path now that we've seen what Cincinnati's like without Joe Burrow. We know what Cleveland is, and there's a cautionary tale there because we just saw what they did to Green Bay.
But in a good way, I think Detroit will not overlook Cleveland. They'll be ready for everything. The
trip to Kansas City, there's a path for them to get to the bye week at 6-1. Now, I'm not sitting here predicting that because, like I said,
this one only counts for 1, but it opens up the path now for them to start way hotter than we ever thought. And then Ali McNeil comes back.
Yeah, but there's the other teams will make adjustments too.
Of course.
And that's what this league is. Remember, it's September 23rd, and I'm not trying to poo-poo anything. I think that was the best win of the Campbell era, to be quite honest, last night in a regular season game. I'm borderline stunned at what they've been able to do with the offensive line in 2 weeks.
It suggests that it wasn't a physical issue; it was mental.
Breakdowns, mental
MAs.
experience.
Yeah,
you're on the road, and that's their first experience of an environment like that. And it's more so for probably Mahogany because I don't know. I didn't go through his whole college career to see where he's played, where he's not. But for Ratledge, he's been in environments where he can't talk to the center or the tackle.
Yeah, but the discussions we were having about the doubt of Graham Glasgow potentially being done.
Yeah.
And then taking for granted, I think what we do sometimes with Mahogany and especially Ratledge is not doing stupid things, not false starting. You're in a tough environment last night. You get the ball first. That's got 3 and out written all over it because of some stupid false start by a young guy. And they're not doing these things. You see that all the time around the league.
Growing up fast.
Yeah.
What you see out of Mahogany and Ratledge. Ratledge had a key block on the 72-yard David Montgomery run. So did Penei Sewell. They ran it to the right side. And sneaky on that play, if you watch the replay, watch Khalif Raymond, smallest dude on the field, come in and thud at the second level. Like, it's a culture with this football team. And, like, the call, Josh says, I screwed up. I didn't. It's okay if you watched week 1 and were terrified at what you saw.
Sure.
And it's that much sweeter to see them respond back-to-back weeks and re-emphasize and reinforce who this football team really is. What did they prove? We'll get some phone calls, some ticket text. Keep talking to Lions fans today. It's 97.1. Let's be honest. Nobody plans for a new roof. It always seems to come at the worst time. You haven't exactly saved up a fortune to pay for it, and the cost can feel overwhelming. That's why you need to know about Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts for more than 30 years. Not some fly-by-night company. They've built a reputation, 4.9-star Google rating, thousands of satisfied homeowners who rave about the professionalism, the craftsmanship, and the customer care. Right now, Shaner's make it easier than ever to protect your home. 0% interest financing for 5 years. That means you don't have to skimp on the quality. You can get the quality roof you need today without the stress of that big upfront payment. So if your roof is leaking, if it's aging, if you're just ready for peace of mind, don't wait. Go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com, powered by Shaner Roofing, where quality meets affordability. Never flinched, brought it to him. How good was Goff? Box score doesn't tell the full story, 202 yards, but he was dropping it in a bucket, including the 4th and 3 at the very end where he was precise.
Oh, you mean he put it in somebody's hands and they actually caught it?
Unbelievable, right?
Mm-hmm. That's what happens when you have a quarterback that is not concerned about, well, I've got to get a big pass play. I've got to be able to go deep. He was precise yesterday, and he was disciplined. He took what the defense gave him, especially on third downs. You look at that 50% completion or conversion on third downs, a lot of that is simply Goff looking off, the secondary and then going to Laporta and being very accurate in very small windows.
They went 3 for 3 on 4th down. I mean, you knew they were going to go for it. It's who they are. It's their DNA. But they were critical. Opening drive of the game, you can't fall flat on your face. 4th and 1 in the red zone, don't kick field goals. Baltimore did. Put them behind. And then at the end of the game, you could pin them deep. Sure, you could punt it and try to put them inside the 10. You don't want to give Lamar a chance to go win the game.
Or you could put them away.
Do it yourself. 248-539-9797. John, what did they prove with that game?
Well, I mean, all the narratives going into the season felt like they were confirmed against Green Bay. And now we asked the question, are they more like Chicago game or Green Bay game? Now we've got, apples to apples that we're comparing. This is a road game. And offensive line. I'm not going to sit here and say they've gone from the number 15 offensive line. I don't know where people had them going into this game to a top 3 offensive line, but they're certainly in the top 10. And now it's going to be a matter of consistency. Can they do it? Can the guards continue to perform that way? Offensive, defensive coordinators, play callers. Could this offense be creative? Could it be, as explosive as they needed it to be?
Well, week 1, it looked stagnant and flat, and they were pitter-pattering with no explosives, no creativity. Dan Campbell was asked about pre-snap motion. It's like, where is all the fun stuff?
Yeah.
David Montgomery said after the game that he thinks this is the best offensive line in football for anybody trying to rank it. And they ran for over 200 yards against Baltimore, a team that hadn't given up that many yards in over a decade. They bullied Baltimore in Baltimore. That offensive line gave up 0 sacks to a team that had picked up a sack in 57 consecutive football games spanning multiple seasons. The offensive line answered a lot of questions. John, what did they prove? They proved a lot. They proved that they don't need Ben Johnson. They proved that they don't need Aaron Glenn. They proved that Dan Campbell can reload. They proved that they're an elite football team. They didn't prove they're the Super Bowl champs, right? They can't define that in the regular season. But as far as regular season wins go, you're not going to find many better than that. It's at every level of everything this team does. It's nearly flawless. It's the quarterback. It's the run game. It's the offensive line. It's the pass rush. I would like to see him catch a couple of the picks in the secondary, but they clearly did enough to keep Lamar flummoxed and confused and befuddled and hesitant when he was trying to make plays happen out of script. This defense stepped up. This offense stepped up. If Bates hits a 67-yarder, that's the only thing that would have made it better.
Yeah. And everybody says, when we talk about culture, well, why is culture important? Culture gets you through that first game, that first week where everyone is doubting you. Culture gets you to going to Baltimore and physically beating down another Super Bowl contender, a team that I had them number 1 going into the season
preseason.
In terms of their roster, their potential. I thought this was the year for Lamar, Derrick Henry. We know how explosive and dangerous that offense can be, but you go there and you run for 224 yards. You dictate the tempo of the game. The entire game. Now, Baltimore's going to make some plays. They've got playmakers. But you dictate the tempo of the game, the physicality of the game. You take it to them in their house. That's where culture, identity, all of that stuff that Dan Campbell has preached since day 1, where it matters most.
The 98-yard drive. I was like, why is Khalif Raymond not letting the ball bounce into the end zone? Now they got to drive. The 98-yard drive that spanned 11 minutes is the stuff of legends. On the road, methodically moving the ball down the field at a critical juncture of the game to take the lead.
So I'll ask the question, which is going to happen, I don't know, week 12, 13. If this team continues to play this way, when did you know this was going to be a good offensive line?
That drive.
When they had the ball on the 2-yard line and they went 98 yards and scored a touchdown.
2 different 95-yard drives in the game. I mean, it wasn't like a fluke. It happened repeatedly. The other thing that really reminded me of that game, Dan Campbell, when they were on Hard Knocks, did a speech with the team where he talked about deep water. Like, those two teams were toe-to-toe, haymaker for haymaker.
Yeah, drag them out to the deep water.
Drag them out to the deep water. We'll tread water. We'll stay. We're going to keep humming. One more drive, one more drive, one more drive until the other side's gasping for air. And Baltimore, they cried uncle, right? They get stuffed on a red zone trip. They settle for a field goal. What's Detroit doing? Go for it, go for it, go for it. No back down, relentless. We're in the deep water. Can you keep up? We can do this all night. We aren't going to back down. Baltimore did.
And John Harbaugh, you could talk about how good of a coach he is, and you could talk about that organization and how, everyone is chasing some of the standards that they've said that he's won a Super Bowl every single year. They're in contention for, Super Bowl, all that stuff. But the one that kind of was behind the numbers of going forward on 4th down, the original, the OG,
it was him.
Was Jim Harbaugh, or was John Harbaugh?
John was doing it. Yeah. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to the people on this. Damien in Farmington. Damien, good morning. Happy Victory Tuesday.
Happy Victory Tuesday, guys. You asked the question, what did they prove? I think quite a few things, but the things that stand out to me, they proved that they can rush the quarterback. They proved that their window was wide open. They proved to me that they're a Super Bowl caliber team. And being honest, from what I see and what I see around the league, they prove to me that they're the best team in the league. Who's better? You like Philly better? You watch 3 games from Philly, you like them better?
I think Buffalo's got a hell of a case right now.
Yeah. The list is extremely small.
Yeah. But even Buffalo, Buffalo's who they played. They played Cleveland. Everybody's going.
They beat Baltimore too.
Yeah.
They beat Baltimore too. They allowed 40 points. They were losing that game. They had to come back and win it, and they allowed 40 points.
Yeah, but if I'm doing Buffalo radio, I'm going to point out to you that the Buffalo Bills have one thing that the Lions don't: a 0 in the loss column.
Yeah, but to Damien's point, yeah, I get that. That was in Buffalo. This was a game that the Lions went to Baltimore and did it.
You could say Detroit's performance against Baltimore was more impressive, and I would agree with you, but through 3 weeks, the Lions have a blemish, and Buffalo's been perfect.
There was a clear top 5 teams entering the season. It was Baltimore, Buffalo, Kansas City, and Philly, and then the Lions.
Yes.
But the Lions were always 5th. They confirmed last night that they're in the crowd, and Kansas City's probably out of it right now. I would still keep Baltimore in it. But Baltimore and Buffalo, the one flaw is with both, they both give up a lot of points. And that, they're in the other conference too.
Yeah.
So if you only play one of them if you get to the big game.
Yeah. 6:35 tomorrow, Power Surge. It's going to be interesting to see where I rank those top 3 or 4 teams.
I was thinking about this because I think there are 6 undefeated teams. You rank 6 teams. Mm-hmm. You don't have to put all the 3-0 teams. For example, the Green Bay Packers and the Detroit Lions each have a loss, and you could argue are 2 of the best 6 teams. So
I think the Rams too, by the way.
Also the Rams. So you can only rank 6 in the Power Surge.
No. Stay tuned. Or tune in.
Okay.
Lions won, right?
Oh, come on. It's his Power Surge.
We'll
he
see.
can do what he wants. We got the 2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25. A chance to win $2,000 in 25 minutes. Phone calls after the update. Lions win. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. A flawless performance for the Lions in the biggest of spots. They rise to the occasion in prime time last night, beating the Ravens 38-30 on Monday Night Football. Head coach Dan Campbell's now 12-2 in primetime games, and this is the Lions' first win over Baltimore in 20 years. David Montgomery, who had 151 yards and 2 touchdowns, put the exclamation point on it. Dan Miller on the call there right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Montgomery's backfield mate Jahmyr Gibbs got in the end zone twice as well, and Amon-Ra St. Brown caught a touchdown too, the 10th time that trio's all scored in a game, extending their NFL record. The Lions' defensive line had one of its most dominant performances of the Dan Campbell era during the win. They sacked the Ravens 7 times, the most Baltimore has ever allowed in a single game, and through 3 games, the Lions have 11 sacks for just the 4th time in franchise history. Defensive tackle DJ Reader gives the credit to defensive coordinator Kelvin Shepard. The Lions now get ready for the Browns at home on Sunday on a short week. It's the biggest series of the year for the Tigers, 3 games in Cleveland, with the Tigers controlling their destiny against the Guardians, 1 game up in the Central. The ace Tarek Skubal looks to snap their 6-game losing streak. Gavin Williams for Cleveland. First pitch, 6:40. Pregame show, 6:15, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Giving away some money at 7:25 with the $2 Slam. Taking your phone calls on a Victory Tuesday. Let's go! Lions in Baltimore. What did they prove? Proved a lot. Proved that they're one of the elite teams in the NFL. Proved that a lot of our questions, they could answer. How are you going to replace the coordinators? Great game plans on both sides of the ball. Mm-hmm. What about the offensive line without Frank Ragnow? Multiple 95-plus yard drives in the game. Holy grit. And if you have questions about a pass rush, John?
7 sacks.
And they certainly were. Muhammad a couple, Hutch getting in there, plus a forced fumble. Your questions are answered. Any doubts from week 1 are gone. What did they prove to you? 248-539-9797. George in Metamora. I see here on the screener you were super jazzed about that game.
I absolutely was. Hello, good morning, boys. For me, a couple quick things. Since the Dan Campbell era started, the Green Bay game when they kept them out of the playoffs, to me that was just like a turning point for me. The Kansas City game was great. This trumped them all. I mean, they were men last night. We watched Ratledge. We watched Mahogany become men last night. They punched him in the mouth. The amount of time Jared Goff had to pass last night was amazing. Derek Barnes, I know caller Marcus mentioned it. I thought he was a man last night. Going into the season, I thought Baltimore definitely a Super Bowl favorite. They went in and punched him in the mouth. I mean, they went in there, they ate a sandwich, they kissed their girlfriend. They owned them last night. I haven't seen a statement win like that. I would argue that was better than the Rams and Bucs playoff win. They were it last. I can't even articulate how jazzed I am about it.
It's so tough because, like, playoff wins, specifically the Rams playoff win, the first home playoff win in Detroit is always going to be up there until they win an NFC title or the Super Bowl. But for regular season games, it's on the short list.
Yeah. But the beautiful thing is now, so going back to Green Bay at the end of the 22 season.
Yeah.
Every single year, you're adding to that list.
Right,
and
it's a fun exercise.
You're adding more contenders for the greatest win in the Campbell Holmes era.
So think about it. You could start it with keeping Green Bay out of the playoffs at the end of the 22 season. I think January of 23 is when the game was played. The start of the 23 season in Kansas City, reigning Super Bowl champs, win that game, set the tone.
Rams playoff, Tampa playoff.
Yeah, of course. Last year, I would point to the Vikings game when it was 14 wins against 14 wins, division on the line, first round bye on the line. Because of what was at stake, I put that number 1. But now you throw Baltimore in the mix. And by the way, they're not done.
Yeah.
They're not done. There's going to be more kick-ass games this season. They play a lot of heavy hitters. And, John, that's the thing. They proved they're a heavy hitter. They're the hammer, and other people are the nail.
And eventually, because this is the trend of adding more games, we're going to get to, well, how are we going to tier? What are the top tiers of the Campbell era victories? And, okay, you got 3 in the top tier. You've got 4 or 5 because you start going down to the lower tier and you think about the statement that they made in Dallas last year.
Different kind of game. But
different kind of game, but it was very impactful for that season.
I'm like picturing this like a layer cake.
Yeah. Well, we always tier quarterbacks, we tier running backs, we tier offensive lines.
How about this? It's more of like your spice drawer, like different emotions for different games.
Yeah.
Well, you want to do the cake thing? I'll use the Stoney analogy. Last night was the candy on top of the dessert. Last night was the best regular season win under this regime because it reaffirmed everything. The style they did it, the way they pounded the ball, the offensive line, the jump, and the way they play in just 2 weeks. All the questions in the offseason, I think, have been erased. I still think pass rush will be a problem maybe at times. We'll get McNeil back. You know, they're going to go through some injuries. But last night they put the hammer down. They went in and they bullied the Baltimore Ravens. You just don't see that.
You don't, because all the stats that have come out are like Baltimore hasn't had this happen in a decade or 2 decades or 3 decades in some cases.
Right. And I get, later in the season we may be talking about pass rush, but you're going to get better when Aleem McNeil comes back.
And even smaller guys like Pascal coming back at some point is going to help
Pascal
out.
coming back, but it's and Davenport sounds like he might be back. Say that somewhat sarcastically. Anyway, when you have a player like Aiden Hutchinson, and I know everybody's going to sit there and say, well, he hasn't been, getting after quarterbacks, but when you watch the way that they're protecting against Aiden Hutchinson, they're starting with the tight end, and then he's got to get through a tackle. Then he's got to worry about a chip from a running back. When all of those resources are being committed to one guy, what do you have to have? You have to have wins because you're going to have one-on-one matchups. And right now, as we sit today, Al-Quadin Muhammad is – no, what did I say? Yeah.
No, you
looked at me like I said something
No,
wrong.
I was like perking up. This is good stuff.
Al-Quadin Muhammad is winning those one-on-one battles.
He leads the
He's
team in
got
sacks.
3.5 sacks.
Yeah.
You're going to have to get wins. Now, it'll be better when you can get some of those wins from Aleem McNeil. And as Tyleek Williams continues to get better, you're going to get some wins from him, even if it's just the push of the pocket.
Let's get to the phones. We've got DeAndre in Highland Park. DeAndre, good morning.
Morning. Hey, I just wanted to talk about that great win we had, man. And I just wanted to say how they took our seat from the table for the Super Bowl contenders after that first game. And we back at the table, man. I told my barber, I told my friends, I said, we putting the league on notice after this Baltimore game. And they just confirmed what I said, man. It just was beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely, hey, save me a seat. That's the save me a seat game.
Yeah, we're not going to sit at the little kids' table at Thanksgiving. No. This is give me a plate, give me the turkey, give me the mashed potatoes, give me everything. I mean, I'm looking to sit at the head of the table kind of game.
It's fact this morning, and this can change. The window's not closed. The window's not closing. The window is wide open. That is one of the biggest offseason narratives were because they had the 3 excuses with the coordinators and
pass rush and Ragnow.
Yeah, and they've erased it because you have to the credibility of who they beat last night. And yeah, they had a little bit of attrition on their D line.
Yeah, but we don't have McNeil, so
exactly.
I mean, come on.
Nobody's saying that this morning, by the way.
Right, and so everybody's looking at it, and I saw this. There was a ranking yesterday that came out in terms of the head coaches. Andy Reid's still at top. I think Dan Campbell was like 8. Sirianni was 7. And Sirianni will be above Dan Campbell until Dan Campbell wins a Super Bowl. There's no question about it. But what were some of the struggles that Sirianni had in getting to the Super Bowl? Replacing coordinators. What happened then that very first year where he had to replace coordinators?
He didn't do a good job.
It was a disaster. I think they were a 9-8 team. They just got into the playoffs
and they lost
and it
to
was
the Bucs
right
in the first round. Yeah.
Now all of a sudden Dan Campbell appears to have simply just reloaded at the coordinator position.
It looks like it. Like Morton, we talked about it, had been here before. It's still Dan Campbell's offense. The principles are the same. It looks just as good, if not better, than when Ben Johnson was here. And on defense, like Kelvin Shepard was a dude, like if you were paying attention, was carving out a future DC gig, and it was an obvious call to promote from within. And he had a great game plan. The team backed him up. They played phenomenal. Let's get to Brian in Dearborn Heights. Brian, good morning. Victory Tuesday.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you doing?
Phenomenal.
I was remembering the very last episode of Hard Knocks, when they sat Dan Campbell down and asked him, what will the Detroit Lions be? And he goes and sits there, pauses for the longest time and says, the Detroit Lions will be the team that can and will. Last night, they proved it to me. This team has all the parts that are necessary. This team has the talents. They have the superstars. They have the composure. They have everything that is needed. And now I finally believe that Detroit Lions can and will this year. They don't have the problems from last year with the defense getting crippled and losing so many players that there was nothing left.
Yet this is week 3. They didn't lose Hutch until week 5, and then everything cascaded off of that. So, but you're right. Yeah, they don't have those injuries yet, and they
you're
might
not. So you're not like pushing that out into the universe. You just know it's a grueling schedule. It happens. Injuries happen to everybody.
Right. And so at near full strength, because they're not at full strength, and no one's going to be at full strength for the rest of the season, but at near full strength, this is what you should expect from this team, performances like this. But what happens, because we've already seen the injury reports, and I'm not talking about from last night, but what happens if Taylor Decker misses a game? What happens if before you get Aleem McNeil back, maybe DJ Reader misses a game, or Al-Quadin Muhammad gets dinged up? Like, there are still, those things can happen.
You'll have to navigate
This is week 3.
Ann in Macomb, good morning.
Hello, guys. Good morning. This win was great all around. I mean, the pregame read was spot on. To come out strong, score on the first drive, get to Lamar if you can, knowing it was going to be difficult, but 7 sacks. I mean, come on, eat up the game clock. If I'm Dan Campbell, I have a hard time deciding who to give the game balls to, including the defensive coordinator. I was even excited for the young guy, Nowaski, being able to add to his resume that he sacked Lamar Jackson. I mean, I thought Hutch and Amon-Ra Laporta, Montgomery, I mean, it was just impressive all around. I've been a Lions fan since birth, but shame on me because I got a little nervous last night. But they made a statement from beginning to end. I'm happy for Campbell, the whole team. I just thought it was phenomenal.
Well, it's not shame on you, Ann. There were a lot of people very nervous going into Baltimore last night, and rightfully so, because of the history that Baltimore has had of playing at home, because of the history that Detroit has had even before Lamar, but playing against Baltimore.
I got pages of text. We got calls. We're going to stay on the Lions. I did want to pass this one along because it's a note for you, John.
Oh.
It says, John, if this guy starts talking double-digit anything, please choke him out. Eric in Bloomfield.
There'll be a double-digit black eyes.
Demolition.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay, we got 2 Grand Slam.
We'll dot that I twice.
Triple D.
Heather's News, 2 Grand Slam. Lions Lines, talking to fans all day today. It's 97.1.
Hey, Dr. B at Michigan Hair Restoration is celebrating 30 years of helping thousands of guys across Southeast Michigan regrow their hair and restore their confidence. So to celebrate, he's giving you up to 30% off any hair transplant to mark the milestone. Now, Dr. B, he is a true pioneer. He's one of the first to use your own hair to stimulate new growth. So what once seemed like science fiction is now changing lives right here in Michigan. And he believes in it so much, not only has he had the procedure himself, he recently performed it on his own son as well. So forget those outdated methods, no stitches, no staples, no embarrassing scars, just real results with hair you can run your fingers through. He offers the most advanced treatments, including natural therapies that just keep improving. And he guarantees all of them. So the sooner you go to see Dr. B, the more options you have. Book now at MichiganHairRestoration.com. Make sure you mention 97.1 to unlock your exclusive discount for the month of September only.
Every law firm talks about experience. David Femininio has decades of it, going up against insurance companies and winning for his clients. But here's what makes him different. He knows the only experience that really matters is yours. When you're in a car accident, you care about your well-being. You want someone who's going to listen to you, someone who works hard for you, and someone that will get you paid. David gets that. Your experience matters. And when he fights for you, not for his resume. If you've been injured, you need to call 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
We're going to get more of your phone calls in today. Big time Lions win. First, Heather with the news.
Yeah, so PETA, they can always find someone or something to be upset about, and the most recent person to upset the animal rights organization is Tom Brady. So on Sunday, Brady called the Cowboys versus Bears matchup, and after Cowboys wide receiver George Pickens was seen slamming his helmet into the ground, Brady's reaction turned some heads. Did you hear that? Kick the dog, throw the helmet. It was the...
It's
I don't want
a
to say
figure
that.
of speech.
I know.
Is it? I've never heard it, but I mean, I understand that it is. I've never heard kick the dog.
I've heard it.
I've heard it. You probably shouldn't.
This is PETA just trying to get attention.
It is.
It's like Stoney's favorite group.
It is. I agree. They also said, like, we know he's very kind to animals, but they're encouraging him to remember that millions of people listen to him and that the language that he uses, it can either encourage kindness or violence towards animals. So just be aware of what you're saying is all they're telling Brady,
Sure.
right?
Words matter. But
Words
we say
matter.
it all the time.
Yeah. I've really never heard that. I've really never
Really?
heard kick the dog.
Oh,
but you know what
there's
I
a
do say?
variation. I'll share
I
it
do
with you.
say,
Yeah.
oh, shoot the cat. That's no better.
That's not okay.
I know, but I say it a lot.
Wow, yeah. I mean, I think the dog survives. I think your cat's done.
I didn't say fatally shoot the cat.
Well,
just
do you think it's
Where's you
gonna-
going to shoot it in the paw?
shoot the cat. Have you heard that phrase?
No.
No.
You never heard shoot the cat?
No.
Oh, I say that a lot. I do say that
Yeah,
a lot.
well, I'm not a cat
I
person.
do
yeah.
because I'm when I'm around the kids and I'm trying not
yep.
to swear. I'm like, oh, shoot the cat.
Jimmy Powers, get ready for the emails.
So
PETA.
this
PETA.
saying "kick the dog" is just something that's been phased out. It used to be like old slang. Hey, Colin, imagine Colin calling you my old lady. You know, the same thing. I mean, who does that anymore?
Yeah, the wife.
But it used to be.
Yeah, yes.
Yes.
Same as what I say, too. I'm sure it's not really a phrase people use anymore. Anyway, after 5-year-old Thomas Cooper died earlier this year while inside a hyperbaric chamber in Troy, his family retained Figer Law to represent them in court. And now, on Monday, the law firm announced it is filing a $100 million lawsuit on behalf of the family. While announcing the lawsuit, Figer Law named 8 defendants in the suit, including the 4 people who are already charged in criminal court. And during a press conference, Figer Law managing partner James Harrington said that the chamber that exploded and killed Thomas was not operating with safety for anyone in mind. He noted that Thomas's death was preventable and said that the lawsuit is about getting justice for Thomas. You guys, this is your chance to win $2,000. Give us a call now at 248-539-9797. Hey, this is kind of cool. My Chemical Romance will be making a stop at Comerica Park next year on August 21st as part of its new tour, The Black Parade 2026. So Iggy Pop, who's also a native of Ann Arbor, will be there as well. Pretty cool. Tickets go on sale at noon Friday through Ticketmaster.
That's cool.
Love that. All right. Let's give away some money.
This would be awesome if we could give away $2,000 today on this Victory Tuesday. We all know the rules. 60 seconds, 10 questions, $25 for each question answered correctly, and hopefully we can give away $2,000.
Our contestant this morning, River in Detroit. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning. Go Lions.
Go Lions.
Go Lions. Yeah.
River, have you played before?
I have not.
I didn't think so, because I think I would remember your name.
River? Yeah.
Yeah.
From Detroit.
The Detroit
River.
River.
I didn't think like that, but sure. You think
Never heard that one before. You have your River.
No, that's a first.
All right, so you know the rules. If there's one you don't know, say pass, and hopefully if there's enough time, we'll get back to it. But River, your time is going to start right now. Who did the Detroit Lions play on Sunday?
Cleveland Browns.
This team clinched the National League East last week.
Pass.
Duke University is located in this North Carolina city.
Durham.
Who played Captain Marvel in Captain Marvel?
Chris Evans.
Who do the Detroit Red Wings play tonight?
Pass.
Budapest is the capital of this country.
Hungary.
Who is the head coach of the Oklahoma City Thunder?
Oh my gosh, who knows? Pass.
This American musical group had the 2009 hit Boom Boom Pow.
Black Eyed Peas.
Alex Anzalone played at this college.
Pass.
This team currently leads the NFC West.
The Chargers.
This team clinched the National League East last week.
Pass.
Who do the Red Wings play tonight?
Lightning.
Who is the head coach of the Oklahoma City Thunder?
Pass. Florida. Damn it.
It's tough, man.
I love your commentary. Who knows?
Yeah.
Who's thinking of the Oklahoma City Thunder in September? Come on.
So if you got back to the Anzalone one, what would you say?
Florida, I think.
Yes, it is Florida.
Yeah. We got you with 4, though.
$100.
Yeah.
All right, I'll take it.
Yeah.
All righty.
It's my birthday today, so.
Oh, happy birthday.
Yeah. There's a
Thank
C
you.
note for you.
We're going to put you on hold. Stay there. Greg will get you info. We'll make sure you get paid. We'll go through this. Happy birthday to River.
He was one of the most entertaining contestants
Like,
we've
how about
had.
the NFC West, and he says Chargers, and he knows, I know what I did wrong. It's AFC, NFC. John, Grand Slam, 2 Grand Slam.
It's brought to you by Femininio Law. Get David, get paid.
Let's go through it. Lions play the Browns on Sunday, and they cannot possibly be overlooking them after what they did to Green Bay. Team that clinched the NL East.
That'd be the Phillies.
Yep. Duke is in which North Carolina city?
Durham, he nailed that one.
Who played Captain Marvel in Captain Marvel?
Yeah. He said, what?
Chris Evans.
Chris Evans,
He was
yeah.
thinking Captain America. We needed Brie Larson. Who do the Red Wings play
chance.
tonight?
The Blackhawks. Again, no chance.
chance.
Preseason hockey.
I know. Budapest is in Hungary.
Oh, that was a nice one.
Head coach of the Oklahoma City Thunder is?
Dagnall.
Nobody's thinking about that. The American musical group with the 09 hit Boom Boom Pow.
The Black Eyed Peas. I just thought it was hilarious when Heather read it.
This is a new thing I'm going to start doing. I can get Heather to say things that I want based on questions and answers.
She says boom, boom, pow. And it just made me laugh.
Pretty sure Boom Boom Pow is David Montgomery's run style.
Yeah, we need to get that and use it for...
With a highlight montage?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Anzalone played at Florida, and we needed the Niners as the team that leads the NFC West.
Good job on his birthday. I mean, that was a tough one. That was a real tough one.
No kidding. All right, guys. Lions phone calls. Lions win. What the Lions prove, and where does that rank for Dan Campbell regular season wins? Love these kind of shows. Not a Victory Monday, but a Victory Tuesday, and it is sweet. It's 97.1.
Protect your biggest investment, your home, and your wallet this Labor Day with Rapid Roofing. Right now, you can pick from 2 big savings options. 1, take $2,000 off a new roof. Or 2, lock in 5 years of no-interest financing until 2030 on approved credit. Rapid Roofing will give you a free 17-point attic and roof inspection, and most roofs installed and finished in just 1 day. And you better make that call now because winter is on the way, and by all reports, it's going to be a cold one, might be a snowy one. Don't wait. Call 888-360-ROOF or visit rapidroofing.com. Valid until September 30th. Cannot be combined with other offers. Other restrictions may apply. See website, which is rapidroofing.com, for more details.
I got her to sing.
Incredible.
Heather is blushing.
My eyes are watering because
awesome.
it's funny. I was really trying not to say it like the song goes in the two Grand
You
Slam.
didn't want to sing it. You want to sing it now?
No.
I mean, we got the
Let it
music.
go, Fergie.
What'd you say?
Let it go, Fergie.
Oh, no.
Good morning, everybody. It is a Lions Victory Tuesday. These are the fun shows, guys. We're going to get right to the phones, okay? Like we're going to miss something. We can't possibly highlight all the great from last night. We had a couple questions to help you guys.
There's so many things we can do with that.
It's beautiful.
Dan Miller, touchdown, one of the great calls, followed up by...
It's David Montgomery. Couple questions. What did the Lions prove with that performance? And is it the best regular season win of the Dan Campbell era? Let's get to the phones. Let's get to people. Pete in Chesterfield. Pete, good morning.
Hey, you got to mix a little shoot the cat in with that next time.
Yeah. What's it sound like? Boom, boom, pow.
Oh, no.
Thanks for the great idea, Pete. We'll make sure we capitalize on that one.
I'm full of them. Call me back anytime. Thanks, guys. Appreciate taking the call. Real quick, I don't want to throw cold water on this. I swear I'm a positive guy, and I'm not going to be super negative. But, what were we worried about after the first game? The Packers looked like us. They got after the quarterback. They ran the ball when they needed to, and they controlled the game, right? It almost looked like our identity was going away, and they were assuming it, right? Then we beat the Bears, who we were supposed to beat. Good game, nice momentum. Then last night we do what we did, right? And I agree with everything that's been said. It's a statement game. It's a big game. You bullied the Ravens. But we've only proven one thing, in my opinion, and that is we're still the Detroit Lions, and we can still do this. All this talk about Super Bowl and power rankings 3 weeks into the season, what we've proven is those two coordinators and those 6 assistants didn't take our identity when they left. We are still grit. We are still the Detroit Lions. There's still a long season to play. There's still a lot of things to fix, which should be exciting. But we didn't prove anything else. We're not, Super Bowl favorites. It's not the road goes through Detroit. It's a big win, a good win. We're still the Lions. We still got grit, got some things to fix, and that should all be exciting.
But I guess, Pete, I don't understand the point of this call. Like, they didn't win the Super Bowl last night.
Nope.
Heard. Gotcha. Same page. And I even said yesterday, the thing that's going to define this team is going to be what they do in the postseason, not the regular season. But as far as regular season wins go, you're going to be hard-pressed to find many better than that. And we've kind of chronicled some of them, right? I think Minnesota last year with what was on the line naturally is my number one. But if you liked this performance more, I'm not going to fight you. If you preferred Kansas City to kick off kind of who the Lions have become at the start of the 23 season, or maybe you thought it was foreshadowing when they beat Green Bay at the end of the 22 season, but we're on the short list, right? We're talking 3-4 games, the best of the Dan Campbell era in the regular season, and it was last night. So, no, they did not win the Super Bowl. We will hold off on any parade planning. But, John, it was a game that showed they belong.
Well, that's the thing, is it showed that they belong, and it also, this weekend, showed that, any given Sunday, right?
With the Browns,
and so,
with the Panthers.
The Browns, the Panthers, like it's what the Browns did to Green Bay. It's surprising. It's shocking. It was not predicted, but it happens throughout the course of 17 weeks. And the Lions, did they just have that one in week one?
Well, and it would be understandable.
We won't know until they play them on Thanksgiving.
We don't know, but okay, this only counts for one, but it opens the door to a much hotter start than anybody forecasted. Not some 3-3 stay alive, but a 5-1, 6-1 get to the bye. It's on the table. No one's guaranteeing all these wins and giving them all these wins, but it's on the table when you win that way, when you play that way, when you take a game away that everybody thought was going to be a loss. They proved they're one of the elite teams. They proved they're the hammer, not the nail. They proved that the identity didn't leave the building when Ragnow left, when the coordinators left. Multiple 95-plus play drives, or 95-yard drives, 2 of them in the game. Ran for 200 yards, 0 sacks, 7 by their defensive front. Yeah, I'd say they were more than good last night against the most mobile of all mobile quarterbacks.
And what did it put on the table? It put on the table everything that we had hoped would possibly be last year.
They have a seat at the table. They confirmed it, and they took away all doubts in 2 weeks after that disaster in Green Bay.
Think about it. All the questions we had and the nightmares that week 1 provided, we had questions. They had answers. They answered all of them.
Like, to me, they confirmed what they were in Dallas for 2.5 quarters last year. A complete juggernaut machine. And the only thing that's going to derail this, in my mind, is they get the bad injury luck again.
Which... Look, you can't control.
Right, you can't control that, and it can happen to anyone.
And they should be getting Ali McNeil back, by the way, once that bye.
Right, things should go in reverse, hopefully, a little bit this year. But in terms of what's on the table, it puts everything that your hopes and dreams, right? It's on the table that you could be 6-1 at the bye. Now, it doesn't mean you will be, and I don't necessarily think they will be, but it's Cleveland. And it's a trip to Cincinnati without Joe Burrow. We saw what that effect had on them this past weekend. It's a trip to Kansas City
without Rashee Rice.
Without Rashee Rice, they're 1-2, and there seems to be issues in Kansas City. And it's hosting a game against Tampa. You get the bye week. We talked about how difficult this schedule was at Washington, at Philly. Now those games still appear to be very, very difficult, but you got the one that no one thought that you would win at the beginning of the season.
And they're going to have a loss that you don't see coming, too.
Of course. That's fine. And maybe that was Green Bay.
But the tape, people are going to react to the tape. You know, like KC, Steve Spagnuolo is a great defensive coordinator, okay? So he's going to come up with a solid game plan to stop what the Lions are doing successfully, and you're still going to see, times of mahogany and Ratledge struggle because they're so new. A good DC is going to dial up something.
Of course, twist, stunts, blitzes, try to get them off their heels
there
a little bit.
There are bumps on the road, but they're on the road, man. People thought they were off it.
If you get to the bye week and you are 6-1, or my point was going to be you're 5-2, now all of a sudden you start to get to that last part of the schedule where we all looked and said, oh, New York, that doesn't seem so bad. Dallas. Doesn't seem so bad. Pittsburgh, Minnesota, Chicago, like all of those games, like the easy part of the schedule.
It sets up well.
Yeah.
End the season playing your best ball. A quick note. You mentioned Chiefs coming up. Chiefs and Ravens play this week. They're both 1-2.
Somebody's going to be 1-3.
One of them will start 1-3 for the first time
in that game?
Decade. It's in Kansas City. All right, let's get back to the people. Let's get to Tom. You're on 97.1. Tom, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Appreciate taking my call. Something nobody's talking about is what a tackle by Jake Bates, man. I think that changed the game because they don't score, and that dude was gone. So, secondly, and Schefter mentioned it before the game, I'm getting real sick of people targeting Hutch's legs. It's been going on a lot in these first couple games. Chicago just they hammered him on that cut block, and I'm just worried about his leg, and then he comes out of the news conference yesterday with a huge ice pack on his left knee. So that was pretty much it. Big win. Happy for the guys.
Thank you. And so, I mean, I'll address that. I don't think they are targeting his leg, but if you have a really big, strong dude and you're a little person, and I say little person by tight end, wide receiver, running back, what are you going to do? You're going to go at his legs.
You can't take him head on.
Yeah. And so it's something that he is going to have to continue to learn to defend himself. And I can't remember, I think it was the Chicago game. What did he do? Somebody came and cut him, and he just hurdled them. Okay, I mean, those are going to be the ways that people approach blocking Aiden Hutchinson.
TJ Lang is going to join the show 9:02. He was in Baltimore. We'll get his takeaways on the game. We have room for all of you guys on the phones this morning, 248-539-9797. When we have Dan Campbell locker room audio, we will play it. We are waiting for them to post it. We will give that to you as soon as we can. It's 97.1.
Hey, there's nothing like Michigan. The pride, the grit, the game day energy. There's a beer that gets it. It's Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed right here in the heart of Michigan. It's crisp, light, and built for those who go all in. Whether you're tailgating in Ann Arbor or kicking back after a long day, as proud sponsors of Michigan Athletics, we're raising a cold one to the maize and blue. Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed for Michigan, built for you. Find Michigan Pilsner at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
That was an awesome play. 4th down, little trickeration. Had the defense flat-footed. Lions converting all 3 of their 4th downs in the game. Relentless. I think about that Hard Knocks clip. We're going to drag you out to deep water. We're going to outlast you. The other team's coming up for air, and the Lions are a methodical machine, bullying Baltimore in Baltimore. What did they prove, and where did that rank Dan Campbell regular season wins? Let's get to Matt on a cell. Matt, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up?
So I just, we all know Goff is good if he sits in the pocket, has time. But what does it look like with Madubuike and Kyle Van Noy in the game? Does he fall apart, throw a couple picks, get destroyed, fall over? I get that they had a great game. I'm not trying to take anything away, but with those 2 guys out, I just don't see it going the same way if they were back in it.
Say that
He's
again?
saying no, Van Noy and Madubuike. He's saying that would Goff have been flustered and sacked. And,
Are you pulling the Tirico? This is an asterisk game?
No. Definitely not an asterisk game, but I can't stand how every time Goff gets touched, he collapses or gets on little pressure, he throws picks. And
well, he got off his mark a couple times yesterday. Didn't throw a pick, did he?
He had a clean pocket.
Did he get thrown off his mark?
He had a pretty clean pocket.
He had a pretty clean pocket, but there were a couple
of time yesterday.
Yeah, but there were a couple of times where he did early in the game had to escape the pocket, and I'm not going to sit here and say he threw a dime, but he didn't throw an interception.
No, he had a couple throws in the bucket. Goff played a very nice game. His point is, if he's pressured, he wouldn't look as good. I just don't know, what world are we living in? He wasn't, and he didn't.
Goff can't go on the road and win a big game. He just did.
I know. And again, the counter is no McNeil, no Pascal. It's not like the Lions were 100%. You can't do this because there's going to be games this year where you're missing someone and they're missing someone, and you just go out and play. And you find a way to win. They settle for a field goal. They get stuffed at the goal line. Jack Campbell makes a hell of a play on a 4th down. The Lions made a couple stops, and their offense was nearly unstoppable.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, it's a weird phone call to make today.
Yeah. I mean, Goff is not going to be – he's never going to be ranked as QB1 in the league. But we're damn lucky to have him, and especially like last night, that to me, what did I say to you this morning? That was NFC Championship game Goff. You won. You were in that game because of the performance that Goff made, and you even mentioned it. Hey, 4th down and goal. 4th
and 3 at midfield ball game.
Yeah, you put the ball in the hands of a receiver, and he catches it. What happens? You win the game. I can't predict what happened in the NFC Championship game. I can't believe we just took that call.
I know. By the way, Josh Reynolds still getting shade years later. Never going to end. Kevin in Garden City. Kevin, good morning.
Wow, man, that was interesting. Man, listen, that was an excellent game, a statement game. Not only that, I think it was more the way the game was played. That second quarter, that 10-minute drive, that 95.5-yard drive was absolutely excellent. As far as the last caller is concerned, we had players out as well. So, John, to your point, how can we play that game? Well, if they had a full, if everybody was healthy, it wouldn't have went that way. Well, of course not. Of course things would have been different. Also, I just wanted to say, if given the opportunity to play Jackson or Mahomes, I would have, before the game yesterday, I would have said, man, give me Mahomes, man. I don't want to see Jackson, not yet. But, man, we beat him. We beat him, and we beat him handily. So I don't see how we're going to have a lot more adversity. I mean, that was an incredible game. I'm happy. I'm overjoyed. The thing that I learned, though, if I'm just being honest, man, I panicked out like the rest of Detroit at that Green Bay game, man.
Okay.
I did. I panicked out.
It's okay.
I just wanted them to show a little bit more of investment like I was invested. But I learned a little bit about myself.
And it's
No
okay.
liars, man.
Yeah,
Have
Kevin,
a great day, guys.
call in any time, ride that roller coaster of emotions. Like week 1 was bad. You don't have to apologize for feeling bad about a bad performance where all of your concerns reared their ugly head. And at the same time, you right the wrong. You answer those questions.
Yeah.
The very next road game against a Super Bowl contemporary, you beat him. You bully him.
Yeah.
You batter him. And he's right. It was 98.5 yards over 11 minutes.
Beautiful.
Holy grit. I mean, that is everything you'd want from a football team.
Yeah.
And now that's 90 points in 2 games.
which is
the first time since 1962 that this team has had a performance, back-to-back performances of 90 points.
Well, now that you brought that up, I know Green Bay was the nemesis that year.
Yeah, well, it wasn't me that brought it up, and I don't remember who it was.
Edwarder.
Yeah.
62 is the stat. Wait, Green Bay was the nemesis in 62?
He does something besides the Cowboys?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he's not talking about a lot these days, so.
Couple ticket texts. Are fans okay with Dan Campbell doing commercials now?
Yeah, what about John Morton up in the booth? They showed him last night.
Yep.
Man, if he would have been on the sideline, they would have put up 60.
Speaking of the coordinators, one pride, baby. Coordinators called beautiful games. The players played their hearts out. They were relentless. It's hunting season, baby. Ravens looked like pigeons. We had King Henry crying on the sideline. I've never seen Lamar frustrated like that. That's why we watch football.
It was beautiful, especially when Henry went to the sidelines after the fumble. And you heard Aikman at the beginning of the game talk about, in his conversations with Derrick Henry, how much it bothered him, the fumble the week before. And in week 1, he's had 3 fumbles, 3 games, 3 fumbles. Like, that hasn't been a part of his makeup throughout the course of his career, and how much it bothered him. And you kind of sitting there going, and then he goes for that, I think it was the 28-yard run. You're like, ooh, yeah, this guy's really focused.
So after
that.
After the first drive, he had like 15 yards.
Yeah, 22. I mean, so he had what? Was it 12 carries for 50 yards, and one of them was for 28?
So, I mean, you do the math.
11 for 22.
Think we said, well, who are you going to take away, Lamar or Henry?
How about both?
And the answer's both. All right, back to the people. Angelo, South Lyon, you're on 97.1.
Hi. I wanted to call in and say that obviously I thought it was a very complete game all the way around. I was trying to think of one way they struggled or something, but Terry and Arnold, I'm going to just come out and say it. I feel like he's the liability on our team, and he's always getting beat, and if he's not getting beat, he's got to draw the flag to keep from giving up the big player a touchdown.
He was probably the worst part of that game.
Okay.
Yeah, obviously, I think so. I don't know, what do they do moving forward? How do they correct?
I mean, they're not going to.
Yeah, it's been what, is this his third year now?
Second year.
And second, okay. And I just feel like I always want to see him do well, obviously, but it just doesn't seem like he's taken any steps or, made any progress.
John, are you mad at this phone call?
No.
No, not at all. I love the Lions. I love them. And, I just try to look at it realistically.
I think you're a little annoyed that this is the phone call that this guy's making, John.
There are things that they need to do better. Like, we all love the Jake Bates tackle. But what about the 50 yards prior to that? Like, the coverage wasn't there. There was a breakdown at some point. And so, yeah, you have a great play that covers up some deficiencies. But that's what makes an NFL game. You're not going to play a perfect game. You're not going to have a perfect performance by all 11 on defense, all 11 on offense, all 11 on special teams. And, Jake Bates missed the field goal.
Yeah, it's from
67 yards. And I thought for sure.
Two states over, he kicked it.
It was going to be, that was a reckoning moment.
Oh, because they broke the record against us.
Yeah. And I was thinking about Tom and his son sitting there weeping at Ford Field.
For the record, I didn't cry. He did.
I'm not so sure.
I said you and your son weeping.
That's definitely the biggest, slow, no moment I've ever attended a sporting event. When it hit the crossbar and it was just trickling over. Yeah. See, why'd you bring that up?
Yeah, John. It's such a joyous
because we just beat them down. But
it is interesting.
I understand
to me.
it's one game, and we have one game where they didn't play well. We have one game where they played against an inferior opponent and they dominated. We have a game where they played against a Super Bowl contender and they kicked their ass. And then we got callers calling up about Jared Goff and Terry Arnold.
And what if the injuries?
Yeah.
It's so funny to me. Again, we had open lines. But if you're going to wait on hold for a half hour to make a point about that game, to use it on a nitpicking, the second corner had a couple blown coverages in one of the greatest wins of the Dan Campbell era. You do you. I mean, we'll talk about it. You call in. That's what we're here for. 248-539-9797. I love this ticket text. Been a Ravens fan for over 20 years, and I have never seen a team run on them like the Lions did last night. I'm pissed, but hats off. What did the Lions prove to you? It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. A happy Victory Tuesday for the Lions after a dominating end-to-end win over the Ravens, 38-30 on Monday Night Football in Baltimore last night. Make it another primetime win for Dan Campbell. He's now 12-2 in those games. It's also the Lions' first win over the Ravens since 2005. They dominated both lines of scrimmage last night. The defense producing 7 sacks, 2 forced fumbles. Life was hard on Lamar Jackson. Aiden Hutchinson, one of the Lions who got to him. Dan Miller, Lomas Brown on the call right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Lions have 11 sacks through 3 games for just the 4th time in team history, and there's 7 sacks of the Ravens last night, the most Baltimore's ever given up in a game. On the other side in the trenches, the Lions ran for 224 yards and 4 touchdowns. David Montgomery, 151 of them in 2 of those scores, and says the offensive line's to thank. Montgomery is the first Lion to rush for 150 yards and 2 touchdowns since 2002. Next up, the Browns at Ford Field on Sunday on a short week. The Tigers begin their biggest series of the year tonight in Cleveland, controlling their own destiny in the American League Central with a 1-game lead over the Guardians. Needing a win in the worst way, 6 games lost in a row, they send Tarek Skubal to the mound. Gavin Williams for Cleveland. That first pitch, 6:40, 6:15 pregame right here on 97.1. And the Red Wings have their preseason opener against the Blackhawks at Little Caesars Arena tonight. That puck drop at 7 over on WWJ. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It's Victory Tuesday. Yeah. Good morning, 97.1. Everybody's excited. Jim Costa, John Jansen.
Almost everyone.
Heather Park. Yeah, a couple weird calls here.
Yeah. We're waiting for the Brian Branch can't, guard Mark Andrews calls.
There you go. Gov and Greg behind the glass. Luke Sloan on the updates. Speaking of Brian, do we have Brian in Detroit somewhere? Is he going to call in today? He normally finds something to complain about. Brian, this is the bat signal for you. Find something to complain about. That's as impressive a win in the regular season Dan Campbell has had. And the only game I put ahead of it was the Minnesota Viking game because of the stakes. But if that was your favorite, your best, your most impressive, hard to argue it. They went into Baltimore and did something nobody does. Run for 200 yards. Keep the quarterback clean. Multiple 95-yard drives. Any question you had, they had an answer. Mm-hmm. What about Ragnow? What about the guys they lost? The identity's here. This team is still the same even without the coordinators. This team is one of the elite teams. What did they prove to you? 248-539-9797. TJ Lang coming up in about an hour. Let's get... Oh, well, look, we're jam-packed. All right, let's start knocking out some of these phone calls. Yeah. Alex, Rochester, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
The calls about, Jared Goff, he doesn't take sacks and he doesn't take penalties. When he throws the ball away, he throws it at receivers' feet. I don't know what these guys are doing. But, to get to my point, my favorite thing that I watched about that game is the emergence of Aquadine Muhammad. He has 3.5 sacks. He got, 2 last night. He's kind of emerging. I don't know what you guys think, if this is going to be something, a flash in the pan, or if he might actually be that guy. But I would say that this...
It's a great question. So Dan Campbell gushed about him last week at the press conference, and it's why I followed up when we had him on last week about it. And he loves what this guy had been putting out on tape. Mm-hmm. That was his best game as a Lion, though.
It was, and you need somebody like that to win one-on-one matchups.
Have to.
They're going to get one-on-ones because they're going to double, triple, and quadruple team Aiden Hutchinson.
What did you say?
Yeah, I think that
Go ahead.
as far as ranking wins, I would say that after the season where they knocked out the Packers, and then they came out and they played the Chiefs on ring ceremony day, and then they took down what was an elite Kansas City game. That probably is my favorite Lions win because that's when they went to the NFC Championship.
Yeah.
But this one's probably it's a 1A.
Like, it's hard to fight. I mean,
Did we just come up with a new nickname for?
We both looked at each other.
Yeah,
So he called him-
so it's Alquadine.
He called him Aquadine.
Yeah, we got the Aquaman playing for us now.
Tom?
So something's in my head that has the afternoon show used that? Did they use that last year?
Aquaman?
Yeah, there's something like I'm having some weird like flashback that I've heard this before.
I don't know. That would
maybe it was in a
be
dream.
news to me. Yeah,
very concerning if that's the case.
Got some odd dreams, man. Katie in Brighton, good morning. Happy Victory Tuesday.
Good morning. That was pretty awesome last night.
No kidding.
Yeah.
What was your favorite moment last night of watching that just beat down of Baltimore?
Having Lamar getting just pounded and keeping Derrick Henry in check.
Mm-hmm.
And that one where when he fumbled and then he had his temper tantrum on the sidelines, and then Lamar did too. They're not used to it.
Not at all.
Pouting.
And Lamar's hair. I know that I'm a girl and I'm talking about hair here, but
No, it's funny, Katie, that you say that. My wife said the same thing as we were sitting there watching the game. Yes.
my husband was at home and he came home and he said it looked like Pulp. He said it looked like Samuel L. Jackson in Pulp Fiction.
It kind of did.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Katie, it kind of did. You're right. And the expressions
cool.
to get these guys
I
pouting.
go, he usually has braids, so I was like, maybe I don't know what
he was switching it up for the primetime game, and it doesn't matter because it was a bad look as he couldn't get things going. We speculated, like, who can you contain? Is it Henry? Is it Lamar? The answer was both. A ticket texter put it this way. They proved to me they can handle a running quarterback because that's been a narrative for years. And no one really stops them entirely.
Right.
But they did a hell of a job on Lamar. He was hesitant. He was confused.
They did a really nice job. Now it's got to be, was that real? Was it a one-off or was it real? And can they do that when they face Jalen Hurts? Can they do that again when they face Patrick Mahomes?
Jaden Daniels.
Yes. They'll have opportunity.
But I think what's nice is that's not something that one player does. That's a scheme. That's a game plan. That's a Kelvin Shepard feather in your cap game. Mm-hmm. And we can play this unironically now.
Yeah.
7 sacks for 55 yards. 6 different Lions getting involved with the sacks.
So I got an update on Muhammad. They did not use Aquaman, so it can be ours.
Yeah.
How did you fact check this, by the way?
David Hall texted me.
Okay.
How about that? How about those apples? Smarmy.
I was just curious. I wasn't doubting you. That was quick. You went through all the archives of last fall.
Yeah.
Almondine is what they called him.
Almondine Muhammad.
But then I saw also on our feed up there that I've heard Mike call him Bob sometimes. Bob Muhammad, just because he couldn't remember his name.
I can confirm.
Right, because he was a no-name guy, right?
Yeah. I can confirm in a group text last night there's a lot of Bob Muhammad.
Yeah. So now he's Aquaman.
It's we're going to see how it goes.
Yeah. Let's call him Boom Boom Pow.
No, that's Montgomery.
That's right.
Yeah. That's his running style because we already have Sonic and Knuckles.
We have to play that for TJ when he's in here about an hour or so.
Absolutely. Why wait?
Let's get to Sean in Detroit. Sean, good morning. Happy Victory Tuesday. These are fun, man. It's 97.1.
Hey, man. Thanks for taking my call again. How you guys doing today?
Good.
Hey, man. I'm feeling a little chesty today. I had the privilege of talking to you guys yesterday prior to the game, and my call was just based on having a little more faith, man. And I kind of thought that we might be able to eke out a win. I didn't think that we would look as dominant as we did, man. I'm pretty much ecstatic about how they pulled it off, man. I was kind of willing to bail on the run game in the beginning of that game, man. And I seen our new OC, man, just put his foot to the metal and stick to his guns, man. And he just shut me up, and I'm just very happy about a victory. Also, if I could share with you guys, I did not win the Mega Millions, but if I had 5 numbers and a Mega Ball, I possibly would have won it. So I just wanted to let you guys know that's how I feel about your previous caller talking about if we would have those guys would have been in for Baltimore.
Right.
So
Yeah, we had one ticket text. If only Ray Lewis had played. Like, where was Ed Reed?
Yeah.
You play with who you got, and the Lions were relentless, man.
Yeah.
That's right. He called yesterday. He goes, they can win this game. That was not a win that anybody had preseason. Because, again, if you're going to lose a couple games, this was the most losable game. On the road, Baltimore. Nobody bullies Baltimore. Well, Detroit bullies Baltimore. Okay, we got to shout out David Montgomery. Ben, good morning.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the line did a phenomenal job, but, I think if you think about David, you think about him getting that extra 2-3 yards or that, short yardage situation, and to see him bust out like that, and he's kind of been in the shadows a little bit the last year or so. I just very happy for him because he is a great teammate, and his burst, going almost coast to coast. It was. I mean, how are you going to stop that now? Now you got him and Gibbs. So.
It is really fun to watch the combo of those two guys. Where David Montgomery, he always finds a way. I mean, if there's contact at the line of scrimmage, you really feel like he's still going to pick up 3 or 4 yards. If that contact doesn't happen until 6 yards, but he's got to get to 10 to get the first down, he scratches and claws until he gets the first down. Contrasted with Jahmyr Gibbs when he's running it, and you're like, wow, it doesn't really look like there's anything there. And then all of a sudden, he puts a foot in the ground, goes north and south, and he knifes through that defense, and it's like they don't even see him.
Yeah, to combine the last two calls, like they were not running it well early, but they stuck with it. They wore him down. The guy who wears you down is David Montgomery. His 72-yard run, I mean, it was blocked well. They had wore them down, and then he runs hard all game long. TJ Lang, 902. Lions Talk, it's 97.1.
After a steamy summer, be ready for that first blast of winter cold. No one wants to think about it, but it is right around the corner. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical will do a complete furnace checkup to make sure that it's running properly and, more importantly, safely. Right now, it's only $79. That's $30 off their regular price, so call today because these spots will fill up quickly. And don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, and generators as well, all at discounted prices. So do it now. Mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
If you're injured in a car accident, it felt like the Ravens were in several of them last night, call Lawrence KG at KG Law. KG Law is one of the few law firms in the country specializing in car accidents only. Lawrence KG has won millions of dollars for his clients because he fights hard, he wins, and he wins big. So give him a call if you or a friend or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, someone you care about. You need KG Law, 877-KG-CARES. Visit kgcares.com. That's K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com. There's Aiden, sack and a forced fumble, and Derrick Henry's throwing a temper tantrum. Good morning on a Victory Tuesday. These shows are great. What did the Lions prove to you? John, they proved they're one of the elite teams.
Yeah.
They proved they're the hammer, not the nail. And they proved that if you have a question, they have an answer. I mean, the D-line got 7 sacks. That's as good a test as you're going to have against Lamar. The offensive line, multiple 95-plus yard drives, 200 yards on the ground, clean pocket for Goff. Goff dropping it in the bucket on a couple big plays, including a 4th down for the ball game. You got questions, they got answers. You want to know about the identity of this football team? It's still there.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously after week 1, the sky was falling. The sky was falling all around us. And now you go on the road in Baltimore in a game that when we did the win-loss schedule, almost, in fact, I think it was unanimous. Nobody picked a win in Baltimore. Even going into the game yesterday, when you're looking at everyone that's picking games, even us on Friday when we picked games, or you're looking at all the national talking
experts,
heads,
the little logos,
every single one of them had Baltimore.
And it doesn't guarantee any more than one win, but it paves the path for, instead of surviving an early stretch in the schedule where we're going, hey, if you can go 3-3, get McNeil back. Well, now you look at Cleveland, and you should be on red alert there after what they did to Green Bay. The Bengals without Burrow. The Chiefs without Rice. Again, we're not counting these as wins, but the path is there for them to start much hotter than anybody anticipated.
Yep.
Makes week 1 feel like a mirage. All right, let's get to Pedro in Clarkston. Pedro, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
What's up?
I would like to say that's one of the best games that they've won in 3 years. I mean, I'm 48, and I can't remember when they even beat Baltimore.
It's only happened one time. Joey Harrington was the quarterback.
Wow. That's history.
Yeah, I think they were 1-6 prior, or 1-5, whatever it was.
Right. But this has to be one of the best wins because it shows who they was before, and the film and the accuracy of, like, when they ran the ball inside of the 20-yard line twice, ran the ball, threw with accuracy.
Yep.
The defense, 7 sacks. In the film, Lamar Jackson can hurt you running the ball. But it's no kept secret. Yeah, he has one of the best ratings efficiency in history, but he's known to fumble it and give you the football, and they played it into their hands.
They had him so confused. He was hesitant. I thought he left some yards on the table on some of those broken plays. If he just decisively gets what he can get, it's 3-4 yards, sets him up for something more manageable. Instead, he's dancing around east and west, line of scrimmage, throwing it away. That's a total team effort. That's a scheme. That's everybody working in unison. I mean, 7 sacks from 6 guys.
Yeah.
And Jack Campbell may be at the biggest play at the goal line.
And, I mean, it's the adjustments that we've seen Kelvin Shepard make throughout 3 games, not just this one, but to keep Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry, and that offense questioning what they're doing throughout the course of the game, especially in the second half. It's the adjustments that they made offensively. And here's where I really thought that John Morton did a terrific job. We talk all the time about, opening drives. And both of them had opening drive scores. And it's the script. It's once you get off script, how are you able to maintain drives? How are you able to find success? Because if it worked on that opening drive, I guarantee you they're looking at the tablets on the sidelines going, okay, here's what we got to do to adjust. Here's what we got to do to stop what they're doing. And then all of a sudden you come out in the second drive, the third drive, the fourth drive, and instead of hitting the edges, you're running between the tackles. And didn't think we were going to be able to run between the tackles because of that defensive front, but all of a sudden, hey, something is there. It's the ability to make adjustments in game, and it's the growth. A lot of yesterday is the growth of those guards. That was one, and let's just say not just the guards, all three. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say the growth of a 12-year vet in Graham Glasgow, but it's being able to work with those guys
Chemistry.
and getting them to a certain point to where this offensive line now is, I'd be willing to say after 3 games, small sample size, and it's really only 2 games of success because the first one was a disaster. Are they now moving back into the top 10 of offensive lines? Because we said to be successful throughout the course of this year,
Have to be.
by the end of the season, you're going to have to be a top 10, top 5 offensive line if you want to get into the playoffs and have success.
I mean, you'd have to say yes. Because if you thought the Bears game was like, oh, it's a fluke, they're no good. Back-to-back games without a sack allowed. From the jump, Jared Goff was in a clean pocket. I love the pass pro, backs included, from the opening drive to the end of the game. And the run game, it's one thing if it's there from the start, but to really impose your will and open things up as the game goes on. I mean, the best test of the O-line is going to be sacks allowed and rushing yards, and they pass with flying colors.
And you go back to when Goff joined Carson Anderson last week. He said that was the best pocket he had ever played in. And so now all of a sudden you pair that with that performance against Chicago and you say, okay, well, it's Chicago. They still have dudes on defense. Mm-hmm. They still have a reputable defensive coordinator. Now in Baltimore, where communication was going to be an issue, solve those issues.
Yep.
And the protection issue, it wasn't. It wasn't an issue. He was well protected throughout the course of that game. And when you put up those numbers, like Jared Goff is putting up, not eye-popping in terms of yardage.
No, 202 doesn't jump off the screen.
But his completion percentage and the lack of interceptions. No turnovers offensively.
Yeah, think about it. Like a game that is going to turn into a shootout. And it was pretty clear early on. Like they go touchdown to touchdown, haymaker for haymaker. You need stops and turnovers. And I consider turnover on downs to be a turnover. Mm-hmm. So they get the turnover on downs in the red zone. They get the strip of Derrick Henry. That's 2 turnovers.
Yeah.
I mean, that's... Meanwhile, they don't have any themselves.
And they get the ball. Baltimore has the ball on the 1 yard line. And with Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson, the 1-2 punch. Derrick Henry, who can run through any tackle, who's Superman, and they stop him.
3 straight runs for Henry, and then Lamar trying to do something where these damn mobile quarterbacks always find a way. Not this time.
And I'm an offensive guy. I'm always going to look at things, and I look at that 98.5 yard drive, and I think, wow, maybe that was the moment of the game for me. But then you'll look from a defensive perspective, and to hold them out of the end zone with Derrick Henry in the backfield lining up, and they don't get 6 points in that drive?
Well, think about the swing, too, because the drive before was the 98.5 yard drive for the Lions. So on one hand, you have an imposing of wills. We won't be denied. We're going to continue to methodically move the ball and break your spirit. 11 minutes with the football while Lamar's antsy over on the sideline. He gets his chance to answer, and he gets stonewalled. Those are back-to-back drives early, first half, second quarter, that were tone setters.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get to the phones. MG in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Good morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning. I'm in the car right now leaving the airport with my 10-year-old daughter, who I took out to Baltimore last night for her first away game. And Charlie and I had an absolute blast. And just to build on what you're saying, I think we need to be giving Hank Fraley his flowers this morning. The entire success of this team and the entire identity of this team starts and stops with that offensive line. And just, John, I know you'll agree and love this, but it's not even our ability to control the ball. I think it affects how the defense plays, aside from giving them rest and an ability to not be on the field as long. It's also a matter of just the mentality. When you're pushing the line around like that, it makes other teams timid. It builds the confidence of your own team. And if all the changes that took place from this 15-win team from last year to this year, you're losing a perennial Pro Bowl center, you're shuffling of your offensive line, and to see the initial struggle and the fixes and the changes, I cannot value Hank Fraley enough. And I just am so impressed by it. And one other very small note, and then I'll be quiet because I want to hear what you guys have to say. It never is lost on me how incredible it is to travel and just be surrounded by Lions fans everywhere. You know, like my little daughter's getting high fives by everyone. You know, we're wearing our blue. We can hear Jared Goff cheers in the fourth quarter. We can, hear cheers when Lamar's out there on offense, and there's a little groundswell of sound. And I just don't think there's any other fan base in the NFL that's doing what the Lions have been doing now for 3 straight years.
Well, MG, I was going to ask you that question, and you kind of answered it there. But what was the representation of Lions fans? We've heard it and seen it in Kansas City. We've heard it and seen it at Lambeau Field. In fact, Matt LaFleur even talked about it after this past game. What was the representation in Baltimore?
So I will definitely say Baltimore's got an incredible fan base. They're nice people, treated us really well. Definitely not like I went to the Tampa Bay game a couple of years ago, and that was like it was 50-60% Lions fans. But I would say probably 20-25%. But it's not even that there are Lions fans there; it's that they're getting the good seats. So it's all lower bowl. They're all congregating in pockets. So when the wind gets knocked out of a fan base, and you can hear that pin drop, it doesn't take a whole lot to hear Jared Goff cheers or Let's Go Lions cheers. But it was visible. I mean, especially towards the end of the game, you could really see it. My daughter kept on pointing, "Dad, look at that guy with the flag." I mean, Charlie, there were a lot of fans there, you would say, right? Yeah, did you have fun?
This is so cool.
Yeah.
I love that. That's lifelong memory stuff. Good for you guys.
Yeah. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, thanks for calling. And the perspective, man. We know Lions fans travel. You could see him, his point at the end of that game. I heard you could hear the chants on TV, the Jared Goff chants.
And it's so much different because I don't know if you were watching the Kansas City New York Giants game.
Yeah.
And they showed the great representation of Chiefs fans because you're going to a fan base that's not very comfortable or confident in their team. They're not showing up. So the Kansas City Chiefs fans, the red was throughout the entire stadium. Now you're going to a fan base that is prideful about their team. They feel like they've got Super Bowl aspirations. That is, it's. I know it was said pregame. It is Super Bowl or bust for Baltimore, for Lamar Jackson. And to be able to have that representation there by Detroit Lions fans is remarkable.
TJ Lang, 902. We got Greg Palm. We'll shoehorn it in at the end of the hour before TJ. We'll take a few more Lions phone calls, Heather's news, and more. It is a Victory Tuesday. It's 97.1. September is Truck Month at Moran Chevrolet, the perfect time to elevate your tailgating game. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. The best game days start in a 2026 Silverado 2LT Crew Cab 4x4 that you can lease right now at Moran for $349 a month, 24 months, $999 down. Find your ride fast. Check it out, MoranExpress.com, or stop by. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. That's what I'm talking about.
That always will make me smile.
One more time. Full remix with TJ in the 9 o'clock hour. Hey, I think I figured out why we haven't had a locker room video yet. That last caller sparked a thought. They're still handing out game balls. You get a game ball. You get a game ball. Everybody gets a game ball. He said, hey, Hank Fraley needs some flowers. Kelvin Shepard deserves some love. Aquaman.
Right.
Al-Qadim Muhammad was a force on the D-line. Aiden with a sack and a fumble. You want to highlight the interior offensive line, a couple young guards. Goff dropping it in the bucket. St. Brown where he's got to be. Both running backs, David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. You get a game ball. You get a game ball. You get a game ball.
And so I haven't obviously had a chance to rewatch the game because it happened so late last night. But as I'm watching it, I'm making notes about what's happening on the offensive line and everywhere. But, the ability to the combination blocks, the communication up front, the execution of being able to get to the second level, getting hands on linebackers, that's where you get big runs. And you already mentioned the receivers blocking downfield. And you do have to take your hat off to Hank Fraley for continuing to build these guys up and build their confidence, build their technique, trust your technique, all of those different things. But it's the play calling that you want to be able to do and put your players in position to be successful. There are still things that the guards need to do better, but you don't call those things until they're ready. So, yeah, it's on Hank Fraley about getting them to execute, but it's also on John Morton calling protections that he knows they can protect Jared Goff, calling routes that you saw it in Chicago where, we in this situation with this formation, this personnel group, we're going to have time to go downfield to J-Mo. But against Baltimore, we need to be a little bit quicker. We need to give Jared Goff time and the ability to get the ball out. And we're going to put our offensive line in position for success.
We will play the Dan Campbell locker room audio when it's available. I've tweeted at the Lions. We're bringing it up on the air. We're hoping they can get this out by 10 o'clock so we can play it for people today. Because I'm sure Dan Campbell was epic after that game.
Mm-hmm.
Ticket text. We've had a couple calls that have nitpicked today. And a texter says, really, we're doing this now? That was one of the best performances I've ever seen from Goff and the team. Remember, just a couple weeks ago, we were thinking they could be doomed. Yet this is probably one of the best games I've ever seen them play. That caller needs to wait for the afternoon show.
Well, this is the roller coaster of the season. And there are going to be things that you can pick apart in every single game. No one has played a perfect game. I don't care the position. I don't care the result. It can look as near perfect as possible, but no one's ever played a perfect game. So there's going to be opportunity to pick things apart. I don't think that's going to happen from 2 to 6.
No,
I think
I don't
they're
either.
going to be they're going to be celebratory.
Look, guys, this is behind the glass. You guys have called it a yeah, but Tuesday or a no buts Tuesday. Right?
That's what I said out loud to Greg like an hour ago. It's like we were getting the criticism of Goff or whatever. It's need to be clean and not turning the ball, all that stuff. And
there's no buts. They went into Baltimore and were emphatic, declarative, definitive.
Give them their day. We didn't give them their day at all after Green Bay.
Well, they didn't deserve it after Green Bay.
Exactly. So let's be real, live in the moment. We'll get to the nitpicky stuff tomorrow and Thursday.
Oh, they got a different type of day after Green Bay.
Yeah. Now, is this confirmed that today is John Harbaugh's birthday? They
Yes,
handing
it
out
is.
birthday
Okay,
presents.
there we go.
Yeah, why not the top one, right? For Heather and her
what was
news.
the top one? Hold on. This one says...
Apparently, this guy says that some women he works with find Jake Bates attractive.
It says the women in my office are super into Jake Bates.
Oh.
Signed Jewish Sam in Detroit.
So we're going to you, Heather. Is he a hottie? Hot or not?
It hasn't crossed my mind.
What about when he was doing that awkward lunge thing?
Oh, that was awkward. It
with
was
his tongue?
That was different.
Well, he was warming up.
I know, but he made a weird face while he was doing it. It was a weird face, John.
Okay.
Come on now.
Yeah, that's fine.
Anyway.
Yes. Thank you. Yes.
Alrighty then. Syracuse University has been fined $25,000 and was publicly reprimanded by the ACC for faking injuries in their 34-21 win over Clemson last weekend. In a statement, the ACC said Syracuse violated an NCAA rule aimed at stopping teams from faking injuries to slow down play. They also called the actions unethical and contrary to the spirit of the rules. Now, Syracuse has responded. They issued a statement on Monday. They said they acknowledge and accept the reprimand and the fine, and they say they remain firmly committed to upholding the highest standards of sportsmanship and competitive integrity across all 20 of their university programs.
Yep. Makes sense. You got to crack down on it.
Taylor Swift is apparently on high alert after her alleged stalker has gone missing.
Yeah.
Brian Wagner allegedly first began appearing uninvited at her home in LA in July of 2024, continued to do so for almost a year. And this guy did a lot more than just showing up at her house. He emailed her staff hundreds of emails with concerning and threatening language. He even lied to the DMV to somehow change his address on his driver's license to her home address. He was saying that he lived there. He was saying that she was the mother of his child. Like he had a lot of things he was saying about Taylor Swift. She has filed a restraining order against him, but now, according to a private investigator, Wagner has gone missing. They don't know where he is. He isn't responding to calls, to texts. He has failed to show up to a court hearing earlier this month. The last time anyone has had contact with him was in early August.
Uh-oh.
It is concerning.
Yeah. Sure, yeah. And I think we probably all saw some of the videos of when she showed up to, I think it was Arrowhead.
the game, yeah.
the game.
Security.
And she had the screening.
Yeah.
Apparently that's bulletproof screening.
Scary times.
Yeah.
Yeah. More and more Americans than ever are choosing to live in RVs.
Oh,
There's
cool.
a new study that shows that living in an RV is at an all-time high right now. In fact, about 486,000 people live full-time in an RV, and that's twice as many as in 2021. And of those who live in an RV, about a third have children, and the vast majority earn less than $75,000 a year. Now, for the people who choose to live in an RV, it's an ideal lifestyle for them, right? They're able to explore the world, get outside, enjoy nature. But for those who maybe didn't choose to do so, but were more forced to because of financial constraints, it's not as
glamorous,
not necessarily glamorous, but as enjoyable as one would think.
It's
there is
small space,
but costly repairs, the price of fuel, space rental, right? Like you're not thinking necessarily of that when you do choose to live in an RV, that you do have to pay for the place you park.
Yeah.
Depreciation quickly of your RV could be a long payment schedule as well. And
it doesn't surprise me. I mean, with what it costs to buy a house or rent.
No, it's not surprising. But there's a lot more that goes into it.
No, but for those that do, I had a fifth wheel and a RV for a little while. It is a lot of fun.
For sure. It'd be fun in retirement, without a doubt.
Heather with the news. TJ Lang, 902, little college football check-in. Who cares about the AP poll? I don't care about the coaches poll. I care about Greg Palm. It's 97-1.
At First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and even stronger relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They're going to take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, it's exactly what they've done for me over the years and for my family, so that's why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit them at firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Yeah, I don't need the AP poll and the coaches poll. Forget about it. Greg Palm, let's do it. Top 12 team, squeezed it in on a Tuesday.
Well, 4 weeks in now, and we're starting to see how rapidly the data expands. Now, because the weight of wins and losses goes 3 layers deep, the information gathered increases by that same power of 3. So it's like a cube that multiplies along all 3 axes. And you're getting this grid-shaped cube where each small grid represents a game. We had 5 3-0 versus 3-0 games in week 4, so that's a lot of weight leveraged early on here in the season. We're going to start number 12. Michigan Wolverines are back in the top 12. Hurdle cleared on Saturday. Now, they don't have a difficult schedule, but that doesn't mean it's not without its tricky spots. And that was one of them on Saturday. Halfway through, I am asking myself, are they lucky to be tied, or should they really be up by 2 touchdowns in this one? One of those games as a fan you just want to be over. It's a college football version of survive and advance.
Back in the playoff mix.
Number 11 is Ohio State. Now, dropped down here because of a bye, so not a lot of data to be gathered. Texas carrying the weight early for them here in the season. Another one of those 3-0 versus 3-0 games coming up this weekend when they travel to Washington.
That's a tough spot out west.
Boy, they've dropped a long way in just 3 weeks.
They got to go beat somebody.
Number 10 is Texas A&M. Once again, like Ohio State, off a bye. Bank that Notre Dame win. Let it grow in value. SEC play starts for them this week when they host Auburn. Plenty of opportunities remaining for the Aggies. Number 9 is Georgia. Look, another slide here due to the bye. They're going to get into SEC play here. Alabama is coming to Georgia between the hedges this Saturday.
Yeah, and Georgia to me I'm interested. Numbers is what this is all based on. Georgia may have one of the better wins. We'll see what Tennessee does, how well that one ages. And I think the biggest question, just in terms of not necessarily numbers, is what is their defense? I'm not sure that this is a typical Georgia defense.
All right, number 8 is Georgia Tech. Guys, I gave you Haynes King, dark horse Heisman candidate last week. I put a little wager on that at plus 3,500. Let's see how that plays out. Another 3 total touchdowns and a win against Temple. Looked at their conference schedule, and it lays up nice for them. No Miami, no Florida State, no Louisville. Heck, there's no even SMU on their schedule. They've already iced Clemson, and we can, debate about the merits of that quality win. At NC State looks like the toughest game that's remaining in conference. And don't forget, Georgia, end of the season. That can swing a lot. We're talking about a game that's going to determine playoff seeding at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Number 7 is Indiana. New friends. Look at them. One of those 3-0 versus 3-0 winners from this weekend. Look, I'm happy for them. I feel like a win like this justifies what they did last year, where they got a lot of criticism for being an 11-win Big Ten team. Gives them a launching point for this season and trying to determine who that 4th Big Ten team is going to be.
I was going to say, a lot of talk of who will this year's Indiana be. Maybe it's Indiana, the 4th team in the Big Ten. They brought back studs from that defense. The quarterback play is great. They look better than a year ago.
Fernando Mendoza, 21-23, and we were wondering in that non-conference, is he for real? You do that against a defense like Illinois, you're for real. And Signetti in year 2 is also for real.
Number 6 is the Missouri Tigers, another new friend here. And I feel like they've got a little bit of a kinship here with Indiana. Program forgotten by a power league whose accomplishments get dismissed because of what's on the side of their helmet. Good win against South Carolina. And don't look now. That Kansas win is doing work for them. Yep. Kansas is 3-0 outside of that Missouri game. And one of those wins for Kansas is against Fresno State, whose only loss is to Kansas.
Ooh.
Okay, makes sense.
Big win over Fresno State.
Number 5, Miami of Florida. Got that win in primetime against the Gators. Mario Cristobal, you see them leveling up Miami, the same formula that he rebuilt Oregon. It's toughness in the trenches. Next up for them is between the ears, November. Don't turn into dumb Miami, not making dumb penalties, dumb decisions, playing and coaching. Next up for them, they got a bye week before Florida State. Number 4 is LSU. Now, last week, I asked you, was their best win Louisiana Tech? I was about 95% joking then. I'm only about 50% joking now because the Clemson and Florida wins are not helping yet. LSU is doing their part, but look, they're not. LSU is doing what they can do. Florida and Clemson are not. So, 95% down to 50% in the span of a week. It kind of sounds like the Tigers' playoff chances.
Yeah, just about. And LSU is doing the work defensively. And I know Brian Kelly gets all, upset about questions about his offense, but they've got a guy in Nussmeier that I thought was going to be a Heisman candidate. Not so much. And they have really struggled offensively.
Number 3 in the Big Ten. They're out west. USC Trojans.
Okay, so they are playing with the more physical run game, but the real test begins now. They got to go cross country. They'll play Illinois, then Michigan, then at Notre Dame. I don't know what to make of USC yet. We'll know in 3 weeks.
Yeah, nice base of income streams coming in. 4 teams they've beaten all have 2+ wins early in the season. Big Ten revenge, by the way, this weekend. They just hosted Michigan State at 11 p.m. Eastern. They go to Illinois and have to play at 9 a.m. Pacific. Number 2, Ole Miss. 4-0 after easily taking care of a group of 5 contender to go along with 2 early conference wins. They are playing LSU in Mississippi this week. Look, these 2 teams have been really close to the rankings the whole season. Preseason, we had Mississippi 12, LSU was 13. By week 1, the odds changed, so those spots flipped. They've been in together in the top 5 over the last 2 weeks, and this has been kind of an inflection point game in the SEC the last 2 years. Ole Miss, they upset Jaden Daniels' LSU team a couple years ago, knocked LSU out of the SEC West race early. Last year, LSU upsets Ole Miss at home. Ole Miss had 3 losses. Any one of those 3 losses reverse the result, and Ole Miss, we're talking about a playoff team. So this is a big game that can really divide how these seasons go for each team.
Well, speaking of dividing, how about dividing households? Lane Kiffin's daughter sharing she's dating LSU linebacker Whit Weeks yesterday on social media.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy, there's a little more on the line now.
Woo! Brings us to our number 1 team. It's a new friend in a big way. Oklahoma jumps all the way up to number 1 in the rankings. Look, you want to win the breakup. They did against Jackson Arnold by sacking him 9 times. 9 times we sacked him. Mm-hmm. The good and bad with their defense, 0 takeaways so far. So the good is, well, when they start getting those takeaways, how good are they going to be? The bad is, if they're not taking the ball away from the offense, is the defense and their ability capped a little bit. A little bit on the numbers on them. 3 wins for Auburn. They get collected by Oklahoma. And the Michigan win is getting better. Michigan going on the road, beating a 3-win Nebraska team. Those are now 3rd-degree OU wins. And they're shedding that preseason 6.5 win total limitation. A little fraction of that remains for another week.
Gauntlet ahead with the schedule. Mateer looks like a difference maker at quarterback, and the front just may pave the path. Quick note, you know who's not in this list?
Penn State
or Oregon, who are going to play this week. Yep. And I know neither has played anybody. That changes on Saturday night.
No Penn State, no Oregon, no Florida State, and no Texas Tech, who is 4-0.
Hanging out in the undercurrent.
Yes.
Where's Clemson? And that is
I think 42.
And that is Greg Palm. TJ Lang in studio. Lions Talk. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles, a heavyweight fight on Monday Night Football owned by the Lions. They rise to the occasion in prime time, beating the Ravens 38-30 last night. It's the Lions' first win over Baltimore since 2005. Both lines of scrimmage dominated by Detroit. The offensive line can be thanked for 224 rushing yards, 4 touchdowns, and no sacks allowed. The Lions pushed the Ravens around. They were a very frustrated team on the sideline. 2 95-yard drives definitely helped quarterback Jared Goff. Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery each had 2 touchdowns. The last time 2 Lions did that in the same game, 1936. The defense made life hard on Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. 7 sacks, 2 forced fumbles. This one in a big spot in the 4th. Dan Miller, Lomas Brown, TJ Lang on the call right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Lions have got 11 sacks through 3 games for only the 4th time in team history, and there's 7 sacks of the Ravens last night, the most Baltimore has ever given up in a game. All the Lions do is win these primetime games, 12-2 in them under Dan Campbell. Browns up next at Ford Field on a short week. Biggest series of the year for the Tigers, 3 games in Cleveland starting tonight. Tigers control their own destiny against the Guardians, up 1 game in the Central. Ace Tarek Scuba looks to snap their 6-game losing streak. That first pitch, 6:40 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We will have that Dan Campbell locker room speech for you this hour as the Lions celebrate. Big win in Baltimore. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass, Luke Sloan on the updates, and TJ Lang in studio for the last hour this morning.
How's it going, buddy?
Good.
A little tired?
Oh, yeah.
What time did you guys get in last night?
I think we landed right around 3.
Okay.
Yeah, so got in the driveway probably 4-ish.
Nap. Quick nap.
Yeah, quick little hour and a half, hour nap.
Kids still got to get to school, don't they?
Tough to sleep. Yeah, I mean, it's just tough to sleep after games like that. You know, still buzzing and adrenaline's still pumping. But
Yeah.
No, it was a fantastic night, and I'll be honest. I mean, I picked the Ravens on Friday.
Yeah, we did too. We all did.
It was one of those things. Just week 2 looked really good, but you're at home. Like I need to see them go on the road and prove it. Before I start to say, oh, this is the same team that we. But man, that was unbelievable, and just a dogfight, and even the momentum swings throughout that game, the emotional swings of and in the first half, you got a chance to maybe go up 2 scores, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, man, like a couple blown assignments, we give it back, they go score, plus they're getting the ball out of half. Like that could have been a turning point in favor of Baltimore. But Lions just kept finding ways to answer. And we said it in the second half at one point, it's like, man, whoever can get like that first big defensive stop is probably going to have the advantage. And the Lions were the first team there in the second half to get a stop, got multiple, but just a tough, gritty-ass win, man. Like, that was impressive.
On the way out there, because you're obviously traveling with the team, you're around them at the hotel, the way that they took the field, it felt like they expected to win this game, and they played that way. Was that the feeling on the plane, at the hotel? This was a business trip. Did you feel like this was a possibility after having been around them versus the way that you felt on Friday when you picked the Ravens? Because we all did as well.
Yeah. Actually, as it got closer to Monday, I was kind of going back and forth. Like, I think this team is ready, because I didn't want to undermine or, minimize that win against Chicago last week,
right?
And say like, oh well, Chicago's just a bad team. I mean, Chicago proved. And I don't know how
they
good
can score
Dallas
some points,
but they proved they can be a good team, when they play well. But it was a kind of reminder of how big that Chicago game was. And even like, I don't know if you can have a must-win in week 2, but mentally, to go out against Chicago and have that type of performance, like that's a reminder that like, we know exactly who we are, right? So the more I thought about that going into last night's game, it's like, okay, like they proved us last week, and it's week-to-week league, I get it, but they proved to us why they're still one of the top dogs in my opinion. And that's just an incredibly difficult place to play, John. I mean, Baltimore night game, Lamar's record. I didn't realize Lamar was 24-2 going into that game against NFC teams. I mean, it just seems like an impossible game to win.
Did you ever play there as a player?
I did, yeah. I think twice.
Yeah.
2013, I think we went back out in 2017. Got demolished. I think Jake Rudock had to play a big portion of that game, and that one didn't go well. But it doesn't go well for a lot of teams, especially NFC teams that have to go in there. But I guess like I always kind of feel that vibe from the players and from Dan is that they're prepared.
Yeah.
And once they get to the stadium and once they get on that bus, like they know exactly who they are.
Yeah.
Which is one of his ultimate characteristics, I think, is just consistently getting these guys to buy in, to allow everybody to have your own personality, but demand the same mentality, week in, week out is incredibly difficult from a coaching perspective. And he's got the recipe, man. He's got the recipe. They got the right leaders in that locker room that can get everybody on the same page. And it's fun to watch when they're clicking like that, because it is a reminder.
Well,
that,
because
okay, man, we're just fine. Right?
We did very different shows after week 1, and you start worrying about all this stuff, all these questions.
Yeah.
They had answers.
Mm-hmm.
Like Baltimore, all of it was answered. Can you get to the quarterback? That's the mobilest of all mobile quarterbacks. They sacked him 7 times. And even on the plays they didn't sack him, he was hesitant. They threw different looks at him. That's a total team effort. That's a Kelvin Shepard feather in your cap. What about the offensive line? No Frank. We got questions. On the road, communication. We got answers. No sacks, clean pocket from the jump. First drive to the last drive, sacked 0 times. What about the run game? Can you move people around? 200 yards. 224 rushing yards, the most Baltimore's given up since 2012. Talk about what people don't do. 95-yard drives. Baltimore doesn't let people march up and down the field. Detroit did it with a 98.5-yard drive that took 11 minutes while Lamar's sitting there fiddling around on the sideline, out of rhythm. Detroit gets a goal line stand, red zone. Jack Campbell stepping up. TJ, we've had no shortage of people to highlight today on the show. I mean, this is kind of a no buts show. There's no, what about, but no, that is as dominant a game as they've played. Yeah. Arguably the most dominant game they played in the Dan Campbell era.
Did you guys talk to Coach this morning? Or are you
gonna tomorrow?
Okay, you get him tomorrow. Okay, that's what
was he like after the game?
Those are just what you said. It's difficult to interview him after the game because you want to highlight so many things, but you just have a certain, you guys get, 10, 12 minutes with him. I mean, I try to keep it around 5, and it's I got to pick, a list of 15 things, and I got to pick 3 things or 4 things. And
so,
sometimes after a win, he goes long, and it's man, I really want to get to this part because, it was such a big part of the game, whatever it might be.
I didn't listen last night. What did you go with? What did he say?
I mean, honestly, I always ask him. I always ask him, and I'm actually kind of in the side of the locker room right when they're doing the post-game stuff because I just have to be prepared for Coach. And I always ask him about the celebration, right? Yeah. And then we always get the videos after a win, but when you hear it and you're hey, take us through, man, how special that felt, right? And asked him about that. I mean, asked him. Coach always has a good instinct, I think, during the week. He will always kind of refer to, hey, on Thursday, I kind of got a feeling this. He talked about the defense, and man, Wednesday wasn't a great day. Thursday we got better. Friday was really good. Friday, I think I started feeling Friday going into Saturday that we're going to have these guys ready. And then obviously just some of the what are you doing over there, Heather?
Sorry, I thought my volume was down.
Some of the individual performances, right? Have to highlight a guy like Montgomery, who really brought a different spark, and Muhammad. I mean, big question mark. How you going to replace Davenport, and saying, hey, we're good and we still feel good about our depth, and maybe a lot of people didn't believe him, but you watch the game yesterday and it's okay, it was so much good stuff. And Coach is always really good at kind of being even keeled, I think, but when we get to see him when those videos come out, the celebration and the speeches he gives, you understand exactly why these guys play so hard for him.
Yeah.
So again, we're going to play the audio from the locker room, Dan Campbell addressing this team. It only counts for 1 win, but it does shift the way you view the start of the season. We were talking about, hey, after Green Bay, just survive. Young offensive line. Do you have enough up front on the trenches?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Get to 3-3 right around the bye Monday night. Counts only for 1, but you start looking at the schedule now, TJ, and Cleveland, they're going to be on red alert. There's no sneaking up on them.
Cincy just got their
Cincy without their
blown off. Yeah.
Kansas City with no
Kansas
Rice.
City's not looking as scary, maybe. I mean,
I'm not telling you that they just locked up a 5-1 start or anything like that, but suddenly it's on the table, right? It wouldn't have been on the table if they lost. This is one of those games people thought they would lose before the season started.
And I mean, even after week 1, the conversations of are you going to be chasing Green Bay the entire season? And then they drop a game to Cleveland too. It's just kind of a double win, right? To
the
not
scales
only go,
have been even.
Yeah, 100%. And that's why this is just such – and I'm guilty of it too. We overreact on Mondays, right? In this case, Tuesdays. And, hey, we're all the way back where 2 weeks ago it was, oh, my goodness. Are we going to win 10 games? We're going to get to the playoffs? It's a disaster. But you kind of mentioned the offensive line a couple times. I talked with Graham and a couple of those guys after the game and was just asking about, the difference between the second road game as opposed to the first road game. And really, and John chime in too, it's just you need reps together, right?
Yeah.
Especially when you're on the road and the operation that they like to do in silent count with Graham looking under his legs to get the leg kick, you're relying on two young guards next to you in week one Green Bay.
Making calls.
Tate, who's never played a snap of NFL regular season football, where all of a sudden the defense shifts right before the snap, and it's like, oh, dude, you got to tell me, right? Like, that's your job. I can't see it.
My world just changed.
You need to tell me this, man. Like, and I'm not saying that was a huge issue in Green Bay, but it definitely popped up. Yeah, it popped up. And Baltimore tried to do some similar things yesterday where you could see, switching the defensive tackles, as his head's between his legs and pops up and bam, everybody's on the same page. And so offensive line, it's still not, perfect. It's never going to be perfect, but even some yesterday you're looking at, I think there was one right at the end of the half where one of the defensive ends had a free shot on Jared Goff, and he took a pretty big hit, had to just throw the ball away. Looked like a miscommunication, not going to play the blame game, but you could still see some areas that are like, okay, it's definitely improving, but still got a little bit of work to do. And even sticking with the offensive line, yesterday I thought Hank Fraley, he got the tag run game coordinator, I think, this season. Yeah. And what the adjustments that they've made in the run game early was like, oh, boy, this is going to be a long day. We can't run zone. We can't get to the edge. We can't do that. And then they're just like, you know what?
Between the tackles.
No Matabiki, who's a really good 3-tech for Baltimore. We are just going to keep this thing in the A-gap. We're going to get duo. We're going to get 3 double teams across the board and hope our tight ends, hold up one-on-one. And that's when the game really started to change. That's when they started to control the line of scrimmage. So I like the adjustments that I saw yesterday to get the run game going that I didn't really see from a coaching staff perspective in week one. Now, I know that game was totally different because it started getting out of hand. But there's just those little things that make a huge difference, and adjustments from the players and adjustments from the coaches are just as important as well.
248-539-9797. I see the people on hold. They got some good points to make. TJ, we've been asking people today, what did they prove with that game? And we've been asking people the best regular season win for the regime. Could you argue it? We'll get some of your thoughts on that coming up next. It's 97.1.
America's favorite place to watch football, and we're loving football this morning, is Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. You can chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot-tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino. It's in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Football season is here, and so is the deal of the season at Moran Chevrolet. Listen to this. Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer has a deal for you. You want to save time and money at the pump? Go electric with the 2025 Equinox EV LT, and you can lease yours for $89 a month. 24-month lease, $999 down. That's an $89 a month car payment. $89, 24-month, $999 down. Shop MoranExpress.com. Stop by. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price. Period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. We got TJ Lang in studio. We'll get to your phone calls. Victory Tuesday is here, and oh, is it sweet. Lions go on the road and bully Baltimore. What did they prove to you? Prove that they're one of the elite teams. They're the hammer. They're not the nail. And for all the talk about the things they lost, culture's still here. The identity stays the same. Can they stop a mobile quarterback? Well, as good a test as any is Lamar Jackson in Baltimore.
Yeah.
Can this young offensive line bully people like they used to? 2 95-yard drives. That'll quiet people. Goff, clean pocket. More clutch fourth downs. I mean, TJ, what did they prove? What did they show you?
Oh, you just listed off everything. But, yeah, they proved that they're still one of the big dogs, And try not to overreact after a loss. Try not to, overreact. But that was a massive win. And I know you asked a question, biggest regular season win. It's right up there with me and, KC from a couple years ago going on the road, and because that was really kind of the start of that's
exactly what I said.
This is we might have something here, right? That was kind of where you maybe started to cement your identity as a
force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, as a program. So, but yeah, I mean, can't say how impressive last night was. Enough, just. With everything going into that thing. And I thought the linebackers played excellent, man. Got beat in coverage a couple times, one-on-ones with Mark Andrews. But in the run game and getting to Lamar, I mean, all those guys, Barnes and Jack and Anzalone.
I thought Derek Barnes played a really good game.
Yeah.
And it's not that nobody else did, but when you're tasked with trying to open field tackle Lamar, that's tough.
Yeah.
And being and they highlighted early in the game there was one where, he got left, looking at a ghost, but for the most part, he did extremely well. And then Jack Campbell and the defense, when you have the ball on the 1 yard line and you're looking across, they got Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry, and they don't get a touchdown with second goal to go from the 1. That to me, and the way that Jack Campbell played on that third down situation to force them to kick that field goal, put them all the way back on the 20-yard line. They just came up big in all the right moments.
Yeah, getting a stop on fourth down. I know technically it's a turnover. I mean, you caused the fumble, they recovered it, but it's fourth down. So, huge play in that game. I think Zach Cunningham, who's a depth linebacker, veteran guy, was in on a couple of those goal line plays as well. And offensively, I mean, sneaky, really good game from Sam Laporta.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the third down conversions he was getting.
Also in the blocking.
Blocking. I mean, the blocking was highlighted a couple times with him and Brock Wright, on the backside one-on-one and just digging guys out and giving some of those cutback lanes. It's hard to find, I mean, if you're nitpicking, saying, what do you got to improve on? Obviously, the end of half there where you get the ball with a couple, minute 20 left and, man, got a chance to kind of throw an early dagger in. Did it well last week against Chicago, right? Got that touchdown, with 3
much
seconds
different opponent,
left.
though.
No doubt. But just the operation. Situational football, I mean, took care of the football, good in the red zone, really good on third downs again, 3 for 3 on fourth down. That's winning football, man. That's winning football no matter who you play. Obviously, we saw it against what we still believe is a big dog themselves in Baltimore. I think they're still going to be fine.
Absolutely.
Right? Going to be interesting with them. I mean, this weekend,
Kansas
KC.
City.
I mean, they're both 1-2. One of those teams dropping to 1-3 early in the season. That's going to be okay. Maybe pressure's going to be on. But I don't think that changes. Did last night change anybody's opinion of Baltimore? Like, we're
No.
not sitting here today saying, like, well, maybe Baltimore's not who we thought they were.
No.
Like we said about Chicago last week.
They're going to win that division.
Okay.
They're going to be in the playoffs.
Yeah.
They're going to be a problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
I agree with you. Why that I think we all feel the way we do.
About the Lions is because it doesn't say Baltimore's bad. It says
Yes,
we're good.
correct.
It says if you had any doubts about Detroit still being on that cream of the crop, one of the elite teams sitting at the table to win a championship, like, again, they didn't win the Super Bowl last night, and they're ultimately going to have to do it in the playoffs. But in terms of regular season wins, there's going to be very few that you could argue were better. I made the case that Minnesota last year with what was at stake, you could bring up Kansas City because it was a tone setter and a tougher place to play against the reigning champs.
Mm-hmm.
You could go with Green Bay to close out that season when they had nothing to play for. It showed who they were, keeping the Packers out of the playoffs. The point is there's only 3 or 4 maybe that are on the level of what they just did last night since Dan Campbell showed up. Let's get to Josh and Warren. Start there on the phones. Josh, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Last night was amazing, and it completely changed my view on this team and what they need. And I think this is the moment where it's an all-in move like the Rams did, and it's not for a DN like everybody wants. They need to go out and get like a Sauce Gardner move, like how the Rams got Jalen Ramsey. Because Kerryon Arnold, he is the only weak link I feel on this defense that's stopping us from being a complete football team. And if they go out and they make a move and get a shutdown corner on that side, I don't see a team in this league stopping us. And I feel like it's the time now to go out and make a move for a player like that.
It's not where I thought we were going, but
no.
Well, hey, I mean,
It's
you know,
just
that is
last
kind of.
night-
I mean,
last night really
I hear you, Josh.
opened up my eyes on how good they are.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I just think that kind of seems to be the big thing right now. Is if you feel like you're close, like make the move. You know,
This
the
call
Packers
is
did
being
it.
recorded.
Okay, all right.
Oh, okay.
Well, me.
Josh, going to share this with family and friends? Are you?
You know, the show.
It's already being recorded, Josh. You can go back on the Odyssey app and re-listen to it, man.
No, it was trying to unmute myself. No, it's just last night with all the pressure they got, you know, you have 7 sacks. You see Muhammad really stepping up. And I feel like if you go out, and that's what the Rams did. They got Jalen Ramsey, and that defense completely changed, and they won a Super Bowl that year. So I feel like we're at that step to where we shut down that other side of the field. We almost had 2 picks last night, and it would have completely changed the game and been a bigger blowout than what it should have been.
Yeah, on the
But I
same
just feel
drive,
like,
it was Branch, and then it was Reed in the end zone.
Yeah.
You're right about it. And again, they had that thing teetering. I mean, Baltimore battled back down 2 scores to make it a 1-score game late, but Detroit was putting it on them.
Josh is at F them picks mode right now.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, you know, and here's the thing too. Like they still, last I checked, I mean, the Lions still have a ton of cap space.
Yeah,
but they want to roll it over though.
No, but if they did feel like, you know, hey,
really,
we're back.
I don't
to
even
where
mean. No, I'm just saying, like we got to keep it
roll
100
the
with
cap
people.
over.
No,
You can roll some of it, yeah.
You can roll a ton of it over, which is what they're planning on doing. You don't have to like it or agree with it. That's part of their calculus.
Yeah. Well.
Don't make me the bad guy. I don't make the
You're
decisions.
the one that said it.
It's the truth.
Well, they're not going to do anything because they want to roll it over.
Okay, you know what, John?
They still want to sign
enough of you. Enough of you. Let's get to Anthony.
Enough of you. Enough of you.
Anthony, more of you. You're on 97.1.
Hello?
Good morning. How are you doing, Anthony?
We got you.
Good. How about them Lions out there?
Yeah.
Attaboy.
Oh, yeah. How about Hutch? How about those 7 sacks to Lamar?
Bro, that was great.
Like, that was awesome.
Yeah, bro, that was great.
I think the Lions opened some doors up. I mean, I don't want to speak too soon, but it might be looking like we're going to hit that Super Bowl this year.
Anthony, is your wife telling you what to say?
No, my wife's in the background yelling, saying, hell yeah, go Lions.
That's awesome. Love it.
She ain't telling me what to say. We've been a Lions fan since they were 3 and 13 years ago, and then we got Dan in the office. The only thing that got me going was Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn knew that they were leaving, and that's what screwed us up for the Super Bowl last year.
That and a rash of injuries, but yeah, I think
a bunch
that
of turnovers.
You know, to your point, Anthony, there was a moment yesterday where I don't think they had to remember who they were, but I think we got reminded who this team is. The mentality of Dan Campbell came through in all three phases.
Yeah, you want to talk about what's going to happen when you lose these guys. Well, culture. If you got a good culture, you can lose guys and not miss a beat.
And you will. It won't be the last time.
Right.
You keep winning like that.
248-539-9797. No shortage of Lion phone calls today. We'll get through as many as we can. Heather gave us a little bit of a karaoke moment early in the show. We'll play that coming up next. We'll get the Dan Campbell audio out to people next. And we'll work in a little bit of news. TJ Lang in studio. It's a Victory Tuesday, 97.1.
Hey, Lions fans. Heather here to tell you Verizon is helping you get your gear game ready. Now through September 30th, visit a participating Detroit Verizon store and you can score big. Choose an accessory for your phone, tablet, or gaming device worth up to $70 on us with a new phone purchase on select My Plan activations. Think of it, a new phone case, an extra long charging cable, or a portable battery pack to keep you powered up all game day long. Make your move now and switch to the #1 network in Detroit. Visit your local Verizon store today, only on Verizon, the official 5G network of the Detroit Lions. Accessory offer while supplies last to first customers during promo period. 1 gift per purchase per account. Apple accessories ineligible. See store for additional terms and details. Based on Root Metrics Detroit Root Score Report, 1H 2025, tested with best commercially available smartphones on 3 national mobile networks across all available network types. Your experiences may vary. Root Metrics rankings are not an endorsement of Verizon.
I get some context on that?
Yeah, a minute. Just enjoy it. Stop talking.
Oh, I didn't know it was over. Okay. Take us home.
It was a question in the 2 Grand Slam.
Yeah.
Oh, 2 Grand Slam. I forgot on Tuesdays I come in.
It's also how you describe David Montgomery's running style.
Boom, boom, pow. What was the question if the answer was boom, boom, pow?
Which band had the song Boom
Oh, don't give
Boom
it to
Pow?
me. I wanted to play it. Oh.
That's the question.
Oh.
Who sang
That's
Who is
Boom
this?
Boom Pow?
I mean, I know that's Fergie. Why am I drawing a blank on the band?
It's from 09.
Oh, boy. Oh, Black Eyed Peas.
There you go.
Okay. All right. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't play coming off 2 hours of sleep. It's better just to
we can
leave
go
the
through
people,
the entire
leave
list
the people
for you.
wondering.
Yeah. Here's one.
Didn't somebody win? Didn't
you
somebody
might
win
get this.
recently? Did somebody win recently?
Yeah, a couple weeks ago, yeah. Who do the Red Wings play tonight?
No idea. No idea.
Preseason hockey?
No
You're not
idea.
up?
Oh, my gosh. I'm not even close to being in hockey mode.
Yeah, this one was a little bit evil. Who's the head coach of the Oklahoma City Thunder? Yeah, so
all right, we don't need to
You
go
can
back
always
through it all.
tell somebody won because the questions get a lot harder. I feel like the next couple months.
It's not a coincidence, Tom.
Well, what was Justin Verlander's ERA in 2012?
2.40.
Through the first 12 starts only on day games. Anyway, before we get back to the calls,
Who was the Lions' backup right tackle in the 1954 season?
we're going to win this money over our dead bodies.
That's the year he was drafted. Didn't start yet.
All right, guys, we can't be giving out $2 grand every week. Okay, toughen these things up a little bit, boys.
Before we get back to the
Coach of
calls.
the Oklahoma City.
Yeah,
What's
no
the
kidding.
answer on that?
Dagnall.
Yeah.
Who?
Mark Dagnall.
They won a championship.
Yeah, like forever ago in a
Wake
sport
up.
that, anyway.
NBA season's coming. Everybody's
That's
obsessed with
obscure.
football.
That's obscure.
By the way, I missed the Verlander thing by 1 year. It was 2011. He had the 2.40. Isn't that pretty sick?
Well,
nerd.
You want to stump him with another
no
one,
$2
John?
grand for you, Tom.
Nerd.
Dan Campbell locker room audio. I have not heard this yet, John. Have you heard this?
No.
Okay,
no.
they posted it late morning. Let's play it for people.
The Aquaman got a game ball.
Aquadine, yeah. Minty fresh. Bob Muhammad, as the afternoon likes to call him.
Well, we had somebody call in this morning, and instead of Alquadine, they said Aquadine.
Yeah.
And so, yeah.
So
So,
Mike said it for. He keeps playing like that. People are
Yeah.
going to start calling. They're not going to be forgetting your name
No,
much.
not at all. No.
Good to see. Obviously, well deserved for him to get the game ball.
We're good.
Playing. I mean, hey, it's once you put it on tape, though, John, you know it. man.
Expectations there.
Expectations
You've done it
raised,
once.
and you got to be consistent with it. Do I expect 2.5 sacks every week? No. Do I expect to have a nice role in this defense and to continue to find a ways to get pressure and
well, if you're
bring
always
a spark?
yeah.
Like
if you're always going to
that's
be
the
singled up
expectation.
because the double and triple team are going to be on Hutch. You're going to be singled up. You got to win some of those.
Yep, and he did yesterday. It was a good start.
Mhm.
In the first time, really extended playing time, playing
Yeah.
a ton of snaps, man. It was good to see.
It's the guy that Adam and Frankenmuth wants to spotlight. Adam, good morning. Happy Victory Tuesday.
Umpire Adam here, brother. Just giving you a call.
I was right on Davenport last week. Last Monday I said that guy was hurt. Remember? Hey, but what I'm saying is, man, I'm just going to call him Big Al. I'm not going to mess with the name. It's Big Al. Big Al. It's like somebody missed him. Somebody missed him in the draft because he looked elite. Just really proud of those Lions to come out there and get that win. To come out. I mean, is Montgomery the featured back, or is it Sonic? I don't know, because Montgomery has looked great all year. And not to take anything away from Gibbs. Gibbs is a stud too, but man, Montgomery just runs with a different purpose. He looks like he's running with his hair on fire. Just watching the game plans and things of that nature, man. Look, going forward, the Lions are looking tough. I don't want to go Valente and say, hey, we need to go out and find some end now. At the end of the day, I like what we have. I think we can be competitive going forward. Just to hit on a little bit of Michigan things going forward, man, we're tough too there, man. Love me some Underwood. We haven't had a guy like that. I can't remember when. So,
yep.
Yeah, man, the Lions look good. They really do. I just think that, like, going on the road and winning the NFL is probably the hardest thing to do in sports. And to show up there on a Sunday, on a Monday night when everybody's watching, and to deliver the performance that we did, hats off to Dan Campbell. They all call him a meathead, this, that, and the other. That guy is one of the best coaches in the NFL. And with that being said, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Blue.
Appreciate it.
Luxury to have Montgomery and Gibbs, right?
No doubt.
One's not working. Hey, let's mix it up. Go to the other guy. Can just have the same amount of success. Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to say Monty should be the lead featured back. They clearly have a recipe that works. But
you need them both. It's a long
luxury.
season. Yeah. By the way, you mentioned the afternoon show. They're going to give them their flowers today. We've all said that. There's no way around it today. There's no hang-ups.
I would think so.
Come on now.
I mean, probably a couple snarky comments somewhere, but no.
We have an alarm for that. They can borrow it if they'd like.
If it was like John, if it was like a controversial win or something, or a blown call here or there, you got lucky, like it. Yeah. But even no, I mean, I don't think there's anything you could really
that was emphatic
nitpick on from yesterday, man. I would imagine everybody's going to be pumped up today.
Yeah.
Heather with the news.
So there's a high school in Memphis, Tennessee that has one of the best marching bands in the entire country, all right? But this past Friday, the band was told they couldn't play at a varsity football game at an opposing team's school. They were basically told that they were going to be too disruptive, too loud. So the band found an epic way to fight back, and they performed with kazoos.
They bought tickets.
So, yeah, it sounds like the community kind of rallied together and got every member of the band tickets to the game. They all showed up with kazoos and put on a performance with them instead. So, basically, they did what they would have done with instruments, but they also had, it sounds like, drumsticks, too.
Yeah.
So, they still performed, probably in a more annoying fashion.
Much more.
Than they would have if they got to show up with their own instruments.
Yeah.
So.
I can't play a kazoo, by the way.
You can't?
I can't figure it out.
You just blow into it.
No, it's not.
I don't have a lot of experience, Jim.
It's not just that, though. You do have. My kids just got kazoos in a goodie bag, and it's more challenging than you would think.
Just blow harder.
It's not easy.
You're welcome. It's not easy. PETA isn't pleased with Tom Brady. On Sunday, he called the Cowboys versus Bears matchup, and after Cowboys wide receiver George Pickens was seen slamming his helmet into the ground, Brady's reaction drew some criticism. It's that kicking of the dog comment that captured PETA's attention, and they're encouraging him to remember that millions of people listen to him and that the language he uses can either encourage kindness or violence towards animals.
Well, it's not nearly as bad as the saying you use.
Yeah.
Now that I said it out loud, I realize it's not great.
Has never heard of the, hey, you get home, kick the dog, kiss the wife. She's not heard that phrase, but she always uses the phrase,
shoot the cat. Like, instead of swearing, like, especially around my kids or things, I'll be like, shoot the cat. I'll say
the
that
dog
instead
probably
of saying.
survives. The cat's dead.
You never.
Oh, boy.
I know.
Yeah, I mean.
And then now
lesser of two
PETA's coming
evils.
after
I
me.
mean, the dog will be fine.
But I had never heard the
Jeez.
kick the dog before. That was a new saying.
That
to
whole
me.
that whole interaction was awkward.
Yeah, it was a little
like
weird.
He was trying to be fun. Those helmets.
Yeah.
Kick the dog. If you're traveling through Detroit Metro Airport this month, be aware that the tram, obviously that can quickly take passengers between gates in the McNamara terminal, is down for maintenance.
Oh,
it's
no.
not there. So you will have to trek the mile-long concourse on your own. Just be aware of that, so plan accordingly. The tram is expected to return to service on Monday, September 29th. Of course, there is still the moving walkways, and there is wheelchair assistance, but that is not, you cannot make a reservation for that. It's kind of first come, first serve. So just be aware. Finally, can I do one more quick?
yeah.
There's a 48-year-old woman who was arrested in Florida after allegedly battering a man with silly string.
What?
I don't know exactly what led to this confrontation, but apparently there was one. She began spraying this man with silly string, emptied the can. It wasn't really the string that
She
did it.
opened up a can.
She did. And then she threw the can, which is the bigger problem. It hit him in the forehead. It
ow.
caused a gash. And
An empty can.
she's been charged with battery. We don't know anything about this woman except that her phone number is linked to an escort service. So
Was she hot?
Oh.
Is there a picture?
Battered
That's
with
the
silly
news.
string. Can't you just run away? Or put your hand up?
Move.
Move to the side.
You can't get me.
You couldn't just take the can from her?
Apparently not.
Evidently not. All right, Heather
This
with
is
the
starting to
news.
escalate.
Those damn escorts.
Yeah, TJ? We'll get some thoughts from Lions fans to wrap the show next.
Speaking of
97.1.
experience.
Yeah, no experience with that either.
John, what are you going to tell
Read
them about?
something.
FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you're going to unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines. Whatever your style, FanDuel's got you covered. The NFL season is here. In fact, we're done with week 3 already. The only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to download the FanDuel app today and get started. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Was a spanking. Rico on social media calling it maybe the most impressive and most complete games he's ever seen the Lions play. So if you thought there was going to be some kind of discrediting, I think they're going to get their flowers later today. And you have to.
Yeah.
Let's get to the phones. All right. 248-539-9797. Hear from the people on this one. Let's go, John in Detroit. John, good morning.
Morning. Hey, man, I don't want to repeat everything anybody else said today because it's all been said. Except I think the game-changing play of the game, and he should have got a game ball, was Bates. He made a game-changing tackle that probably changed the whole outlook of the game up to that point, and I haven't heard anybody mention that yet.
What was the score at the time? You remember?
14-7.
Okay.
Yeah, and it did. It saved a
Yeah.
touchdown, most likely.
Yeah,
that's
and a
the
huge
same-
momentum
that's-
swing.
Yeah, and that's the same drive.
It was
that,
a huge
Lions got
momentum
the goal
swing,
line
and
stop
nobody's
on.
even mentioned it today. He should have got a game ball, in my opinion.
I'm sure he will. But yeah, I'm with you. I think that was, if they return a kick in response to that drive that the Lions went on, 98.5 yards, and then all of a sudden they return that kick for a touchdown, any momentum you had is gone.
It's a great point because instead you get the momentum of your drive, and then Baltimore stalls out of the goal line all back-to-back in that second quarter.
Yeah, maybe if he hit that. Did that 67-yarder look like it had the distance? It did from our view, but we were at like the complete opposite side of the field.
So they didn't really show it.
Oh, they didn't?
No,
Okay.
all they showed was it was wide left.
Yeah.
But from the angles that they showed, I can't say for sure, but it looked like it had the distance.
I thought it did just from my angle because the returner didn't have a chance
to return
it.
Yeah.
Right, which means it was probably 3, 4,
Close.
5 yards out of the end zone.
Yeah.
But yeah, just missed it. Maybe a couple yards wide left.
Yeah. And you were probably
Had a
saying
leg,
the
though.
same thing. It would have been awesome for him to make that, especially against Baltimore, since they set the record against us at Ford Field.
Yeah. Nice karma.
But as soon as they're lining up, and I'm doing the math, I'm like at 67 yards. Ooh, you better cover,
right?
Because that's not something that PAT field goal team is designed to do.
Track down the ball and
kick cover.
And 8 offensive linemen and
a long
a
snapper
holder,
and a
kicker and a snapper. Yeah, not designed to go cover
No,
receivers and
because
return
if
guys.
they
in
return
space.
it, that guy, whoever, I don't know who they had back there, but he's going to get 30 yards of a head of steam to survey where everybody is covering, and now you're hoping that you got somebody that can make a tackle.
Bates would have had to make a second big tackle.
Could have.
Marty, you were at the game. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, fellas. Yeah, my dad came down. We just moved down here to Maryland. And to TJ's point, I mean, the Ravens really went above and beyond to make this, really in the Ravens' favor. It was electric the entire time. But, John, to your point earlier, I mean, the team from the very start, you can tell that they were unfazed. I mean, it was just unreal. Dan had the team prepared going into the second half. I mean, the momentum was in the Ravens' favor, but just some stats that I picked up on the drive back home last night. Lamar was going into this, he was 11-12 in primetime games, 7-2 or 7-1 for Monday Night Football.
Yeah.
Yep. The Ravens didn't have an opponent take a 90-yard drive against them since the franchise started, and we had 2. And I think Flowers was the leading receiver going into this or after 2 weeks, and he was essentially shut down. So just overall, just couldn't believe it. Great experience, and just happy to be a part of it.
Yeah, thanks, Marty. It was it looked every bit of what Marty was talking about there in regards to, and I was just trying to look at the receiving yards. Flowers had 2 catches for 13 yards on 3 targets.
So we've done a lot of the looking at the numbers. So Derrick Henry had a 29-yard touchdown on the opening drive, and I think he had another run on that drive. From that moment on, he was held to a dozen yards rushing.
Yeah, so on 1 carry, he had 28 yards. That's the touchdown you're talking about. And then he had 11 carries for 22 yards.
Yeah.
In all of his other ones. So
they bottled them up.
They did a nice job.
There's a question of Lamar or Henry, and the answer was, why not both? We'll stop both.
Yeah, and the adjustments, too. And I thought the disguise, and John, I think you might have talked about this, but the disguise where you're showing man, press man coverage, and then pre-snap, and then right as the ball snapped, you kind of drop back into zone. Like, you could tell it was throwing Lamar off. You could tell that he wasn't comfortable, majority of the second half at least, hitting the first guy. I thought that Kelvin Shepard did a really nice job of mixing up the pressures, mixing up the coverage packages. They got burned a couple times in the red zone on man, and it's like, okay, let's start running a little bit of zone, but let's show man and let's slow him down a little bit. And I think that's why you always hear Coach talk about the coverage and the rush, having that marriage and having that match. And when you're able to confuse the opposing quarterback, obviously give your defensive line a little bit more time to be disruptive, man, it looked like it really all came together. I thought, just like we mentioned, the offense coach is making some adjustments in the run game. I thought
Kelvin Shepard's done a great job through 3 games of making some adjustments.
Really good job at whatever it is coming out of halftime and figuring it out and getting his guys in a good spot to go out there and have success.
Carson Anderson coming up next. We have a caller waiting to talk to Gator. Brian in Detroit.
We'll look forward to talking to him in a few minutes. See what Brian's got to say today. All right.
Boys, how'd you feel about that one?
I mean, that was awesome. That was so much fun to watch. It was, from start to finish, it was great. I mean, to have a damn near 11-minute drive is absolutely insane. What's the longest drive you ever did? Can you remember, either one of you guys as offensive linemen, the longest drive you were part of?
Oh, I don't know what the but yeah, I mean, throughout the course of my career, I've had a whole bunch of 8-9 minutes, some 11, 12. I think maybe the most impactful going back to college was the 96 drive. Doug is starting to smile a little bit, in Columbus. Yeah, driving Plymouth. Those were the plays. Yeah, it's the counter play.
I don't remember the yardage or the time. I think I was a part of like a 22-play one time.
Oh, my God.
And you are gassed, man.
Oh, yeah.
I was going to say, what's it got? I mean, obviously the defense is done. But but
they can
like,
sub.
It's not like the offense isn't tired too. I mean, you guys.
But it's very typical. What's coming in. It's you hear all the defensive players complain and blah blah blah, and we always know that
they get
offensive
to pat their
linemen.
head.
Oh, I need a break. Offensive linemen, we just fight through it.
Yeah,
just tougher.
The one time in my career I persuade the quarterback to call a different play. I think we were 18 plays in, and he called a power I was supposed to pull, and I looked at him. I said no. I said, dude, no. I'm like, call inside. It was Aaron. I call inside zone or something. I cannot pull.
You told Aaron Rodgers?
I said no. I literally looked at him and said no. It was like counter left. It's like nope,
not today.
I'm not pulling.
Not right now.
Change the play because I'm not pulling.
Next drive, we're not going to do this.
I was gassed. Legs start feeling like Jello. But that's where you get the energy from when you know you're tired, but you look across the field and you see the other guys are even more tired. You're like, all right, I can dig a little bit deeper. You definitely saw that on both those long drives yesterday.
No, that was a pretty great game from start to finish. I don't want to speak for Doug, but I know he's jacked about it too. It was really great. Obviously,
easy as you guys will be all over the Lions today.
Well, I mean, we got Lions, but we got a playoff series begins tonight, so Tigers can't ignore that. That's a massive game tonight, a massive series.
The baseball season still going on?
It is, John. It is. We got Jared Goff coming up at 12:30, and Red Wings play tonight too.
All right.
Big showdown with the Blackhawks. Can't wait to hear about it. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
We'll start with this. Yesterday here on the show, the guy sitting across from me picked the Lions to defeat the Ravens 38-31. And John Harbaugh ruined your perfect prediction.
Not the first time a Harbaugh has ruined something for me.
By going for 2 there at the end. Well done, my friend.
Thank you.
Well done. Man. Look, I thought they had a chance. I did not think they were going to win, and that turned to a good old-fashioned Monday night primetime Charm City bullying. And I'm so impressed with the Lions. So impressed with the Lions. And there's a lot to discuss out of last night's game.
Well, that was it's a complete effort. You saw offense and defense making plays all over the place. Special teams did okay. But really it was timely plays more than anything else. You gave up 30 points in a game. More times than not, you're going to lose that game. But the Lions have an offense that can outscore almost any team in the league.
Yeah.
Maybe any team in the league. And they showed last night in hostile territory. They're able to do it. I think there were a lot of questions that were answered last night. I think it was a statement game made by the Lions, either to the league, to the fans, to the critics, whatever it is. There were a lot of statements made in that game. And I also found it interesting, just from a strategy standpoint, of how each team was going to attack the other. And watching, it was clear to me that the Ravens made it a point to stop Jahmyr Gibbs. They're like, we're not going to let this guy beat us. Okay, fair enough. There are other weapons, and the Lions are able to unleash everything else, and then they bring in Montgomery, and the Montgomery just ran all over him. And not just because he had the 72-yard run. I mean, he was punishing, getting 7 yards a carry on every other carry aside from the 72-yarder. So that was interesting from a standpoint of, how is Baltimore going to attack the Lions? And then the Lions defense, I mean, you just heard Dan Campbell say it in the update. Yeah, you got to worry about Lamar. You got to worry about Derrick Henry. But he was like Derrick Henry and Zay Flowers. And Zay Flowers was like a non-factor. 2 catches for 13 yards in the game, a complete non-factor. And there you go.
He honestly, he was one of the most targeted receivers in the NFL going in. He had 3 targets. They did a nice job eliminating Zay Flowers. But, so many clutch moments to talk about. And I guess one of the things I really want to get into with the people is, there's 2 things that I really want. What's the most important thing moving forward that you took out of last night? And then what's your favorite moment, the best moment of the game? Because there's a bunch to talk about. But there's sort of the micro, which is what's your favorite moment of that game, and the macro, which is what is the most important thing moving forward? What have they shown that they can do? And we've got answers, and we, of course, want yours at 248-539-9797. You heard the end of the morning. Oh, and Jared Goff is going to join us today at 12:30. TJ came in, said he had about an hour and a half of sleep. So obviously Jared's on the same flight. So he's going to sleep a little bit too. And he had the option of doing it tomorrow. He said he wanted to do it today. So 12:30, we'll talk with Jared Goff. 248-539-9797. As you heard near the end of the morning show, our old friend Brian was waiting on hold to talk to us. He's been patient. And Brian, good morning. How are you?
Man, you have every right to stick your chest out. Man, them guys went in there, and I called and jumped on you last week thinking beating the Bears was nothing. Man, they put on the show yesterday. And I don't even like the Lions. That drive showed it. They're one of the top 3 teams in the league. I was very impressive. Gator, you have every right to stick your chest out and walk around the building like you the man. They are a very impressive team, and I was totally wrong. And calling and hollering at you, man, my bad. You are absolutely right.
It's all right,
the Lions got something going there.
Thank you,
They
Brian.
got something going there.
Yeah, they looked great last night. It was everything, the pass rush, the offensive line, Jared Goff looked great. It's 2 straight games he hasn't been sacked. That's impressive in the NFL to hold teams to hold defenses off the quarterback for 2 straight weeks.
Gator, I thought the Bears were just some clowns. It ain't that they are clowns, but the Lions, they might have the best offense in the league. I thought it was Baltimore, but the Lions, man,
Eddie, you were right, brother. I'm a down the sword. You are absolutely right. You
That's all
enjoy your day, brother. That was a great call.
Brian,
Take
don't
care of
change.
yourself.
No, we have no problem with it, Brian. I would love to hear you yell at yourself the way you yell at us.
Take care, fellas.
Got me a mid-sip on that one. Look out.
Kid almost spit up Celsius all over the keyboard. Yeah, I mean, look, it was really impressive. And, there's so much to take from this game. I almost don't want to answer our questions and just let people answer them and say, yeah, that's mine. Because there's a favorite moment from last night and then the most important thing moving forward. And there's a lot to choose from. But, you said, did they send a message? It really, I don't know if they went in saying, here's our goal, send a message to the NFL. But a message was sent to the NFL last night. And man, does that Green Bay game from a couple of weeks ago seem like a long time ago. Especially when think about what happened this weekend. The Packers lost to Cleveland.
Yep.
They completely, they kind of peed away the game. Cleveland didn't do anything. Cleveland was down 10-0 with like 4 minutes to go and managed to win.
Packers didn't do anything either.
Packers didn't do anything. Packers didn't do it. So the Packers take an L, an unexpected L. The Bears, who the Lions beat down, annihilated Dallas.
Yeah.
Which makes the Lions win over the Bears look a little bit more credible. And then this. The Ravens.
They left out Minnesota.
Well, Lions haven't interacted with Minnesota.
No, but they're in the division.
There's no like relevant comparison to make yet. That's why I left them out. But I guess in the case of the Ravens had almost taken on a mythical status here in Detroit because of the way they annihilated the Lions in the middle of all this. And Lamar Jackson's like a cheat code. Derrick Henry looks like he's built in a lab. And you've got how do you stop them?
He's got a fatal flaw, apparently.
Well, that Lions
games
defense,
in a row.
The Lions defense, hats off.
They did a great job.
And so much. Again, I want to save it to let everybody because the messages and what is the best part about last night and what's most important moving forward. There's a lot to choose from. So here's the best part. Jared Goff joins us at 12:30, but we talk to you next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
It's great to see that our teams in the D are back to their winning ways. It's just like this Sarah Chevrolet Southfield team. They're awesome. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, they make sure that the customers win on every deal. And right now, the deals are unbeatable. Starting with employee pricing for everyone on every EV in stock. You get a Blazer EV all-wheel drive for just $199 a month and zero down. How about an Equinox EV? Only $199 a month with zero down. How about a 2026 Chevy Equinox gas? Only $299 a month. There's no games, no gimmicks. It's just great winning deals for the customers. Need more money for your trade-in? Well, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. They treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent. We're talking big money, huge money for your trade, up to $2,000 more. And if you're paying too much for service only to feel like you're in the cheap seats, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will have you feeling like you're sitting on the 50-yard line. Service is open every Saturday. Free loaner vehicles available. No appointments necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at 696 and Telegraph, or go to sarahchevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Let's get right to the people. 248-539-9797. Charles in Farmington Hills. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Charles.
Charles,
are you there?
Chuck.
Charles. We'll circle back to Charles. What do we got here? No, this board's frozen.
Want me to try it over here?
You can. Can you get him on hold?
Let me see if we can put Charles on hold. Oh, that's...
This is completely frozen. Oh, Charles is gone. Sorry, Charles. Dan, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Dan.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, Dan?
Great morning.
It is.
Hey, Jake Bates. Jake Bates saved that game. If you think about it, it wasn't just the block. He scored 8 points. What was that score? 38-30. He won that game for us. Love that guy.
Yeah. You meant it wasn't just the tackle. The tackle was awesome. And eventually set up the goal line stand, right? It was he made the tackle before the goal line stand.
And he's so unsung. We talk about all the big guys, but putting him, I mean, you're talking about a running back he's run up against. Would you like to put him up against Saquon Barkley? Would you like to put him up against Jahmyr Gibbs? I mean, any of these running backs, these guys are built like trucks, man. He took that guy down. You got to give it to him.
I believe it was a receiver, but nonetheless, it was still a pretty big moment in the game. Jake Bates was awesome.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Dan. 248-539-9797. Rod is next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Rod.
Oh, it's Ron. It's me.
Hi, Ron. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, guys. Big win. Congrats to Gator for nailing it yesterday. I got to say, though, I've been saying all offseason, we got to lock up our star edge rusher, El-Quadin Muhammad, and we keep not doing it. I hope we learned our lesson. Somebody's going to pounce on this guy. We got to lock him up.
2 quarterback sacks last night. He also had a huge tackle on the last possession when Lamar was getting loose. He was across the line of scrimmage, so it wasn't a sack. It takes us back a couple weeks when the morning show asked Dan Campbell about getting another edge rusher, and he said, we're good. And it was hard to believe. Then Davenport goes down with an injury. We talked yesterday that one of the big things to watch in this game is they have shown so much faith and belief and outward public love for El-Quadin Muhammad, who's had a bit of a circuitous path throughout his career, ups and downs, let's just say. And he's landed here in Detroit, and it seems like Detroit's bringing out the best in him. So, huge game for El-Quadin Muhammad.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, Aiden's movement on the other side does a lot for that, too. I thought he had a great game, too. But, I mean, hopefully El-Quadin Muhammad's good. And, I don't know, is the guy who got injured, I can't remember the other.
Marcus Davenport.
Is he out long term? I forget.
They had to put him on IR, so he's going to miss the next 4 weeks at least.
Oh, okay.
They haven't set a timetable of when he can come back, but that's how IR works. So probably not till November.
All right, but I mean, if you can sack Lamar, what was it, 7 times? I feel like you got an edge rush, and I know wasn't it just everybody was talking about how we got no rush, and that was pretty beautiful yesterday.
They dialed it up late in the second half. It was fun to watch because they did get pressure when it was just 4 guys rushing. And then Kelvin Shepard decided to unleash hell. There was the 6th drive for Baltimore in the second half in my notes here. So this is their last drive. And unfortunately ended up in a touchdown because of a ridiculous 3rd and 26 conversion.
Right.
But the first note I have is the first couple notes here. Baltimore starts at the 35-yard line. Incomplete pass. Then sack by everyone.
Right. Right.
3rd and 26, then unfortunately the missed tackles. But it was that kind of pressure was just fun to watch. It was like everybody run to your seats. It's general admission floor seating, and get after the quarterback.
Meet you at the quarterback?
Yeah. And they had, I think, 4 sacks in the last 3 drives. They just kept coming after him in different ways. And I thought it was so smart, and because the way that the defensive linemen run, and we talked about it yesterday, you can't give up on a play. If you get past the quarterback, don't give up. Turn around, circle back, because chances are he's still going to be scrambling, and he's going to do some left to right stuff, allowing you to make up that distance. And that's what would happen. You'd have the defensive lineman force pressure. He'd come out of the pocket. The linebacker would come up. Lamar would focus on the linebacker. Do I go left? Do I go right? Try to juke. And the next thing you know, he's getting swallowed up by the defensive line again because they didn't quit.
It's the most times, ties the most he's been sacked in a game in his career. 248-539-9797.
And the first time in forever that the Ravens haven't had a sack in a game.
Yeah. I heard the morning show that I was driving in. Some guy called up and said, yeah, Goff, I mean, if you touch him, he goes down. And what if those two defensive players, Van Noy and whatever, were in there, and Van Noy and Matabuike, and like, if you touch him, he goes down. You can't possibly be using this game to make that observation in a game where he did not get sacked. 248-539-9797. Sean in West Bloomfield. Hi, Sean.
Boys, I want to give a shout-out today to all these anxiety-ridden Detroiters that were convinced that the schedule was so difficult, we're going to lose all these road games, we can't beat these teams. How are we feeling today, huh?
You know what, Sean? It is a brutal schedule for all the teams the Lions are playing coming up.
For everybody else?
Yeah. They got to play the Lions.
I think they're scared of us, aren't they? And look at how much it's softened. Some of these teams lost their quarterback. Some of these teams are not, I mean, we got the Eagles and the Rams looming, but I'll bet you they're a little more scared of us than we are of them now, huh?
I would think so. I mean, if you list the quality of victories this year, I mean, Green Bay's victory over Detroit was quality, and this was quality. Like, these might be the two most impressive wins of the year. Now, we're trying to figure out who Baltimore is. It might turn out that Baltimore can't stop anybody. But the most amazing thing was that Detroit had a 2-touchdown lead late in that game over a Ravens offense that they bottled up.
Yeah, someone please tell me again they're going to be a 9-10 win team because of this schedule. I can't wait to hear that again.
It is a tough schedule.
Is tough.
I mean, you got to give it
a couple
its due,
things.
But
Though,
they answered some questions last night. They can beat anybody, but you can also lose to anybody because it's the NFL.
Let me be clear too. When I say bottled up, they did score 30. The 6 came late. They held them to 24 and had a 2-touchdown lead and did about as well as one could be expected to do against their talent. They are very talented. Like, I have a ton of respect for the Baltimore offense. The Baltimore defense might be a mess. They might be a mess. 248-539-9797. Greg in Detroit, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Greg.
Hey, good morning. All is right in the world again. All the naysayers, they didn't even get on the internet last night to talk about how things are going downhill.
Yeah.
It was a great game, but the thing I think I wanted to point out was the offense and defensive line domination against perhaps one out of the top 3 teams in football. And the Lions really took it to them. The line of scrimmage was shifting on offense and defense towards where the Lions were bullying them around. And the funny part was how bad they were talking about Rutledge and Mahogany wasn't doing what they should be doing. And I really, they got my kudos, not just from last game, but this game as well, because it was a better grade of the team than Chicago.
I tell you what.
Although, like you said, any team can beat any team any given week.
If you have a chance to go back and watch the game, and with some of those slow motion replays they show, and they're not talking about the guys, but watch Tate Ratledge absolutely own and destroy the interior of the Baltimore defensive line. Tate Ratledge was a freaking beast. Christian Mahogany was a beast. Glasgow did a great job. The offensive line just moved those guys all over the place. I was really impressed with Ratledge in particular. It looked like Ratledge just steamrolled one guy almost all the way to the sideline.
Troy Aikman's quote was, "You can stop talking about the young guards." Yeah. He said that during the game. And to have this feeling about the interior of the offensive line, and quite frankly, that's my number one takeaway moving forward, is the interior of the offensive line just might be okay. And
better than okay.
Yeah. What a potentially great job. This looks like they did a great job of replenishing the talent with a 6th-round pick and a 2nd-round pick and a veteran, and a great job at bringing those guys up to leveling them up quickly, because Green Bay was a mess. We all saw it. There's no doubt about it. But communication. I think the communication's better. They did it at home. Let's see them do it on the road. Wow, they did it on the road.
They followed up a 500-yard performance and 52 points at home with a 426-yard offensive performance and 38 points on the road. That was special.
They averaged 5.9 yards per carry, and their quarterback didn't get sacked. And we'll talk to the quarterback today at 12:30. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. Michigan Auto Law has taught over 300 truck accident legal seminars in 26 states. They have the only Michigan lawyer voted into the Truck Accident Lawyer Hall of Fame. They also have the largest auto accident settlement of a lawyer law firm in Michigan. There's a lot there. Check them out online. They are the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. There he is, the great Dan Miller on the call. Lions going to Baltimore and beat them 38-30. So much alike. What was your favorite moment of last night's game, and what's the biggest thing that they have proven moving forward? 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Jackson is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jackson.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
Unfortunately, this doesn't really answer your question of what was my favorite part, because I'm about to ask a question about my least favorite part of the game.
Okay. All right.
But, so I just wanted to point out how the Ravens reacted to that loss last night. I thought it was a little embarrassing, especially Derrick Henry throwing a temper tantrum on the sidelines, Lamar Jackson whining, And I'm pretty sure Derrick Henry just went straight to the locker room, didn't even acknowledge anyone at the end of the game. I thought it was just poor sportsmanship and a little embarrassing for them. Of course, satisfying for us, but I thought the way that they were tackling Jameer, it looked like they were trying to injure him. There's so many blatant missed calls that went in favor of the Ravens, and it overall just left a really bad taste in my mouth. So my question is, do you guys care about the officiating and the way the Ravens held themselves and their attitude? It definitely angered me, but of course we came out the victory, and
I got
a
to
big
tell you,
shout
Jackson,
out to the O-line.
I didn't even once think during the game, wow, they got hosed on a call here or there. I
thought the
maybe
Brian
there was.
Branch call for the low block,
that was okay.
I thought that
may
was
have
a
been
bad call.
Questionable,
But,
sure.
But Jackson, and I mean, even they said on the broadcast, and the rules official said, I don't see a penalty there. So that seems to me like that's their problem. And
Right.
I mean, does it mean that there's a growing discontent or some sort of cultural issue there? I don't know, but I give 0 Fs about how the Ravens conducted themselves after the game. It doesn't matter to me at all. Why would it bother you?
Yeah.
I'm just curious.
I don't know. It's just, I was watching last night and I was just becoming infuriated, like just seeing them just handle themselves so poorly. And of course it was satisfying, but also something about it just left a really bad taste in my mouth.
Interesting.
I guess, I've kind of,
Because I guess
always,
their frustration to me is gratifying.
Right.
I mean, the Lions reduce them to that is gratifying.
It is. I guess maybe this is where I can understand what Jackson's saying is because I saw some stuff after the game, and Lamar Jackson was even talking about how, it wasn't about necessarily the game last night. He said, we've had red flags going up since the beginning of the season. So they're already, frustrated and on high alert, and then they lose the game last night in front of their hometown fans, and the way that they lost, crushing at both ends of the line of scrimmage.
Mm-hmm.
You can see that. And it's like Derrick Henry upset that he fumbled in the third straight game and cost his team, and he's putting it on himself. And it's in a way you could say it's not giving the Lions credit for what they did. It's like, oh, they made all the mistakes.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I don't care.
I don't care at all.
Outside that one call, did you even think about the officiating?
No, the only thing I made note of was the Branch call. They called it a low block when he was taking on a blocker, but it wasn't like he was down low at his knees. But what Branch did, I've seen happen 100 times.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Kim in Linden, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Kim.
Good morning, gentlemen. It's always great to hear you.
Thanks for calling.
I am tooling home from beautiful Baltimore with my wife. I was able to be there last night at M&T Bank, and it was a crazy atmosphere. It's really a blast.
Awesome.
I had never been to an away NFL game before, and my grandson's a huge Ravens fan, and I told him someday I'll get him tickets, and we went and saw his team. Unfortunately for him, they lost. But what I took away was I agree with the guy on the penalties. Someone told me once that penalties should be fairly even in a game because you could call holding on every play. It was like 10-3 on penalties. And the one that bothered me most was a pass interference that was called on a pass by the Ravens down near the goal line. And looked like they were trading shoves going down the sideline there, and the ref throws the flag on us.
Well, I mean, again, I kind of expect throughout the course of the game that you're going to get the benefit of a call and the other team's going to get the benefit of a call or two. It was 8-3, the penalties on Detroit, but I didn't really feel like the refs were out of control bad last night. I don't know. Maybe Gator, did you?
No, not at all. I didn't think they were out of control bad. I think in fact, the note that I made regarding the penalties during the game was that the penalties are costing the Lions. They're making penalties they shouldn't make. There were pre-snap penalties, lining up in the neutral zone. You had illegal shifting. The interference call against Arnold. Yeah, there was some pushback as well from the receiver, but in that situation, if the defensive back has the receiver, they're going to call it. And then they had offsetting calls on the one play that extended drive for Baltimore. But but glad it was. Otherwise, it would have been. I forget what the play. It ended up being. Would have been 1st and goal or something. So, it. I don't think, and I disagree with the premise that penalties should always even out.
I disagree with that as well.
Yeah, I don't think they should always even out. And I think you're going to find times when one team is just egregiously ignoring the rule book, and the other team is just being angelic about it as much as they can.
248-539-9797. Jeff in Detroit, you're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey, Jeff.
Jeff, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. Go ahead. Yep.
So my favorite part was actually, and a lot of people might not agree with me, man, but watching the corners have a good game. Okay, so the first half we struggled, but I want people to realize that Lamar struggled because a lot of those sacks in the second half were coverage sacks.
Amen. You are exactly. I wondered if this would come up today from a caller.
DJ Reed covered the crap out of Zay. He locked him up. He was null and void, and Lamar thrives on getting out of the pocket and throwing the ball. And I know Terrion had a pass interference earlier, but dude, they locked them boys up, and he didn't have nowhere to throw the ball to, and that's why we was able to get off like we got off in the second half.
Jeff, it is such an astute observation, and I want to see the all 22 on this one because Lamar was looking downfield, first read, second read. I got to bail out of here. I'm running out of time. And it was a real credit to the Lions secondary, and I know that Terrion Arnold takes a beating, but he's still in game 3 of his second season, but he was part of that too, and I think it's a very astute observation.
Get them boys some love, man.
Yep.
Yeah, I think there's certain some plays that they missed, but there were more plays that they covered, and it looked good. When you consider that he threw 27 passes in the game, but he was sacked another 7, so that's 34 attempts. And then you've also got probably 3 or 4 of the runs were because he scrambled and was trying to get positive yards. So you're talking like 37 pass attempts in a game, and he completed 21 passes, and I think only 9 of them were to wide receivers.
Is that right?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Well, because he threw the tight ends, and he threw 6 to Mark Andrews. He had 2 to Charlie Kohler. These are passes that were caught. Justice Hill caught 3 passes, and Derrick Henry caught a pass. Yeah.
Wow. That's a hell of a job by the secondary. And he's right. Those sacks, there were coverage sacks, a lot of them. And that, it goes down in the books as a big check plus for an edge rusher or a defensive lineman or choose your Nowaski.
Right.
Dude,
the Nowaski play was incredible.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them, and the depth guys really stepped up. Let's go to Will next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Will.
Yeah, good morning. Wow, what a game.
What a game.
I'll tell you, Barry Sanders was my favorite running back, but Sonic and Knuckles, they're catching up to Barry Sanders, okay? So I would like to say, do we have Champ and Chump anymore?
We did it yesterday.
On Mondays, yeah.
It's posted on our website, 971theticket.com.
I got you. So Campbell has a mindset of winning, and it's just unbelievable, this guy. He should talk to the Tigers right now to motivate them, okay? Because they need it, okay? They really need it. And I will tell you this. You could tell the mindset because when I saw Jackson and Henry crying all the time, and the Lions are just focused. They're not crying and they're not bitching. Henry was throwing his helmet. That's a different mindset. We have a focused mindset, and we're having fun, and that's how you win. When you're focused and you're having fun. So, I'm just excited. I feel like I've been reborn.
Well, I think we need to do this. I think maybe it might be early in the show to this, and maybe let people enjoy it more, but maybe we need to just relax a little bit. It is the 3rd game of the season.
It is the 3rd game. The seasons are long. Like that, there's a really good chance that that's the best game they will play all year. They'll settle in and win their fair share.
They're going to lose some games. They're going to win games. But it's the 3rd game of the year. I'm very encouraged by what I'm seeing.
Extraordinarily. And yes, and everybody should be.
It's a statement game
but
sure.
The problem is seasons are too long. If the playoffs started next week, I'd feel great about the Lions.
100%.
But their seasons are so long. And I look at I hate to say it, but I look around the league and I watch players dropping like flies. And I'm just like, God, please stay.
Yeah, let's not.
Please stay
let's
healthy.
not
We went through
start
that last year at a record pace. Please don't let it happen again. More of your phone calls and feedback, and Jared Goff at 1230, 97.1.
Hey, I know you see them. They're the red, white, and blue trucks that are everywhere, and they're there for a great reason. Do you know that if your furnace, or I should say, do you know if your furnace or your boiler are ready to fight against the crisp fall air? Well, the team at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they're going to help you stay warm this fall with most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. But don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A-plus rating they have from the Better Business Bureau, or how about some of those 5-star reviews on Google? So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, boiler, or water filtration, or maybe even AC still, while it's still got some nice temperatures here, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. When you were watching that play unfold, are you thinking the same thing I was?
I don't know what you were thinking.
Please,
so.
God, don't fumble. Please pay attention to who's behind you.
I wasn't thinking that.
I was like, don't get the ball knocked out. Please don't
I do have those
out.
feelings at times. Like you can see it coming. Somebody's running up from behind. You don't see him. But I thought he looked up on the screen and knew he was started to try and angle. I think he was looking at the big screen to see where the guys were. But 248-539-9797. Let's go to Joe. You're next. Hi, Joe.
Hey, guys. There were so many big plays on offense that I got to choose a defensive play. The 4th and goal from the 2, where you expect Lamar's going to fake the handoff, scoot around the end for a touchdown because he's been punking us for years now, and then to see him backpedal and see Jack Campbell just shove him. It's like the bully got his comeuppance. We wind up with the ball on the 20. The only bad thing is we'd have probably been better off getting it in on the 2, and we'd have had 3 95-yard drives.
Well, they did, unfortunately, go 3 and out right after that. However, Jack Campbell, that 4th down play was awesome. And because they broke the huddle quickly, sprinted to the line of scrimmage. They're trying to catch a defense misaligned or not accounting for somebody. The ball got snapped. And then it was like floodgates opened up, and here came the Lions, and Lamar Jackson had nowhere to go. And Jack Campbell was just the first one there, but did a great job of keeping him from escaping his. He was right there. He didn't let him escape, and then he eventually knocked the ball out.
Well, he's the guy you want there, right? Because he's a sure-handed tackler, and you feel like when he's got him in a phone booth, Jack Campbell's going to win. Jack Campbell's got that Superman's cape. Right, Doug?
He does. And the thing about it is my takeaway is it looks like we got a lot of guys that are going to be outperforming their contracts. I don't know how we're going to be able to keep everybody because I like our ball club.
Well,
we got to pay as many as we can.
That's the tough part.
Yes, and look, hopefully
when you draft as well as you draft.
Yep. It comes with the price of success. Let's just hope that they can keep this rolling and get to the mountaintop because there's a long way to go. And Jack Campbell, eventually they showed that shot of him with the big bandage and the patchwork face, and he's out there running around like Thanos. I just can't believe how good he is. Actually, I can believe how good he is.
And you know how good Thanos is.
Yeah, I kind of got the sense that he was.
He's evil.
He was pretty.
But tough guy.
He was a tough guy. Yeah. I saw one movie, the last one.
I love that that's what you did. You checked in for the last one.
Hey.
Wait, did you see Endgame or did you see Infinity War?
I saw Endgame.
Okay, yeah. That is.
All I saw was Endgame. Okay, what's the hype all about? Let me just go watch the last one.
Wow, it's a pretty big turnout for a funeral. Who are all these guys?
My kids wanted to go see it, and I'm like, yeah, I'll go with you. I don't see movies. This will be funny.
Oh, it was funny.
Wasn't there like 19 movies before that one or something?
Yeah.
And I saw the 20th.
You just saw the last one.
Hey, I saw enough to know what Jack Campbell plays linebacker.
There you go.
That's how I saw enough. Eddie is next. What's up, Eddie? Eddie, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Calling you guys from sunny California. How are you?
Wow. All right. Wow, it's early for you. Yeah. What's up?
Hey, it's not too early. We're up by 4 anyway. So, hey, listen, this game was the epitome of the press conference from 5 years ago. To the textbook. We walked in there, took a bat, broke their legs, got out. Number one. Number two.
A little bit different than this.
Number two.
Yeah.
David Montgomery is the best free agent signing that this team could have done. He is also the essence of what Dan Campbell said at that press conference. This guy is a workhorse. He was averaging 12 and a half yards a carry. That's insane to think about it.
Well,
I know
if you take away, Eddie, I always hate when people do this. If you take away the big run, but honestly, if you take away the big run, he still averaged 7 yards a carry.
Okay. Hey, take it all away. He's still 7. Number 3 is that we got to, I agree with what you said, Gator, before. We got to temper our expectations, but this is why it's so important, because we went into this offseason with so many questions. This actually now proves to every single person that watched that game yesterday that we can do it the way we've been always doing it. We literally can flip the script on people. If you want us to hit you with a hurricane, you got it. You got Gibbs. You want us to hit us with an earthquake, you got it. Montgomery's coming downhill. It doesn't matter how we play you. You will submit to us, and we will knock you out. That's what we saw yesterday, and that's what I'm most confident about, that we can do it.
Yeah, both sides of the ball were great. And let me ask you this, Doug.
Yeah.
If Ben Johnson was the offensive coordinator last night's game, would you have known any different? Would you
So here's
expect
the
anything
thing.
different?
It's funny you bring that up because, they talked about Ben Johnson, but they also talked about 8 coaches in total that they had to replace. And here we are in week 3, and the Lions have put up one of the more impressive games that they've played in some time. And I mean, I guess going back to last year, it just looked like a continuity. This is a big win.
Yeah.
And Ben Johnson, trick plays. This morning, Dan Graziano on ESPN said something, goes, trick plays are only an offshoot of what they do. Like, they have to be good at what they do to be able to put the trick plays in place. And the New Orleans Saints, back when Dan Campbell was with them, they ran that option play.
I was going to bring that up.
So we can sit here and we can talk about Ben Johnson and the trick plays. Ben Johnson wasn't in New Orleans back when that play was run. It was Dan Campbell.
Oh, was it?
And it's the same play. It's handed off to the receiver who runs the option with the running back, and the Lions did it on 4th down. I can't wait to talk to Goff about this. I can't wait because Goff is on 12:30. I want to know what that play's called, because that play,
they have names for all of them, right?
Yeah,
and that one's been in the playbook for a while.
Yep, and
I think he said afterwards last night, he's like, I don't think we've used that one yet. And then, I saw the video last night of
New Orleans,
doing it.
So maybe, just maybe it is Dan Campbell. I know you've been saying it all along.
Thank you. I just want somebody to acknowledge that I've been saying it's Dan Campbell all the time.
Yeah, I know.
Great. Ben Johnson was great. It's Dan Campbell's offense.
Yep. Johnny
Morton's doing a great job.
Yep.
Is it good to have 90 points in 2 games? Is that okay?
Yep. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Eric in Allen Park. What's up, Eric?
Hey, a couple observations real quick. Number one, 2 game balls I give it to Morton and Kelvin Shepard. I think that on both sides of the ball, the game plan was phenomenal. What's been the biggest bugaboo for our defense in the past?
Getting home on the quarterback outside of Aiden Hutchinson.
Specifically, mobile quarterbacks, escaping, using their legs. The way that they boxed him in was phenomenal. The only criticism I have is the a minute 20 in the first half and just throwing like 4 incompletions or whatever. That's a minor thing now in hindsight. Second thing is Aiden Hutchinson. Speaking of Hutchinson, he's not only getting stronger throughout the season, now that he's getting his legs back, he got stronger throughout the game. He was so active and nonstop in that 4th quarter. It was phenomenal. You mentioned the other thing I was going to say about Goff saying that play is, it's been on the board for a couple of years, and they practice every once in a while, but they haven't run it. So that tells me what you guys were saying. It's not necessarily, Ben Johnson, and also how much is Jared Goff actually? I don't know if he's designing plays, but he is obviously. He is either, saying this is what I want to run or having a lot of say in it, and I think that's the biggest continuity thing. And then the final observation is, hey, guys, you talk about in-game, so I just got to say I love you both 3,000.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the phone call. Look, the thing you said about Aiden, last night I was paying attention because what they said is when Aiden gets double-teamed, somebody else has got to win their one-on-ones, and guys were. That's how it's supposed to work when Aiden Hutchinson gets double-teamed. And when Aiden's opportunity comes, he's got to pounce and make the most of it, and he did.
So the 7 sacks last night, which is the most that Baltimore's given up, 3.5 came from defensive linemen and 3.5 came from linebackers or non-defensive linemen. Evenly dispersed, and that's a mess load of quarterback sacks. Even if it were just 3.5 in the game, you'll take it. But it was 3.5 by the D line. 2.5 obviously from El-Kani Muhammad, and then you had the other one from Hutch. It was just constant pressure really kind of throughout the game, but they dialed it up later in that game, and it was the perfect time to dial it up because Baltimore they were getting kind of desperate, down by 2 scores. They know they're going to have to move the ball downfield quickly, which takes out Derrick Henry, and they can kind of pin their ears back and get after the quarterback. And boy, did they get after the quarterback.
And he said, "I love you 3000" from Avengers Endgame. Look at this. Look at this.
Oh, boy.
We're having a good day.
Oh, boy.
It's Carson Anderson, open lines, 248-539-9797. Jared Goff joined us at 1230, 97.1, The Ticket.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The Lions defensive line having one of its most dominant performances of the Dan Campbell era during last night's 38-30 win on Monday Night Football in Baltimore. They sacked the Ravens 7 times, the most the Ravens have ever allowed in a single game, and through 3 games this season, the Lions have 11 sacks for just the 4th time in franchise history. Defensive tackle DJ Reader gives credit to defensive coordinator Kelvin Shepard. Last night's win is the Lions' first over Baltimore since 2005, and they're now 12-2 make it now in primetime games under Dan Campbell. They now get ready to host the Browns at home on Sunday on a short week. It's the biggest series of the year for the Tigers, 3 games in Cleveland with the Tigers controlling their destiny against the Guardians, 1 game up in the Central. The ace Tarek Skubal looks to snap the 6-game losing streak for Detroit. Gavin Williams starts for Cleveland. That first pitch 6:40, 6:15 pregame show right here on 97.1 The Ticket. And the Red Wings have their preseason opener against the Blackhawks at Little Caesars Arena tonight. You can hear that puck drop at 7 o'clock over on WWJ. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Lions were dialed in last night, weren't they? As they go to Baltimore and beat the Ravens. It really bullied the Ravens. 38-30 was the final, but they had a 2-touchdown lead late. Ravens scored, went for 2. And they went for 2, and I actually just confirmed that John Harbaugh did it because he didn't want your prediction to be correct.
Yeah.
Gator predicted yesterday the Lions would win 38-31. Harbaugh went for 2 to keep that from happening.
Jerk.
Yeah, but we got a text earlier in the show, and I agree. It said, do better, Gator. And, I understand. There is one guy I want to give a shout out to today that I haven't heard anybody bring up. And that is Hank Fraley, the offensive line coach.
Yep.
When their offensive line was bad in the opener against Green Bay, I was like, all right, this is not good, but they do have a really good O-line coach. And the more I thought about it and went back and watched the game, I realized they don't call plays where guys leave players completely unblocked right up the middle, and they don't call plays where they run into each other. So this is all, compared to other things that are correctable, these are some of the easier corrections to make. And Fraley is a well-respected offensive line coach. And boy, I'm glad. Didn't he get offered a OC job in Seattle or somewhere, and he stayed here?
Or they're not. He wasn't offered the job. They wanted to interview him for the OC job.
But whatever. Just pay the man and keep the man, because that O-line, if you had told me after week 1 that they would do this in week 2 and week 3, and the offensive line would look that much better. And there will be ups and downs. Let's be clear. A lot of football to go. But man, to see the offensive line perform the way it did the last 2 weeks after that opener really is something.
It's very impressive. And that's perhaps that's the best thing to come out of the Matt Patricia era. Was it Matt Patricia hired Hank Fraley to come on board?
Wow.
And they kept him on, which was great. Something else, Dan Campbell mentioned this last night, and I brought it up yesterday as a reason why maybe they're going to be better prepared for this game. And I said this was the sneaky cool thing that Brad Holmes did. Was last week they went out and they signed a 3rd quarterback and added him to the practice squad. It was Malik Cunningham, who came from the Ravens and is a dual threat quarterback, a quarterback certainly that has mobility. And they brought him in, and he helped prepare this team to face Lamar Jackson, not only because he's a former Raven, but more importantly because he's got that skill set that they needed to face off. Here's what Dan Campbell had to say about that kind of low-key addition to the team. Sorry, Kenny, I thought. There you go.
I hope the guy doesn't get caught like right away.
No, I don't
like
think
released.
so. I think that this is a guy that they like to have because that's not the last mobile quarterback
they'll play. Yeah. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Mark in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Hi, Mark.
Hey, how you doing? You're right though. The offensive line. I think the offensive line and the defensive line. I went back and watched the tape a little bit. He went with a 5-man line, but then he had a linebacker as a spy. If you go back and watch it, the game plan was brilliant.
Are you talking about the defensive line?
Yeah, defensive line.
Okay.
He went to it looked like a 5-man rush, and then he dropped Anzalone, Barnes, or one of them in the back to watch. To watch him. That's why when he interviewed him last night, so they had a spy. They was so in the running lane that he go to. You got a short. They had a short tackler that could tackle him. They had Jack Campbell, Anzalone, or Barnes back there.
Yes, they did. It was an elite defensive game
The
plan.
game plan was brilliant, but you're right though. The offensive line. I think the question about Mahogany and Ratledge, even though I think they're still going to have their struggles every now and then because they're young players, but yeah, I think they're good. I think they're going to be good in the long run.
You know what? It's amazing to see how far they've come in 3 weeks here. Troy Aikman during the broadcast said, "I think we can stop talking about the Lions guards."
Well, you have to remember they are talented players. Mahogany, he went in the 6th round, but he was a top 90 pick. He was supposed to go in the top 90, and then Ratledge was highly rated. So these are good players. They're going to struggle a little bit, but with good coaching and a good system for them, I think they're going to be all right, if not better, in the long run.
Well, I don't know if they'll be better, but all I know is that they're good enough right now to have Detroit in back-to-back weeks put up 52 against the Bears and 38 against Baltimore. And right now they are the second highest scoring offense in the NFL. After that 13-point performance against Green Bay, boy, have they bounced back. 248-539-9797. Vince is next on 97.1. Hi, Vince.
How you doing today?
What's up?
The one bad thing, the special teams on kickoffs, they got to clean that up. For one thing, there was too many, the returns are kind of far. And as you've seen his kickoffs, he got a penalty on one, gave him the ball at the 40. And there was another kick that actually Baltimore handled. It would have actually went out of bounds, and they would have got the ball again at the 40. But it was a great game to watch. Jared Goff has played that was just a totally great game, except for the special teams on kickoffs. Now, what do you think about that?
So the kickoff thing is getting interesting because everybody's feeling their way through these new rules, and there is teams are starting to kick, and I think Baltimore tried it last night. They're starting to kick low-line drives because hang time doesn't matter anymore. You know, if you had to kick a kickoff, you kick it up high in the air and your coverage unit runs all the way down the field. Well, they're already down there. You kick a low-line drive and make the returner have to field it, have to concentrate and not field it on the run and maybe be moving laterally. And that leads to a lot of kickoffs. I'd have to go back and look what the Lions did. This is the trend, is to kick a low-line drive. The problem with it is twofold. One is it's harder to get it to land between the 20 and the goal line when you kick it low like that. It's like, it's like you usually just use a wedge to pop it up and have it land in that 20-yard area. But these low-line drives mean you're going to have more mistakes. But it also means that if you kick it right, it's harder to field. Guys, they'll fumble it around a little bit, or they'll be moving laterally to field it. And I think everybody's just feeling their way through it, Vince. I'm not too worried about it because I think that teams are starting to figure out how to get the most out of their kickoffs. And the Lions weren't particularly effective last night. And Khalif fielded a punt inside the 5, which probably wasn't ideal. But
tackled at the 3, and then a penalty took it to the 1.5. And all they did
half
was
the distance to the goal.
march down 98 yards for
it's
a touchdown.
It's what set up one of the longest, most impressive drives you could see.
I still can't believe it.
Dude,
There's
we hit
so much about last night's game like that just happened.
We hit the 2-minute warning of the first half in 51 minutes of real time. Now, that's crazy because the last 2 minutes took like 20.
Mm-hmm.
But we got to the 2-minute warning. It was like 9:04. So it was ridiculous how Wasn't that, but it was something like that. I couldn't believe how quick that first half flew by, and it was in large part because of a 12-minute drive. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson. We got some feedback, and we do want to get to it. We do appreciate all of the feedback you're sending in, but we've been packed with phone calls. And Jared Goff joins us today at 12:30 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights is powering up the savings on EVs all month long. Lease a new 2025 Silverado EV courtesy vehicle for just $367 per month for 24 months with zero money down. $367. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount and Costco membership, 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends September 30th. Dan Campbell, after the game, there'll be ups and downs this season, a lot of season to go, but last night was awfully impressive. And it helps, give them, validate that they indeed are more like the team we've seen the last couple of years and the team we saw in the opener against Green Bay, and that's great news. And there are also some things that are trending in the right direction. The interior of the offensive line answered some questions in the last couple of weeks. Hank Fraley, job well done. The two coordinators, they might be up to this job. Speaks a lot to Dan Campbell, like that trick play. That trick play is something that was seen in New Orleans when Dan Campbell was there. Ben Johnson is a really, really, really good offensive coordinator, and that is a loss. But it wasn't all Ben Johnson now, was it? 248-539-9797. Lions still one of the most potent offensive teams in the league. 103 points scored, which is the most in the NFC and second to only the Baltimore Ravens in football. Let's get back to your phone calls. Joshua is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Joshua.
How's it going?
Good. Very good.
I know the offensive and defensive lines were outstanding. Linebackers, Barnes. How do you feel about Terrion Arnold? The first couple drives, there was one drive. He gave up that pass interference in the end zone to Hopkins. How do you think he did? I know he got lost later in the game, but
I think he did okay. And the reason I think he did okay is because the Lions pass rush got home because the guys downfield were doing the job. You don't see it as much when he's covering a guy and Lamar doesn't throw to him. Don't love the big play he gave up and the PI. But look, Terrion Arnold's in game 3 of his second year. He might be, maybe he is the weakest link in the secondary. Somebody's got to be, but I don't think Terrion Arnold is so bad that they're doomed this year. And I think he could still be getting better. But every single time Lamar couldn't find anybody open downfield, it means that the secondary was doing the job. Now, maybe he couldn't see guys, but there were a lot of coverage sacks last night.
right. And that's kind of what I thought. He got lost, just because the defensive line was doing so good. They were getting to Lamar so fast.
Here's the thing,
there was
too.
one drive.
What
where
I just
he
say
gave
about
up.
their offense, too. Their offense is one of the best in the NFL. They had one of the best receivers in Zay Flowers, who didn't hurt him at all. Bateman did. Zay Flowers didn't. You're going to give up some plays.
Yeah.
As a guy in the secondary, you're going to give up some plays.
There was a big play that was given up. Devontae Walker burned Terrion Arnold on one play, but that happened to be the same drive. The Lions then bowed their neck, and stood up to him on first and goal. Derrick Henry stuffed. Second and goal. Derrick Henry stuffed. By Zach Cunningham, by the way.
So there's another depth guy, right?
And they get fourth and goal, and Lamar gets stuffed by Jack Campbell and stripped by Jack, and the Lions take over from their own 20-yard line. I mean, that was kind of a statement, and that was almost like the Lions defense saying to Terrion Arnold, "We got your back. Okay, it's one play, flush it. We're gonna stop these guys here at the goal line," and they did.
I'd like to see him improve. Let me be clear on that, but I don't think that he is going to be an Achilles heel to the point where the Lions are going to lose a bunch of games because of Terrion Arnold.
Well, no. I just thought, in the very beginning, you could almost get the sense that they were going to start picking on Arnold.
And if they
and then
tried
our
to,
defensive line stepped up, like you said.
he stepped up,
right?
Because honestly, it felt like in the second half of that game, Lamar wasn't finding anybody open downfield, and Arnold's a part of that. But hey, man, look, standards are high, expectations are high, and do I think he can get better? I do. I mean, he's still so early in his career. Zach Cunningham played 2 snaps.
Is that it?
Yeah. Zach Cunningham was a guy that you and I, when he was coming out of Vanderbilt, wanted the Lions to draft.
Loved him.
So was David Montgomery. But anyway, they ended up eventually got him. He only played 2 snaps. But he's you need guys down the roster have to make plays. That's why we always say it when Cuts and they sign the practice squad, get to know your practice squad, because guess what?
Well, you can make an impact. And clearly Zach Cunningham made an impact with that play. Sione Vaki, unfortunately, hurt his groin, but made his impact felt on special teams. Absolutely crushed somebody on a return. Hopefully he's not going to be out long term, but didn't return to the game.
Big hit.
Big hit.
Melanie in Southfield is next. Hello, Melanie.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Mel.
Hi. I thought that the Lions set themselves up for the win in the first half with the time of possession. I mean, I just looked it up. It was 20-10. So not only are you keeping Baltimore off the field, but you're also wearing down their defense. That 11-minute drive, I mean, I'm sure you guys watch as much football as I do. 11-minute drives are like kind of almost unheard of in football. Like that is so hard to do.
You know what that is? That's an Army drive.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a service academy drive is what the Lions did, except the Lions mixed up with some passes in there. The service academies just run it.
Yeah, no, it was like run, pass, run, pass, run, pass. I mean, it was like, it was incredible.
Goff was locked in with Sam Laporta on those third downs.
Yeah,
Yep.
amazing.
Yep.
All right, thanks, guys.
Hey, appreciate it, Melanie. 248-539-9797. I promised some feedback. Here it is coming in. Mark in Grand Rapids said the most important thing moving forward, it is Dan Campbell. Most impressive thing, if you put a spy on Lamar, it works. It can. I mean, you have to have the players to execute it. Favorite moment without question was the fourth down stop on the goal line. Wish they could have capitalized after that, but that showed me the defense can be a force. Yeah, I mean, first and goal from the 3 with Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. I'm like, they stopped him on first down. I'm like, well, that was cool that they stopped him on first down, but now it's second and goal from the 1.
Yeah, and the Lions get the ball. They stop them. They had the ball in their own 20, 1:24, 3 timeouts left, and
that was probably the low
in the foot with an illegal contact play, and then no gains on pass plays. Then they have to play defense again.
Larry in Livonia writes in, the most important thing I took from yesterday, the Lions aren't afraid to play anyone, anywhere in the NFL, and going forward, please stay healthy. Yep. Rick in St. Clair says, Jake Bates manning up and stopping the touchdown. They don't get it on 4 downs of the goal line. Yeah, it was Bates right before that.
Nice tackle he made.
Yep.
I tell you, the only thing that would have made this game sweeter is if he nailed that 67-yard field goal. Because the guy who holds the record, kicking at 66 yards, was Justin Tucker, who kicked for the Ravens and kicked that against the Lions.
Yeah, it would have been cool.
And a play that never should have happened because that was when the whole play clock was winding down and they ignore that. Should have been a penalty. Regardless. But that would have been the sweetest revenge. Added that cherry on top if Jake Bates then becomes the NFL all-time record holder with the field goal distance.
Scott writes in, my biggest takeaway, the Packers, their window is clearly closed. From an unnamed texter, that game easily could have been 42-14. Hang out of some interceptions, get a first down at the end of the half. That erases 14 points from the Ravens. I mean, it could have been, when you're a 4.5-point underdog or wherever it ended up, and you go in and you beat a team the way they did, I'm not complaining about much.
I mean, it was a 2-touchdown game basically, and they gave up the one at the end. They had it bottled up, and then next thing you know, springs free from a tackle and starts taking off.
Can we talk about Shep? Aaron Glenn was a good DC for Campbell. However, Shep did something Glenn couldn't. He stopped Lamar. Yep, Shep might be awesome. Do you guys think there's any way we can get Kelvin Shepard to deliver a pregame speech to the Tigers tonight? That's from Rick. Somebody from the Lions would be good. Yeah,
just bringing in different people.
Have to shout out the linebackers. Anzalone, Campbell, and the other guys played a shutdown game. Absolutely perfect game with no missed tackles. That's from Jack. There was one on Lamar. It's funny you say that. I remember Lamar escaping a guy, and I'm like, damn it. But I'm like, it's Lamar.
Right.
That's what Lamar do.
That's what happens. Kind of thing with this whole thing about who should speak to the Tigers.
Yeah.
It would be kind of funny if they have this closed door meeting before the game, and AJ Hinch turn things over. Here's a guy wanted to say some few words to you, and then Dan Campbell steps in, fires the team up. They're all fired up. He walks out, and AJ says, Dan Campbell says, oh, by the way, somebody else wants to come in, and here comes Jared Goff. Jared Goff says some things you like it. Kelvin Shepard comes in. Aiden Hutchinson comes in. Just bring a whole parade of Lions to come in and fire this damn baseball team up. Let's go.
The baseball team and the football team and the Detroit team support each other. They go to each other's games. I kind of hope that the Tigers had a Monday night game watching party last night in Cleveland.
Goff had his Tiger hat on in the post game. I don't think that was by accident. Let me
Let's
write
go.
that down for Jared and make sure that wasn't by accident.
We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback, and Jared Goff joins us in just about an hour here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Derrick Henry was not happy with himself.
No, he wasn't. And look, that's a forced mistake. You know, that sometimes the other team throws it right to you, or bobbles an exchange or drops a punt. That's a forced fumble. That's in every sense of the word, and that was awesome.
I like Derrick Henry a lot. Yep. I'm a big Derrick Henry fan. I think he's great for the NFL. But I couldn't help but laugh when they showed the clip of him going to the sideline and he slams his helmet into the bench and then slips and falls to the side. And the look on his face, and he's dropping F-bombs. And it's just one of those things. It's a self-inflicted wound by your own just frustration and ire. It reminded me of, remember when Hal McRae was managing, I think it was Kansas City at the time, and he had this.
No.
You don't remember this viral video clip?
No.
Maybe, I don't know if Kenny does either. But Hal McRae went nuts in a post-game press conference and spins around and throws a phone. It like bounces off and hits something. I think broke, put a hole in the drywall or something. But I thought somebody got hit by it. And it was just like one of these things. Your anger is so out of control right now. Mm-hmm. You're going to hurt yourself. And what good is that going to do? But I had to laugh.
248-539-9797. I don't know.
Hal McRae.
What was Hal McRae, the manager of the Royals?
I think he was the manager of the Royals at the time. He did that. I think it was Hal McRae.
Okay, sure. In the early 90s, he was the manager of the Royals. Let's go to Matt on a cell. You're on 97.1 to Ticket. Hi, Matt.
Like yesterday.
Good morning or afternoon or whatever.
Morning still.
Morning. Okay, I'm in a different time zone. So I want to apologize to the Lions because I was one of the people who did not believe in them at the beginning of the season. I had them at 10-7. I didn't think they would beat the Ravens, and they proved me wrong last night, and I'm big enough to admit a mistake. So now I am totally believing in them. I do believe they're going to crush the Chiefs because the Chiefs are playing horrible. The only tough opponents I foresee in the future are the Bills and the Eagles. That's it. They're going to crush the Browns this week.
Well, the Bengals look like they got the Browns this week, and the Browns have a good defense, and I'm glad it's at home, but the Browns just really did shut down Jordan Love and the Packers. But the Bengals aren't what they don't look like they are the same thing. The Chiefs, they got to win, but I'm not sure if they're the same thing. Buccaneers, I'm glad that game's at home because Baker's a problem. Vikings, that's a game. JJ comes back as a rookie quarterback at the Commanders. I mean, look, at the Eagles, it's still a tough schedule. There will be ups and downs. They will absorb some losses. They'll probably have some bad losses. But at the end of the day, what we know is they're more like the team they've been the last 2 years than the team that played Green Bay. I think that's pretty obvious after 3 weeks.
Yeah, and I'm off of my 10-7 prediction. I'm going to go, I'll say 12 would be the floor. 13 or 14 is the ceiling for me. I have more faith in them now.
You really are chesty. You are chesty as heck this morning, huh?
Hey, man, look, that game they played last night, because I really didn't know if they would be able to beat the Ravens.
Well, there's a mythical quality to the Ravens. I think that it's a team we don't see a lot in Detroit. I mean, we watch them on TV, but we don't see our team play them a lot. They got a quarterback that is a cheat code whose speed goes to 11. They've got a running back that was built in a lab that nobody else has. Nobody has a player like that. They have a reputation defensively, which is no longer probably valid. There's a mythical quality to them, and there's so much respect for Lamar. Outside of, people talk about his postseason record, blah, 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 but so much respect for that guy. And people love a running quarterback, and there's nobody better.
Well, they do, because that's the new NFL. More than half the quarterbacks in the league, it seems, have the ability to run with the football. But and all that's great. Lamar Jackson can flat out throw the ball. Some of those passes were just right on. It was absolutely gorgeous. And at the same time, you're watching a quarterback on the other side, our guy, Jared Goff, who also is making passes that are absolutely incredible. The 4th and 2 pass to Amon-Ra St. Brown, the floater timing pattern down the sideline where he's covered like a glove and just drops it right in for the first down. I mean, that's some serious balls there. To call that and then to throw it and to throw it flawlessly and just complete that play was amazing.
248-539-9797. Let's go to TJ in Belleville. You're on 97.1. Hi, TJ.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. It's been a cloudy and foggy morning, but all I can see is Honolulu blue skies right now. I wanted to give a wanted to give a huge shout out, man, to Kelvin Shepard. Not just for like the play calling, but just having those guys ready, man. Like you can tell they really focused on the details this week at practice. Dan Campbell kind of mentioned it in the post-game interviews. So, man, they completely dominated the edges. They didn't let them get outside. And I think the most important part to the defense last night in regards to Lamar is they didn't take bad pursuit angles. A lot of the times, we take those angles and those guys just, you take a bad angle on Lamar, it's all over for you. We kind of had a little bit of that week one with Jordan Love. So big shout out to Kelvin Shepard for having those guys prepared and ready to go, man. And they really showed up with the man defense and every quarterback spot. Like, it looked phenomenal.
Yeah, TJ, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, I think what they did was they said, we're not going to let Zay Flowers beat us. We're not going to let Derrick Henry beat us. And at the same time, we're going to try to keep Lamar Jackson in the pocket. Now, if that's going to expose us because the tight end is going to be a mismatch, and okay, fair enough, it's going to happen. If other players are going to get the ball and beat us, so be it. But we're taking out their top three playmakers. And that's what they did last night. They took out the top three playmakers, and Baltimore had to find other avenues to move the ball down the field, and they did, to their credit. They moved down the field a little bit. I mean, they did score 30 points in the game. But the game plan for the Lions, that's what it looked like to me, what Kelvin Shepard was going to do, and they succeeded in doing it. And eventually, they were able to just pin their ears back because Baltimore got in a situation where they had to throw the football.
Malik Cunningham, you heard the Dan Campbell soundbite. Wednesday, apparently, in his role, mimicking Lamar, tore the Lions' defense up. Thursday, they did a little bit better. Friday, they did a lot better. That game plan worked to go get that guy. And I hope they don't release him now, but I don't think they will because they'll face other mobile quarterbacks as the year goes on. End of the day, Kelvin Shepard, look, they gave up 30 points. They gave up 30 points. There were big plays in there by Baltimore, and that still feels like a huge win for the defense. And it was 38-24. They got the late touchdown when you're trying to keep them in bounds and have them bleed clock and use their timeouts. And they probably are going to sit there and they nitpick over everything, right? These coaches,
they're not going to be happy giving up a conversion on 3rd and 26.
Yeah,
and nor should they.
That was a play that they had them bottled up, and it was going to be 4th and 12 or whatever, and they gave up that touchdown on that drive. I mean, it felt like it was a 24-point game, but whatever. It doesn't matter. The defense did enough, more than enough, to win that game, and created that turnover was huge. That they created. If the ball's in your hands, we'd like you to catch it. But Brian Branch has proven to have good hands. DJ Reed had his hands on the halfback pass.
Yeah,
that one could have been intercepted as well. On other days, those mistakes may cost you. But look, there's a lot of season to go.
Well, it was a few years ago playing at Ford Field that Lamar torched the Lions at the end of regulation. Mm-hmm. I think it was a 3rd down and forever conversion that they were able to convert when this team was in the early stages of becoming Dan Campbell's team. They learn over the years. They've grown over the years. It's the same core of guys, and it's been fun to watch. Last night was great.
Troy is in Howell and next on 97.1. Hello, Troy.
How you doing?
What's up?
Hey, it's the King of the Kool-Aid Club here, Troy from Howell, tuning in to talk about the incredible performance and the show of grit last night. Calling in not to brag, but want to see if you guys changed your mind on things last time. I was called the King of the Kool-Aid Club.
Well, hold on. I'm sure it wasn't by us.
Yeah, whatever.
Troy, it wasn't. I don't know what somebody else called you. It wasn't us.
Mark my words, Lions Super Bowl blowout.
Okay.
Thanks.
Call the people that called you that.
Sure, yeah. Don't call us. Does this change my prediction on the team at all for the season? No, not at all. I think this is a team that wins a division, and I see 11-6 because I think there's tough games for the rest of the way. I love what I saw last night. What last night shows us is that they're capable of going anywhere and winning a football game.
Yeah, against an exceptionally good opponent. Baltimore's legit. I know Baltimore's 1-2. They're going to be fine.
They will be fine. By the way, I have found the video and I have posted it to at Doug and Gator 971 on Twitter. If you want to see Hal McRae losing it after a post-game press conference.
I think everybody woke up this morning thinking they'd like to see that video.
Now, I just say, when I saw Derrick Henry go to the sideline and slam his helmet and kind of fall down to the side onto the bench, I laughed, and the first thing I thought of was this. So
okay,
you'll have
you
a
can
chance
see
to,
it at Doug Gator 971. You want to check it out. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, let's be honest. Nobody plans for a new roof. I mean, it always seems to come at the worst time, and the cost can feel overwhelming. That's why I want you to know about Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts for more than 30 years. Right now, Shaner is making it easier than ever to protect your home with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Now, that means that you can get the quality roof that you need today without the stress of a big upfront payment. And here's the thing. This isn't some fly-by-night company. Shaner Roofing has a 4.9-star Google rating earned by thousands of satisfied homemakers, or homeowners, I should say, who rave about the professionalism, craftsmanship, and customer care. So, if your roof is leaking, aging, or maybe you're just ready for peace of mind, don't wait. Go to mymichiganroof.com/0. That's mymichiganroof.com/0. Powered by Shaner Roofing, where quality meets affordability.
Talking with Jared Goff today at 12:30. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. What did you like the most last night? And then what is the best thing you've seen as far as moving forward that the Lions are bringing to the table or have proven? 248-539-9797. I think it's the offensive line. And, I mean, Aikman said it during the broadcast last night. We can stop talking about the guards. Then you've got, as far as my favorite moment last night, it's Jack Campbell, all patchwork-faced, big scars. You know there's going to be big-time scars underneath there. He said his lip was split. He's just running around out there making plays, blowing up fourth down plays.
He's a tough SOB, man.
He is. What was your single favorite thing from last night?
It was that 4th and 2 conversion to Amon-Ra St. Brown. I'm watching and I'm saying to myself, okay, before the play happens, would I go for it? And my answer was, of course, because this is what they do. This is what they have to. They've got the lead. This is just what you do anyway. And I thought, what play would you do? Because you could do anything here. Are they going to dare try to run? Because 2 yards is a lot to get. And I swear to God, I was thinking, I'd love to see a play where Amon-Ra comes in in motion and looks like he's going to block down the line of scrimmage and then bounce out, and they just hit it for a quick 3-yard gain for the first down. I did not expect that he would go outside, run down the field, and it's like one of those practice balls you see at the beginning of practice with the receivers or the quarterbacks are just lobbing it to the receiver down the sideline.
Yeah.
I didn't expect to see that play.
It's a tough throw.
It's a tough throw, and he just Goff dropped it in so beautifully. And as soon as it's in the air and you realize St. Brown's got a chance to catch, if he's got a chance, it means it's 99% sure he's going to catch it.
Yep.
He does, and then you just start clapping and fist pounding and everything else. It's like, this is going to happen. This is what makes this team great. They are built differently. The relationship between Jared Goff and Amon-Ra St. Brown is so close. These guys really do know what they're going to do. They are absolutely in sync, and they are the best quarterback-receiver tandem in the National Football League. Lions have a lot of that stuff. They kept saying in the broadcast last night, unsolicited, this is the best running back tandem in the National Football League. Hard to disagree with that. But I don't think there's any question now. That quarterback to that receiver, the best in football.
Let's go to Matt in Grosse Pointe. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Excuse me. Hi, Matt.
Hi, guys. Happy fall, Gator. I don't know about you guys, but I had a little trouble sleeping last night. I couldn't get comfortable. I couldn't sleep on my stomach at all. And so the thing that jumped out at me were numbers last night. 225, 225, 85, 7, 12, 3 for 3, and 0. Because 225 is how many rushing yards we had behind the offense.
Oh,
Matt.
He just crashed into a bad cell.
Wow, that ended quickly.
So,
and I don't think that call was going to end quickly.
Maybe not. No, I don't. It probably wasn't.
We didn't do that. We didn't do that to him. He cut himself off.
Where he's going is the Lions at 224 yards rushing, and Baltimore had 85 yards rushing. There's a big difference there.
7 sacks. He mentioned 7. Right?
7 sacks.
It's quite a riddle now.
And then you got 2 running backs, each had 12 carries, but one had 151 yards and the other one had 50 yards.
And he said 3 for 3. That's Lions on fourth down.
Yeah. So,
I think we got it all.
I think we deciphered.
I think we did. Hey, we did not cut you off, bro. It wasn't us.
We did not. No.
Barry's in Detroit next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Barry.
Hey, how y'all guys doing, man? Great conversation today.
That's fun.
Thanks, Barry.
Can I say 2 things? What do you guys, because you guys are very smart about this, what do you think about this? I was being selfish last night. My brother was going off on me. But I said if our offense would have turned up like just a couple more notches, we stopped them way more times, that score would have been way worse. It would have been the Chicago Bears all over again. If you think about the turnovers we got that we didn't capitalize on, like the 3rd and 5 where Goff threw it into the ground and stuff like that, if we would have scored like a couple more times, I still felt like we was playing to win the game even though we was in control. What do you guys feel like about that?
I feel like they punted 3 times and you feel like they should have scored every possession.
No, we stopped. No, I just feel like we stopped them a whole lot more. Like, the defense was doing good, but I feel like if you're going to play good defense like that, reward them sometimes. Like, we scored when we kind of thought we could, but we didn't know which drive we were going to really score on.
Well, I'll say this. I mean, Barry, I'll say this. Could they have scored more? Sure, they could have scored more, but they scored enough. I don't care. But if in the end, what that does, and it leaves that stuff out there on tape, what it does is it shows that there's still improvement to be made. That's the upside of I guess, not scoring in every drive is you're going to really scrutinize over every play and say, well, we got to get better in this, we got to get better in that. After the game last night, I wasn't thinking, wow, they've got a lot to improve on, but I was thinking, okay, there's some plays that they're going to look at and think about twice. Is Goff going to think about running for that first down or trying to, as opposed to making that, the throw that he couldn't
Barry,
make?
I think you're doing. I mean, you can do however you want. I don't try to compare the Lions to perfection because you're never going to. I mean, you strive for it, of course. But what's important is that you're better than the team across from you, which they were.
Yes.
And that's
the second part. And the second part is the part to that's the reward is imagine saying that and we still won. You get what I'm saying? Like we could have done better and still beat them great. You
That's
get what
fine.
I'm saying? So
I hear you. It's fine. I think one of the things I think that they regret. Look, Doug's rolling his eyes. I think one of the things that they might regret as a team is that when Hutchinson knocked the ball loose from Derrick Henry and they take over at the 20-yard line or 16-yard line, whatever, is they only end up with a field goal out of it. That is something I think that they might regret just a little bit.
I mean, when they got the goal line stand, they went 3 and out and gave Baltimore the ball back pretty quick. But Baltimore's good too.
Yes, 100%.
I mean, honestly, you're.
Look, you know what that does, Doug? It just keeps them humble.
Well, yeah, sure.
That's all.
Right. Let's go to Mike. You're next. Hi, Mike.
You're not buying it.
No.
Gator, happy Victory Tuesday, gents.
Thank you.
Calling from sunny Washington, D.C., where I'm currently stationed. Want to apologize up front. Voice is completely shot from screaming my head off at M&T Bank Stadium last night.
Oh, that's awesome.
I was in Baltimore 2 years ago when we got the brakes beat off us wire to wire. Their fans in that result put me in a catatonic state for like 3 weeks after. It was so distressing. So total catharsis, being able to exercise those demons in person, bully a team like that in that atmosphere. Cannot understate how hostile and definitely loud it was. I want to give a huge shout out to my wife for keeping me in check, reminding me that I wasn't in Ford Field after we went up by 14. Didn't exactly endear myself to Baltimoreans when Montgomery put the game away. Couldn't be more proud of this team. So encouraged to see us reestablish our identity of controlling the line of scrimmage. Last night's not one I'll soon forget. Really looking forward to your guys' chat with Jared. Cheers,
I can't wait. Yeah, no, I'm glad you got to go. I kept thinking. I actually was thinking last night when the game ended. And Scott Van Pelt came on and said, "Welcome to Detroit." Oh, no, wait, Baltimore, because so many of you were there and crowding their set, the ESPN set down on the field, and all the chanting. You could hear the Jared Goff chances and the Let's Go Lions. And we talked to people who were driving down there, making their way down there. And it was, I was jealous as hell that you got to do that, but it's awesome. Absolutely awesome. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Let's go to Jake next. Hi, Jake.
Hi, yeah.
What's up?
Going off on the fourth down play that Gator mentioned, I think one thing that's important to note is Amon-Ra didn't even need to make the catch. He, as soon as he got off the line, he drew, the holding penalty.
Yep.
And would give us the first down no matter what. And I'm glad he did because that obviously get better yardage. But to me, it sort of speaks to how well Dan Campbell knows his guys. It's like he went to Amon-Ra and said, look, you're either going to get wide open or they're going to have to hold you to stop you. Either way, we're getting this first down. So I really do think that's why that's my favorite play of the game.
I mean, I don't know if he said that to him directly, but it's as soon as he got when he went into the line of scrimmage and came out the other side, I saw him get grabbed, and I thought, well, that's a hold. But they still completed the pass. When they said there's a flag on the play, I'm like, it's a holding on Baltimore, and sure enough, that's what it was. So, yeah, it was a hell of an well executed play, and we will get into it with great detail with Jared Goff coming up today at 12:30 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Founders Brewing. Call it a victory Tuesday and one of the biggest wins of the Dan Campbell era. Lions beat the Ravens 38-30 on Monday Night Football, their first win over Baltimore since 2005. The Lions dominating both lines of scrimmage, 7 sacks and 2 forced fumbles for the defense. On offense, 224 yards on the ground, 4 touchdowns, and that O-line kept Jared Goff clean with no sacks allowed. Head coach Dan Campbell at the podium after the win. Campbell is now 12-2 in primetime games as head coach of the Lions, and next up for them, the Browns at Ford Field on Sunday. The Tigers begin their biggest series of the year tonight in Cleveland, controlling their own destiny in the Central. They're a game up on the Guardians. Tarek Skubal gets the start for them. Gavin Williams for Cleveland. First pitch at 6:40. The pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. And it's the preseason opener for the Red Wings downtown. They're playing the Blackhawks at Little Caesars Arena tonight. You can hear that puck drop at 7 o'clock over on WWJ. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Carson Anderson, 97.1. Jared Goff joins us at 12:30. What a huge win last night for the Detroit Lions as they go into Baltimore, and they really bullied Baltimore. It was rather gratifying to see and frustrated the hell out of the Ravens. There were so many clutch moments in this game. We're asking people, what was your personal favorite? And what is the biggest thing to take from this game moving forward? And again, we'll talk to the quarterback today at 12:30. Right back to the people. Bob is in Ann Arbor, and he is next. Hi, Bob.
Good morning, Doug. As you know, I see over 100. We see over 100 of these Tiger games a year, and so I am fully aware it's just one game out of 162, and you win tons of games and you lose tons of games. But as I drive to Cleveland right now, I feel like I'm driving to the 7th game of the World Series. I don't think it's a gross exaggeration to say that a win tonight makes them about 75% to get into the playoffs, and a loss tonight makes them about 25% to get into the playoffs.
Is that a gross over-exaggeration? We're prone to calling out listeners. We do it when they do grossly over-exaggerate. I'm not sure you're doing that right now. I think you might be right. This feels like a huge game.
Yeah, I think Scuba will pitch a good game. He almost always does. Can the Tigers get 3 or 4 runs? I have no idea.
I mean, that's the thing. It's like you expect he'll pitch well. Will he pitch great? And do they need him to pitch great? Does this need to be a game where AJ Hinch sees he's thrown 95 pitches through 6 innings? Are you going to let him pitch the 7th inning because it's a tight game? Or if you're into 7th inning, do you let him pitch into the 8th inning? Like, is there going to be, what will be the limit tonight based on the scenario that we could see unfold? I mean, hopefully it doesn't even matter. The Tigers have like a 5-run lead, but it's probably not going to be that way.
I know there's been criticism at times about pulling Scuba a little early, but from my eye test, when he gets that past about 90, I think more often than not he's not quite the same pitcher.
Well, he might, even if he's not, he might be better than anybody they'd pull out of the bullpen, depending on where they are in the game. But
he certainly can still throw hard. The 100 pitches into the game, he can throw 100 miles an hour still.
I'm not one that gives up on stuff, but if they don't win tonight, go win the damn game. Darren is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Darren.
Hey, guys. Originally from Northville, Michigan. Been out of state for since the 1980s. I'm in Florida now.
Okay.
To my eyes, Derek Barnes seems to be playing real well. I was wondering what the folks in the D are thinking about him. I know he got the extension this year. What's your guys' thoughts on him?
Loved his performance last night, and probably in the big picture, probably an undervalued loss last year. I don't know if we realized how much
hurt.
when he got hurt, how much that would cost this team. But yeah, he was really good last night.
All right, great. Yeah, I hope the guy keeps going up. And I'll say this, until I'm interviewed, he's a handsome, handsome man.
Who's that?
Barnes.
Barnes? Okay.
You know, interesting comment.
Yeah.
After the win over Chicago, I'm in the locker room afterwards, after the people spoken at the podium go in there, and the only one left speaking was Derek Barnes. He has a tiny, tiny waist.
Like he's
like, I mean, it is he is a specimen. Like it's just
that
this
V shape
that shoots out because he's upper body and lower body, and he has the tiniest waist. It's strange.
Interesting observation.
And yet, you know, he's this hulking 6'2", 250-pound linebacker out there, and I'm glad he's making plays again.
Let's go to Tony next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tony.
Hey, how's it going, y'all?
Great.
All right, so last night going into halftime, we got that goal line stop at a minute 24, and that next minute when it's worse as it possibly could for the Lions, they got off the field quick. Baltimore go back down to get a touchdown. We get 24 seconds. We miss a long field goal. Then they come right back out and score again. So I felt like that was a pivotal point in the game where Baltimore seized momentum, but we was able to put together a 60-yard drive and go back and get a touchdown. I feel like those moments like that where they can, just put a lid on the momentum that the other team got, I feel like that was crucial, and it could have really got out of hand after such a momentum swing and play down there at the goal line.
No, I don't disagree. Look, I mean, Baltimore's good too. They're going to make some plays. It's not going to be easy. You know, the Lions, it was a 21-14 Baltimore at that time. And it felt like that was a time that a lesser mentally strong team might take on water, and it might sink them.
1-3-0. Yeah, 1-3-0 in that stretch. That would have completely shifted the game, and we would have been playing from behind at that point because Baltimore. I mean, they can go score. They can get a field goal. They can do anything with two Hall of Famers in the backfield.
And you know what? They almost went 3-and-out right away. There was a third down play, and Goff found Laporta and got the first down. But that was there was a lot riding on that third down play. I think you're right. I think it's an astute observation, Tony. That's where the game might have hung in the balance, and they did answer.
They
it was a
flew
great
right
answer.
down the field. 7 plays and 60 yards and 338. That's where he had that double pass.
Yep.
It went to St. Brown for 17 yards, and it was just well done.
And then Amon-Ra caught a touchdown, was rather excited in the corner of the end zone, and
as he should have been.
Said some things. 248-539-9797. Tom is next. Hi, Tom.
Hey, guys. First time, long time. Great show always.
Thank you.
Did you guys? My favorite play last night was Monty's long run.
Yeah.
Did you guys notice anything special on that?
Him looking up at the screen?
100%. And he veered left and then stiff armed that guy. That was amazing.
Yeah, I don't know how many more yards he got with that late veer, but he definitely got some more yardage out of that.
Oh, it was like 5 to 7 yards, but it was a smart play.
Yep.
He knew he was being chased, so he looked up.
Yep.
Technology.
All right, guys. Thanks.
Appreciate it. Kang's out sick today, and Kenny is back there all by himself, running the board, sifting through ticket texts, taking the phone calls, answering calls. And I want to give a shout out to Kenny today.
It's war conditions back here, boys.
It is.
Let's go.
You're doing a great job.
Appreciate you.
Yeah. And what were your thoughts last night watching this game?
Super impressive from top to bottom. Was worried about the defense a little bit. Obviously, 30 points is not what you want to see, but at the same time, man, they made the stops when they needed to. It was an incredible team effort top to bottom. I think the biggest thing that I took away, my favorite part about that game, was that 11-minute drive. I mean, when you're able to keep the defense off the field for that long, when you're able to bang up theirs for that long, that's really impressive.
There were so many third downs. I think there were 4 third downs on that drive. I'm going to have to go back and look at them because, again, Goff was completely locked in with Laporta on third downs. The first one was he was thrown out of his own end zone to get it going. And it just down the field, slow and methodical. And, you've told us a couple of weeks ago after the Green Bay game that the offense could do that at Baltimore. Offense, and specifically the O-line, has really come around. Anyway, keep up the good work, Kenny. Let's go to Brian in South Lyon. You're next. Hi, Brian.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
All right, Brian.
First time on.
Thank you.
Yeah, one of the things I noticed last night, and I know we've talked about it in the past, was seeing Gibbs and Montgomery in the backfield together. Seemed like I noticed that a lot last night. Was that just me, or is that rare?
They do it every once in a while, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I saw a couple. They had Jared at center, then they had, I think it was Montgomery right behind him, Porter behind him, and then Gibbs right behind him. So it'd be nice to see more of that.
Yeah, no, Brian, whether or not they keep it up or just break it out on occasion, I always feel like they're up to something and they're setting something up. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I don't know if any of that game plan had to do with who they were playing, but it was just nice to see. I don't recall seeing it as frequently as I thought I did last night.
They ran like a sweep with Gibbs, and Montgomery was out there as a lead blocker, and it didn't really work, but not everything's going to work.
Yeah. But hey, guys, I appreciate you guys. I love listening to you at my lunch hour, and the last thing I got to do now is I have to go look up a picture of Barnes after that last call.
He's apparently a handsome man.
He is a handsome man.
12:30, we talked to Jared Goff, Carson Anderson, 97.1. FanDuel's getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you don't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right, bet $5, and if your bet wins, you unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. So you don't have to bet it on the NFL. You can bet it on college. Go find a massive favorite and just bet them on the money line. You won't get a huge return on your $5, but you will get the $300 in bonus bets. So, football's finally here. The only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download the FanDuel app today and get started. Must be 21 years of age and present in Michigan. The first online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Sometimes these things can be a little tricky to find, so look for the banner at the top that offers you up this reward, and then make sure you opt in when you make your bet. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. We've gotten like 1,000 people on the air today. It's Carson Anderson. Detroit is fired up over this win. And I think we all know it's a long season, a lot of football to be played. And this, a lot can happen between now and the end of the year. And there'll be ups and downs, man. There's going to be tough ones along the way, too. But at the end of the day, it's good to see more validation than what we've seen from the 2023 Detroit Lions and the 2024 Detroit Lions. Well, they're more like that here in 2025 than they were in week 1 after that loss to Green Bay. And look, the Chicago win is one that, even in spite of their struggles, I think most people, in spite of the Lions' struggles, I think most people expected them to win in week 2 against Chicago. And it was easy to somewhat dismiss it, of more of a reflection of who Chicago was. And then Chicago went out and pounded Dallas. And you mix in a Green Bay loss to Cleveland, which was unbelievable. Actually, the way Green Bay lost that game felt like the way like a Jeff Garcia Lions team would lose a game. I mean that sincerely. Like, they had no business losing that game, Green Bay. And they just couldn't put Cleveland away. And then at the end, they started to melt down. And it was
Don't let Joe Flacco get hot. Do not let Joe Flacco get hot.
That's the mistake they made. They let Joe Flacco hang around.
Yeah.
Actually, that's exactly what they did. They let Joe Flacco hang around.
The veteran, KG Wiley veteran there, got the job done.
All right, let's go to Rodney and Warren. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Rodney?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Our
I
pleasure.
just wanted that field goal attempt. I wanted that so much for Jake Bates to take the longest field goal back away from Baltimore when they kicked it against us a few years back at Ford Field. It would have just been like justice served. I mean,
it would have felt like it. It's funny because he's lining up and he's he steps it off and he's standing there on his own 40 and they're kicking a field goal. It's just incredible.
Yeah, I just like how they said, like, you know what, let's give it to him, give him a shot.
Yeah, well, they knew what they were doing. They knew what he was capable of, and he just missed it wide left. I never really saw a good angle if it had enough leg. It looked like it might have.
I think it was just a little bit wide left, but it might have had the distance.
Yeah, I thought it
would have
did.
just dropped right over, but that would have been like sweet redemption.
It would have been something. 248-539-9797. D is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, D.
Hey, guys. Just wanted to say it was really encouraging to see that win, and it was really good to see David Montgomery running the ball. Last year when he got hurt and Gibbs took over, you started hearing grumblings where people were like, oh, we really don't need him, man. I think he kind of was feeling slighted, but it was really good to see him running the ball well. And also, these last 2 weeks, the team has really managed to address every concern that everyone's had, from callers to what you guys were saying on the station and everything about the O-line, the D-line. So it was really encouraging, to see the team put together these wins over the last couple of weeks. The only thing I would say is we definitely still need an edge rusher with Davenport being out. And hopefully Shepard can get Mr. Arnold some help, because he's getting burned bad, but not to shed negative light. It was just something.
So I'm interested what you said there about the edge rusher. Just bringing another guy because Davenport's hurt, but you're not talking about they need to go big now, or are you still talking about needing to go big?
Well, it really depends on. I mean, if you got an opportunity to get somebody big at the trade deadline, then go by all means.
It's intriguing. You
still need depth.
It'll always be good to add. No, it always will be good to add good players to any position, especially if you can get them at the trade deadline on the cheap, relatively speaking, as a rental.
Well,
and it can fit under the cap. We said at the beginning of the year, we don't know what's going to emerge is the biggest need come the trade deadline, because here's what's going to happen between now and the trade deadline. Unfortunately, somebody's going to get hurt. Some starter at some position that's important is going to get hurt. It's just going to happen. And there's about 5 guys that it cannot be one of them.
Correct. And it might be another position altogether, and maybe you'll have to address more than one position. But I think somebody to keep an eye on. We've talked about Cincinnati, obviously, with Joe Burrow being gone for months, that Cincinnati's a team to keep an eye on because of Trey Hendrickson and that whole situation. Here's another team to keep an eye on, the Miami Dolphins. Miami's a bit of a dumpster fire here with what's going on, a lot of infighting and whatnot, and they're just not playing up to their potential. They've got a couple of defensive linemen that might be had for cheap. They signed Judon in the offseason. I think it was just a 1-year deal. A veteran pass rusher, local guy, and a good veteran pass rusher. He doesn't cost much. The other one I think they have is Jalen Phillips, who started off his career with a bang and then has had some injury situations and has not played nearly as well. But he's in the last year of his contract.
Jordan Phillips?
Jalen Phillips, I think. Isn't
Okay.
it Jalen Phillips?
There's a Jordan Phillips. I don't see a Jalen Phillips, but maybe I'm wrong.
No, it's defensive end. Anyway, it's another guy who is at the end of a contract who might be of interest.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a Giants. Could be a team you can pluck somebody from. Everybody knows about Cincinnati. I mean, there's going to be players made available. But the good news is, for now, looks like on the defensive front, they're good. Looks like.
Yeah, Jalen Phillips plays more of a linebacker, outside linebacker type thing.
Yeah, Jordan Phillips is a DT.
Yeah, I'm thinking Jalen.
All right. 248-539-9797. Nolan in Rochester. What's up, Nolan?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Listen, I'm going to be totally honest. I was not expecting last night. I thought it was going to be a lopsided Ravens win. And that's just how I was thinking about it. I got to say, most impressive to me was the defensive line and Muhammad. Totally stepped up. I know they gave up 30 points, but when the time was needed, they stepped up big. I will say, although we did win, I'm not going to get my hopes up that we're going to take the division now. I still have hopes. I was once a fan of this baseball team that was up 15 and a half games, and now they're down to, 1 game. So
I don't know what you're talking about.
I have no idea either, and I really wish I didn't have an idea.
Well, Nolan, that's why we said about 10 times today, there's a lot of season to go. I mean, the Lions were just the best version of themselves, and the Packers were probably just the worst version of themselves.
Yeah, I will say that win last night showed that there's a standard that you got to play up to when you play teams like Baltimore. I know Kansas City is not looking great right now, but when we play them, you're going to have to play up to that standard down the road against Philly, so on and so forth. But great win last night. Super happy with how they played and hoping they can continue that throughout the season. Thanks for the call, guys.
Nolan, thank you. Yeah, I mean, there is no question. It is still September. I hope whatever magic was in the performance last night, they can bottle it and take it to January.
That'd be nice.
Yep.
And we're enjoying this win, celebrating it after beating Baltimore. But the next test is a really good defensive team.
Yep.
Taking on Cleveland. And Cleveland's a butt of a lot of jokes, but they are no joke defensively.
We go to Tony next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Tony.
Hey, what's up? This is Tony, the transplant stuck in Milwaukee. Listen, okay. I was telling everybody in the bar that wanted to hear it with my Barry Sanders Lions jersey on that the Lions were going to win the game. They all kept telling me, there's no way Henry's going to do this and Lamar's going to do that. No, it was crickets when they won the game. But listen, the guy Terry Arnold, he reminds me of Bill Parcells' old statement when he said Elvis Patterson got burnt like toast. That's who he reminds me of. Elvis Patterson. Remember that?
No.
You guys don't remember that?
No, I don't. No. Hey, look, he gave up the big pass early. He gave up the pass interference. He could, the short touchdown pass might have been on him as well. But all of those coverage sacks, he had something to do with as well.
I'm telling you, man, this guy doesn't look good. But we'll talk on the flip side. He's not good. I think it's going to cause problems on the line. We need to put him in nickel packages instead of have him start. But that's just my.
Who do you want to start?
Nickel. I don't know. We got to get somebody.
Yeah, that guy's good. Terran Arnold was he's game 3 of his second year, and I think he's a guy that might get picked on a little bit at this point. He's still young. That's a good offensive team. They're going to make some plays against you. And all of those coverage sacks in the second half when Lamar couldn't find anybody, Arnold was on the field for those. Okay? So it's not I get it. You see the plays where somebody completes a you don't see the play where Lamar had nobody to throw to because Terran Arnold and DJ Reed and Brian Branch were great in coverage. So It's not all terrible. And if he's not, I don't think he's going to be such a liability that he's going to single-handedly become the one player on defense that costs him. He's not that bad. We'll talk with Jared Goff next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Thanks for all your calls this morning. It has been a fun show so far, and it will continue to be a fun show as it's time to talk to the quarterback. Jared, thanks as always for being with us. And I don't know if it was as fun for you to play in as it was for Detroit to watch, because everybody is just fired up this morning. How enjoyable was that?
Oh, it was great, man. It really was. It was a whole lot of fun. It was one of my favorites, I think, since I've been with the Lions. Just going on the road, Monday Night Football. It's a really good team, ruckus environment. Really, really fun to get a win.
3 for 3 on fourth down, and I want to start with the last one, the pass to Amon-Ra. Tell us about that play, what you're looking for, and take us through it from your perspective.
Yeah, we had ran the run off of that play, I don't know, 10, 15 times that game, it seemed. The same run over and over and over, and they were starting to lean on it. They were starting to anticipate that run out of the formation we were in. So that was kind of one we had in our back pocket, kind of waiting for the right opportunity to do it, and there was no better opportunity than right there. So we was down there talking to Dan briefly about it, and we both agreed that was probably the best thing to do. I'm glad they called it.
How tough is that throw?
With him running the route, and all the work we put in, it's really pitch and catch. It really is. Okay. He's as good as they get, and I'm just throwing it out there in front of him, and he goes and does the rest.
I swear, you guys, I don't know what tailor you go to between yourself and Dan Campbell and the coordinators, because it takes some balls to throw a pass like that. I just absolutely love it. It was my favorite play of the game. It was just perfectly thrown right into the bucket. And, that guy is as reliable as it gets. I really think you guys are the best wide receiver quarterback tandem in the NFL.
Is that a question?
No, it's a statement.
It's
a statement.
It's a declaration. And it's just, there's lots of great tandems, but what you guys have going, we talk about it week in and week out, but I don't think I get tired of bringing it up, because it delivers every time. And yet it feels like you've got so many guys like that. The way you connect with Laporta last night was incredible too.
Right. Yeah, no, dude, I think, I'll go with what you guys saying about Saint. Yeah, man, we've got a great rapport. We really do. And he's so, I've said it a million times, he's so smart, he's so tough, he does everything right. As a quarterback, it's a dream to play with a guy like him. And, he catches the ball every time it's thrown to him, it seems. And it's amazing. We just keep building on it. We keep working hard, and it's fun. It really is. And I think it's a testament to all the work we put in. We really do work on it, man. It's not like this stuff just happens, and we work hard on it. And he works hard. He pushes me. I push him. It's all really good things. But then, another guy like Sam, dude, showing up there on third down a few times. I think we had 3 conversions to him, and he's a guy that we continue to want to get more involved. How can we find ways to get him the ball more? He's so dang good. He's good versus man. He's good versus zone. He's good in the run game. He's good off play action. He can kind of do a little bit of everything. And, man, finding ways to get him more involved, it just makes our offense that much better.
Some games and some moments in games are just very satisfying, whether it fits a narrative or crushes one. Was there a moment last night, aside from just winning, that gave you that kind of satisfaction?
I don't know. No, I don't know what the narrative's crushing. And if I sound tired, it's because I am, because I got home so late. But I don't know if I'm looking to crush any narratives. I think it's fun. It's fun to go on the road against a really good team and go win that game and have fun. And I think back 2 weeks ago, the sky was falling. I won't forget about that. Everyone that thought we were done, and certainly we'll remember that for the rest of the year and use that as a little motivation. Going on the road and getting a W at a good place is feels like it counts for 2 W's, so it feels pretty good.
Yeah, the other fourth down, the option play where you hand it off to Amon-Ra, I heard that play's been in the bag. You guys talked about how it came up during the week. What's that play called? And take us through that from your perspective. What you're looking at on the defense before the snap. Yeah, what is it called?
It's called St. Gibbs.
St. Gibbs.
Yeah. And that's just pretty, off of the playoffs of St. Brown, obviously, but St. Gibbs. And it was one we worked on for quite some time. And those two, Saint, you get the ball in his hands, he can kind of do a lot with it. We've done a lot of the pitches with him, and we've worked on that play for a long time, a few years back now, I believe. and just never got called. It was never the right time for it, and that seemed to be the right time, and it came down the pipe, and we were ready for it.
Was Baltimore's strategy defensively, do you think, was it specifically when the game starts just to stop Jahmyr Gibbs? And if it was, how quickly did you recognize that, adjust to it, and what goes on with that conversation that you have with the offensive coordinator trying to make the adjustments?
I don't know if that was their plan. It may have been. I thought they did a good job early on stopping our run game. I thought we got after them pretty good in the second quarter through the second half in the run game and up front, being able to lean on them. And those 2 long drives kind of speak for themselves. And we ran the ball great. We really did. I thought we adjusted well with the type of runs we started calling, and it was great.
The 98.5-yard drive. What were your favorite moments in that epically long drive?
Gosh, probably at the end when our guys are breathing heavy, but then their D-line's breathing even heavier, and you can feel it. You can feel they're leaning on them, and it's a testament to all the work and the training camp and the whole thing. And not saying that those guys over there aren't working hard either, but like it comes to like down to of will. It's a test of will at that point. Everyone's tired. Everyone knows we're running the ball, and you just keep on leaning on them. And those guys up front really did it.
TJ Lang told us this morning about, I asked him about, have you ever been involved in a play like that or a drive like that? And he said, yeah, one time it was taking forever for us to move the ball down the field. We were getting it done. And I looked at Aaron Rodgers and I said, do not call another counter play. I can't possibly pull another play. Was there any kind of conversation with the lineman going, oh, geez, can we just throw the ball in the end zone and get it over with?
Yeah, no, they probably were hoping that, no, I think, I was trying to challenge them as best I could in the huddle. I know they're tired. I know they're breathing hard, and I know we're going to run the same play again. And, it's hard, man. It really is. But we've got guys up there who take a lot of pride in it. And I think specifically on that drive, we were running behind Panay and Tate, and it was just like, hey, guys, keep moving them over and over. And then later on in the game, we're running behind Deck and Mahogany. And it's like, hey, guys, now it's your turn. And I think it was a really fun game to see those guys like take a lot of pride in being able to run the ball regardless of the defense knowing we're running the ball and knowing probably what run we were running.
You told us last week that the game against Chicago was the cleanest pocket you've ever been in. This kind of looked pretty clean as well. Did you see it that way?
It was really clean. I think that pass rush did a few more things to get after us a little bit, but it was really clean again. 0 sacks again. It's testament to those guys up front and our guys getting open in a hurry. And yeah, man, it's good when things are clicking like that.
And your defense, what can you say about your defense?
Man, I can't say enough good things about them. They were so dang good. They had a plan coming into the week. They executed their plan. I thought we did a really, really poor job helping them out when they got the turnovers and they got the stops. And I think that's going to be a point of emphasis for us on offense this week. Is those guys are playing that way. They're getting the 4th down stop. They're getting a turnover, and it's like we got to smell blood. We got to strike right then. And a half, we can't do that to them. Put them back on the field. So, yeah, I thought they did a tremendous job. I thought they executed their plan, and keeping that guy balled up over there is really hard.
Dan talked about Malik Cunningham and how well he helped to prepare the defense for facing Lamar Jackson this week. What has his addition to the quarterback room been like, in the addition to the team as well?
Yeah, he did a good job, man. He really did. I know they brought him in to kind of emulate Lamar, and I thought he did a good job. You can't really emulate it unless you have a guy with that skill set who understands running lanes and understands, the pocket scramble and all that stuff. So he did a good job. It was fun watching him spin a little bit, and he certainly challenged our defense there and made them better.
Watching the celebration in the locker room afterwards, the video that they have of the game balls being handed out, when they handed El-Kadim Muhammad a football, I noticed Brad Holmes is behind him, jumping up and down, big smile, cheering and everything. What's it like to have a GM that almost feels like he's literally part of the team in the room with you guys?
Yeah, man, it's cool. Brad's always energetic. He's always having fun with us. He's always excited. He was a former player himself, so he has that feel of being in the locker room. And, yeah, man, it's fun seeing him get fired up. There's been so many clips over the years of seeing him get excited with the fans, or coming down the elevator. That one clip I'm thinking of. Yeah. But he's the best. He's fun to be around, and it's cool to have him in there for those wins.
Jared, we didn't get a chance to preview Cleveland, so let's just do this Friday as well. If you want to come in studio, we'd love to have you.
Yeah, no, I'm all right, but thank you guys for the offer.
Get some rest.
All right, guys. Appreciate it.
There he is, Jared Goff, joining us for our weekly conversation here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, is your garage door making some strange noises, or maybe it's just not working as well as you'd like it to? Well, here's what you do. Pick up the phone and reach out and talk to Precision Garage Door Service. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. I did this years ago. My garage doors are working very slowly. I'm like, what the hell's going on? I called them. They sent the technicians out. John, Jeff, the whole crew. They're easy to work with, and they're experts in the field. They know what they're doing. They've got a truck that's all full of the equipment they need to get the job done right and fix it right there in a spot, which is what they did. In fact, when they got done fixing it, they said, look, down the road, you're going to need new garage doors. So when you do, give us a call and we'll replace those garage doors, which is exactly what ended up happening. All calls are answered 24/7 when you call Precision Garage Door Service, and you can schedule appointments on the weekend at no extra charge. It's awesome. Plus, you can schedule an appointment on the website, which means you can schedule it at a time that works for you, your convenience. Go ahead and do that and check them out. 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR is the telephone number, or schedule that appointment online at precisiondoormi.com.
There it is. Goff calls it pitch and catch. It looked a lot tougher than that, especially when he gets held up. Like, that's the other thing. That could throw the whole timing of the play off. Yeah. But, I mean, like you said, they've been working together forever.
You could trust him completely. I'll just throw it up there because I know he's going to get it.
Yep.
And he did.
Yep.
It's amazing to watch this team.
Interviewing Jared Goff is fun because he's paying close attention to what we say. Gator just says, I think you and Amon-Ra are the best wide receiver combination in the league. And he says, is that a question? Gator's like, nope.
That's
just a statement.
That's all. But it's my point in that was that it's amazing to have that. Like, we have that here on this team. And these guys, I mean, Amon-Ra, all he's known is Jared Goff.
Mm-hmm.
So it's fantastic to see how quickly they have gelled together. And this isn't just some revelation this year. It's been building to that, right? You know, Amon-Ra had a great rookie season, getting his name on the map, and then the second year was phenomenal. And what we're seeing now is just, it's 100% assuredness that he's going to make the play. If they need to, they go to him. And they don't have to always go to him. That's what's fun about this offense. Sam Laporta has turned into that guy too. So, like, if it's 4th and 2, I'm thinking, do you have to throw to St. Brown? Well, you can throw to Laporta too. And they've got a bunch of guys on this team like that. And they just drafted one. Isaac TeSlaa is as sure-handed as it gets, just like St. Brown is. Imagine what it's going to be like when they finally use him in the offense. Because it felt like he played a dozen plays last night.
When we talked about TeSlaa and the preseason hype that he got, we kept pointing out it's going to be hard to find him targets because there's just, and I think, did he have one last night?
He had two targets last night.
There's just, you don't want to take him away from anybody else. And now we're seeing it like manifest itself on the field. That's what it looks like, because who do you not want to throw to instead of him? I mean,
it's a wealth of riches that they have.
No indictment on TeSlaa, no indictment on the pick, because guess what? I bet he's going to be needed this year. I bet he's going to be needed.
Yeah, later in the season, and you can see that, and I think that.
Well, you tell me if all 17 games we're going to have the same group of pass catchers healthy for all 17 games. Can you tell me that?
Probably not.
No.
I mean, I can tell you that they probably won't. How's that?
Yeah.
I hope. I mean, obviously, you hope that throughout the team they stay as healthy as they can.
Of course.
The offensive line last night was spectacular again.
Mm-hmm.
Even when it was tough sledding early on, Jahmyr Gibbs was bottled up everywhere he was going. They still moved the ball down the field despite that Jahmyr wasn't getting anything going. They were able to go, okay, here's Laporta, here's JMO, 2 passes on the first drive, and end up getting the ball in the end zone. No problem. Come out next time. Let's try it again. Oh, it's still not working. Hey, maybe this running game isn't working. Then they bring in David Montgomery, and he starts busting out 10-yard gains. 9 yards here, 10 yards here, 7 yards here. And it's like, well, is that the difference? That's why I said I think that the defensive strategy was to stop Jahmyr Gibbs. And when Gibbs was out of the game, they shifted their focus elsewhere instead of realizing run game, baby, works with either running back. If you're not going to commit to stopping it, fine. Do it at your own peril. Here comes Montgomery, who's just as good.
It's so funny because I can guarantee that in the moment in time that it actually happened in real time, nobody in Detroit gave enough love to the 7th pick of the 4th round in the 2021 NFL draft, Amon-Ra St. Brown. And what's funny as hell is with the 8th pick in the 4th round, the Lions had back-to-back picks. They took Derek Barnes. And we probably said, these guys have some potential, blah, blah, blah. Those back-to-back picks were huge last night. Both 4th rounders, Barnes and Amon-Ra. And now Amon-Ra, as you said, is that the best quarterback wide receiver combination in the league? Strong case can be made for it. And Jared was a maestro, and we do appreciate him waking up at 12:30 to join us.
You could single out any player on the team last night for a single play that they made or more. It was a complete team effort. You know, whether it was like Zach Cunningham played 2 plays.
And he made a play.
An incredibly impactful play on a goal-to-go situation, stuffing Derrick Henry, saying, not up in here. And we have a bunch of plays like that. Sione Vaki made a massive hit on a return.
Who had Nowoski sacking Lamar Jackson on their bingo card.
God, that was a great, it was so, he's planted there. Hey, I'm the guy that you have to get past. I realize you just got past the defensive line and you think you're going to take off and run past me. Not today. And his head is like, his eyes are completely focused on the waistline. I'm not going to get juked out of this, and I'm going to swallow you whole. And that's exactly what he did. And there were every player on the roster has a play, at least one play, that they can look at the game film and say, I want to rewatch this one because that was awesome.
And by the way, Aiden Hutchinson, the sack he had in the fourth quarter, he engulfed Lamar.
Destroyed him. Absolutely destroyed him. And there were, 7 sacks in the game for the team. And I think 4 of them came in the last couple drives. They just got to dominate. It was fun to watch. When they knew that they could just pin their ears back and go after the quarterback because they have to throw the ball to get down the field quickly, when they knew that that was the case, Kelvin Shepard dialed up the pressure and said, fair enough, let's go. Let's bring Anzalone. Let's bring Brian Branch. Let's bring them all. And different guys going to come in. Other guys going to drop back into coverage. You don't know who's coming, but they are coming. It was amazing.
Feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox from an unnamed texter. My favorite line is now David Montgomery. The way the man runs, like he will not quit. He's got my respect. David Montgomery, going back to his days at Iowa State, always had make you miss ability. And if he's met by a tackler in the hole, he can make that tackler miss. And then when asked, if necessary, he will also run through your face. Like he's an all-around back. And, one caller called earlier and said he thought, Gibbs kind of got a little Montgomery got a little bit disrespected because of all the Gibbs love. And there might be a little truth to that. I don't know if he even cares, but they have such a good 1-2 punch. I felt better about the O-line when John and TJ seemed calm after the Green Bay game. They both had identical answers of nonverbal communication on the road. It's from an unnamed texter.
Well, the difference from week 1 to week 3 with the 2 road games, there's a mountain of difference in how much better they communicated the line last night than what they did in the first game. And it makes all the difference in the world. When you run for 224 yards in a single game in an NFL game, you've done something.
My favorite moment, the fact that they stopped Gibbs early, but the Lions were still able to run the ball. That's from an unnamed texter. Another unnamed texter, the Lions show why they're still a top 5 to 7 team in this league, but unfortunately they're probably still the second best team in their own division.
Until they meet up again.
Well, there's no question that Green Bay has the upper hand because they won the game. Green Bay also has the worst loss of the 2 teams, Detroit and Green Bay. And, I look forward to seeing them at home. But Green Bay, here's one thing that's good. Green Bay is going to keep their attention like Minnesota did all of last year. There's likely not going to be a Lions run away with the division kind of thing. So, this is when it's most fun. I don't know if I'm ready to concede that they're the second best team in their own division. Because that would imply that Green Bay is going to beat them again, I guess. Got it. Green Bay won round 1.
Well, for all the talk about the Lions and a pass rush, and we both were concerned about the pass rush going into the season, the Lions now have 11 quarterback sacks, which is tied for second in the league when the league lead is 12. They got after it. They got 7 of them last night against a guy who is not easy to get to.
No.
It's the most sacks given up by the Baltimore Ravens. It happened last night.
Apparently, Gator, we're good.
They are good. They're very good. Can they stay healthy?
I'm quoting Dan Campbell about the defensive line.
Oh, right. Yes.
That's what I was getting at. One play while the game was very close, Anzalone came out of blitz to the Ravens' left side, very blatantly hold jersey, stretch 4 or 5 inches. Lamar escapes and throws a completion for 25 yards. I thought that was a huge missed call. But after that, besides the branch call, everything seemed fair. That's from Charlie Downriver regarding the officials. From an unnamed texter, Terrion Arnold has played 20 regular season games. Give him time to develop. Cornerback is the hardest position to come in from college. Hey, guys, did anyone else hear Troy Aikman keep referring to Dan Campbell's onions when he was going for it on 4th down? I was dying laughing. Go Lions. That's from Shane in Oxford.
Yep.
248-539-9797. Okay, let's get back to the people. What did you like the most last night? And zoom out what is most important that we've learned about this team moving forward. We've asked people that question all day long. Tons of responses. We'll get to you next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Open lines 248-539-9797. Story just breaking right now. Coming out of the update there. I'm a man. I'm fired.
Oh, Gundy's gone.
Yeah.
He was one of the odds-on favorites to get fired first.
Yep.
I just saw that. Yeah, his odds were 3-1 this morning.
Yeah.
Only odds that were better were Billy Napier from Florida is 3-2.
I think UCLA was so bad they were getting set to fire Deshaun Foster again. But anyway, yeah, Mike Gundy's out at Oklahoma State. He's been from afar, I've been very entertained by him through the years.
Oh, of course. Yep. Gundy and Mike Leach were the two, and Lane Kiffin. I find those three to be maybe the most entertaining coaches over the last 20 years.
He will be hired somewhere, or he will be, if he wants to be, or he will be on a ESPN desk doing college football.
I mean, he's no longer a man. He's 40. He's got to be late 50s now.
He's
57, 58.
Yep. Anyway,
he should still get a job. I mean, I don't know if it's going to be as a head coach, but he's a pretty good offensive mind. But time came to move on, and there he goes.
All right, so 248-539-9797. What was your favorite moment last night, and what was most important now moving forward that the Lions have established? Let's go to Jim on a cell. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Jim.
Hey, Doug and Scott, how are you guys doing? I love calling you during football season.
Great.
Last night was awesome. I live in Delaware, and going to work today, hearing coworkers say, you know, how do you not root for the Lions? You know, and this is Eagle country, and it's just every player on that team, the man you just spoke with a few minutes ago, the quarterback, like they are such. I can't really put into words how excited I am being a Lions fan for a long, long time and watching that game last night. I can't pick one play, whether it's Montgomery's run or Campbell's saving tackle. There isn't one play. It's impossible. It's like to pick one play. It's everything. And I really want to point to Dan Campbell also. All the talk the last couple of weeks with Ben and Aaron leaving, and I'm rooting for Aaron over there at the Jets, but I don't know. He's the face of this franchise, and he's such an underrated head coach. I know they were talking about him last night on the broadcast, but he is a really good head coach. And the Onions, I mean, guys, as you could probably tell in my voice, I really don't have I'm just so excited. I feel like I just won the lottery, and it was a regular season game, but it's just I am so happy, and you guys are great guys. You're uplifting. The way you end your show, I've been calling you for a few years now. And I listen to you every day, starting in training camp through February here in Delaware. And it's great to hear you guys. And I'm just so happy. And go Lions, go Jared Goff.
Jim, I was thinking about something because you said that, and it's something we're considering here is at the end of February, I think we might pour some segments and time and effort into previewing the NFL draft. So when the season's over, we might give that some time. So if you're a big Lions fan,
I usually do listen too. I will listen to you guys too. Yeah, I do. I usually put you on. I work with a buddy of mine who is from the Michigan area, and we were texting till 1:00 in the morning last night. And I'm trying not to wake up my 5- and 3-year-old when Derrick Henry fumbles. It's unbelievable. And you guys are great. I mean, I listen to a lot of sports talk also in Philly, and you guys are two of the nicest, just fair radio talk.
Well, hold on. If you're comparing us to Philly, then that's going to be the case.
I know, right? I know. No, I know. But you guys you really are great guys.
Thank you for the call. We appreciate it. And thank you for listening out there. And look, I mean, I got relatives from coast to coast. Last night, I get texts from San Diego and Scott Wilson all the time because they lost their team. He loves watching the Lions. Last night, let me see if I can read. Okay, here we go. From Ray Karsh out there in New York. I love watching the Lions play. They're just fun in almost every aspect of their play. The play calling, the enthusiasm. I don't know how anyone can't like a team like that. The next text came 40 minutes later. Wow, I love these guys. And then he writes, for me, it's extra sweet to see it against Baltimore since I have immense dislike for them. But yeah, I mean, these are non-affiliated people that the Lions are a fun team to watch. Fun team. And we wouldn't be so as arrogant over the top to call them something like America's team. But they do draw in outsiders.
Yeah, look, I'm enjoying the win from last night.
Got to win it all. Sorry to interrupt.
Thank you. I'm also recognizing it's 3 games into the season. Yep. It's a long 100%. Way to go. And we've seen, I think we felt pretty good about this team after a few games last year. And then everything started to happen with injuries. Just hope we don't go down that road again. Other teams have to go through it too. What San Francisco is going through again with injuries, they just lost Nick Bosa for the season. It's part of the game. And it really, when you get towards the playoffs, there's a lot to be said for being the healthiest team going into the playoffs.
Yep.
So it's week 3 out of 17 games, but I like where they're at because they have improved night and day difference from what we saw the first game of the season.
Yeah. And
really just the first half of the season, half of the first game.
The ultimate goal is they have not reached the finish line. They are trending in the right direction, but they know it. It's not like if they got back from Baltimore and said, job well done, guys. Here's a cigar. Put your feet up. We'll take the week off and just roll out the footballs and beat Cleveland on Sunday. A lot of season left to be played. Mike is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Mike?
Hey, how you doing, fellas?
We're doing great.
Oh, man, the game last night was awesome. I want to give a big shout-out to Jared Goff, man. I was worried about
I'm afraid you're borrowing his phone. I'm going to put you on hold, Mike. We want to get back to you, but you're in a bad cell area. We'll circle back when we get a chance and hopefully clear it up. And we are working on the Goff phone issues. I know people always mention it. It will be addressed. Dave is in Holly and next on 97.1. Hi, Dave.
Hey guys, thanks for the opportunity to be on the show. And
sure.
I'm not a sports expert, but I play one every day whenever I listen to 97.1 The Ticket.
Okay.
I got to tell you something. I had a lot of confidence going into this game, and I actually had a lot of confidence going into the season. I know there was a lot of conversation both within my head and on the station, and rightfully so, about some of the opponents that we were going to face this year. But I was optimistically thinking, I wonder who we're going to beat, and we're going to be like, wow, and here we are. And it's just the timing of it, as a Detroit sports fan, could not be any better. I mean, we have been through misery with our Tigers, and I texted the Lenny show the other day. I said, I want to see if our Lions are real, number one. I think they are, and then that's going to reset me as a Tigers fan. I hope it does.
I hope there's some mojo that I actually hope the Tigers had a team watching event last night in Cleveland.
Me too.
And it's got them fired up today because, baseball's a weird sport where if you get everybody just get rolling again, we know they're capable of playing better than they have. And I looked at the standings. Today's game's critical.
Yeah, it is. Apparently that's the case. And to your point, Doug, I hope that they did as well, and I hope that they know that in the post-game interview, that Jared Goff in the interview room was wearing a Tigers hat.
Yeah.
These guys all love the Detroit teams.
Yep.
It goes back and forth. You see Tiger players at Red Wing games or Piston games or at Lions games, and everybody else is cross-pollination. It's great.
Yeah, one of the great quotes of last Red Wing season was free goals, which was when J-Mo went to his first hockey game and whoever the Red Wings were playing pulled the goalie and popped an empty netter, and J-Mo said, hey, at the end of the game, they free goals. And that was one of our questions for Jared. I'm sure he could have given us he played high school baseball and, give us some analysis on how you get the Tigers going, Jared. But we ran out of time. Alas, Gator, we ran out of time. 248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback next. Hey, today, every place offers up a happy hour. Maybe it's $1 off cocktails or apps or half off wine. I'm here to tell you that Twin Peaks has changed the happy hour game, and you won't want to miss it. Monday to Thursday from 3 to 6, they put you in control with their $5 You Call It's and their $7 Big Baller Shot Caller. For just $5, you can enjoy your preferred drink of choice like Tito's, Captain Morgan, Jack Daniels, and more. And for $2 more, call out your favorites like Patron Silver, Grey Goose, and Maker's Mark. Even better, They got great food choices to pair it with, like $5 fried pickles or Billionaire's bacon, or for $7, try the smoked chicken quesadilla or loaded fries. And for you night owls, hey, they run deals late night as well. All those ones I just mentioned from 10 to close. To break it down, you could get a shot of Patron and a smoked chicken quesadilla for just $14, a Jack and Cola and some hand battered and fried to order pickles for $10. I haven't even mentioned the best part. It's all served up by the beautiful Twin Peaks. Girls, enjoy the wall-to-wall TVs. And female sports fans, it's Ladies' Day. Stop in for awesome drink specials for you as well, and 20% off all food. Not a bad way to enjoy Detroit's race to win the division. Why go anywhere else? Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. Yep. He engulfed Lamar Jackson on that one. 7 quarterback sacks from it felt like just every player in the front 7 got involved in one way or another as they really brought the heat last night. It was, it answered a question about whether or not they could rush the passer. Now, sustainability, can they keep doing it? It's a long season, got to stay healthy. Let's go to Mike next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, can you hear me now?
That's not much better, but try again. Let's go.
Well, okay. I'm talking about Jared Goff and how I was worried about him at first, but he might be a winner.
Mike, I'm sorry, buddy. I know you've been trying, but it's not going to work. We go to Derek next on 97.1 The Ticket in Detroit. Hi, Derek.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, I talked to you guys last week, man. I told you I wasn't a golf fan, right? But I bear with me for just 2 seconds here because I got to say it.
Yeah.
Then I saw him play. Now I'm a believer. That boy got off yesterday, like all the rest of them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So,
you're out of your mind.
I'm happy for him. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm happy for him. And
You're
what
in
made
love.
me think that,
Yeah.
I thought that, that after the first game, and they played at home, he did really well, don't get me wrong, but doing that on the road, yeah, he's the real deal.
Derek, look, there's going to be people that quarterbacks to play that position. You have to have all these different skill sets, and the one skill set that a lot of people really, really value. I don't as much, recognizing that there aren't as many quarterbacks like Jared Goff as there used to be, and by that, your classic drop back, not particularly mobile kind of guy. But it doesn't matter if he gets rid of the football on time to the right person over and over and over and over again. And when a play breaks down, no, he's not going to extend it as much with his legs as others are. But, that's who he is. Can you still win with a guy like this is the question. And if you can win games like that last night, I think the answer is yes. You can win a Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yep.
For sure. Thank you.
Yep. Appreciate it. 248-539-9797. Sean is next on 97.1. Hello, Sean.
Hey, hi. How are you?
We're good.
Last night I was watching the game, and at the end of the first half, the game was tied. We were going back and forth, but it just seemed to me that the Ravens got to the end zone easier than we did. But then on the second half, it just completely turned around. Defense showed up, and I tip my hat to Shep. I don't know if others are talking about it. People are talking about Goff and Amon-Ra and everybody else, but I got to tell you, man, this guy, all he has had was middle linebacker coaching experience, but he comes on, takes on the entire team and motivates the whole team. But then they showed up. Defense showed up, and I was really proud of that.
Sean, and he has gotten some love today. It was a big question. Could Kelvin Shepard pick up where Aaron Glenn left off? Could Kelvin Shepard be close enough to Aaron Glenn? Who knows? Maybe Kelvin Shepard's better than Aaron Glenn as a defensive coordinator. We love Aaron. This was a very Aaron Glenn-centric show. Yeah. We loved Aaron Glenn as a football coach, but Shepard's doing a great job. And to be fair, he's got more guys healthy than Aaron did last year for much of the year. Hopefully it stays that way. But the defensive game plan, they still gave up 30 points, but I'm impressed. I'm impressed with the way they played and made changes and really got after Lamar and really were able to handle Derrick Henry.
If I may add, it was not comforting to see the 2 interceptions being dropped. And also the final run when Ravens scored, it was the missed tackle of 3 guys getting at him and then not being able to stop him. That didn't tell a great story, but I think they're going to have to watch the tape and learn from it and make some tweaks as they move along.
For every wart that we see, when you're playing games like that, you have to figure that almost every other team in the league comes out of their game, maybe not all of them, but comes out of their game seeing far more problems than the Lions are talking about today. And you strive for perfection. But the reality is the most important thing is just to be better than the team across from you and better than the teams you're competing against. Are the Lions' problems do they have more problems than some of their peer groups? Like, I don't know, Green Bay's offense looked very mortal last week, and Green Bay didn't close that game out. Those are problems that they're talking about today. I saw a Philly team that wasn't exactly rushing the passer all that well in week 1. They kind of, I don't want to call it a fluky win over the Rams, but they got some bounces in that game. They had some unlikely plays that took place in that game.
Oh, is a blocked field goal return for a touchdown unlikely?
And 2 blocked field goals at the end of that game. And I'm not discrediting the win. A win is a win, but I'm just saying, if we're doing these shows in other towns, we're looking at those warts. The Lions have fewer problems than most of the teams in the NFL right now.
Yeah, it's almost like they have to manufacture what they are, but they clearly can get better. And Dan Campbell talks about playing complementary football all the time. When we just talked to Jared Goff, and he mentioned it as well. Maybe didn't use the term complementary football, but what he was talking about it, and that you asked him about the defense. He spoke glowingly of the defense and said, we've got to do a better job of when the defense does what they do and get the stop that we need, or they turn the ball over. And now we've got the ball. We've got to turn that into points. We got to cash in on that right away. And they just didn't do it as much as they wanted to last night, but they did enough because they won 38-30.
248-539-9797. John is next. Hello, John.
What's up, guys? How are you?
Good.
Well,
I got a question for you, Douglas. At what point are you going to admit that Terrion Arnold is turning into a liability, man? You always side with, like, he's a young guy. Come on, man. At some point, like, he's doing okay because Kirby Joseph and Brian Branch are so solid. How many passive PIs has he had this season compared to last season already?
I think he had 7 last year, and I think he's got 2 this year.
No, there was a stat that said he had like 6 or 7. Like he was tired from something.
7 last year.
I don't know.
And I think he's got 2 this year.
I don't know, man. I'm not sold on the kid. I don't know how.
Well, I'm not sold on him yet. No, let's be clear. I'm not sold on him yet either. But in that second half of that game, when he couldn't find open, when Lamar couldn't find open receivers, I think Terrion deserves some credit because he was in that secondary making plays and keeping guys locked down.
Yeah, but you got to understand too that Joseph is shading and Branch is shading. You know what I mean?
I mean,
So
if it's working, I don't care why. He might be the liability of the defense, but at the end of the day, he's in game. You ask the question when. I'm giving the guy some time here to develop. It's a tough position to play.
He's got 3 this year, I believe.
Does he have 3?
2 in the first 2 games. They had 1 last night.
Okay, so he's got 1 each week. Yeah, it's weird because he had a bunch early last year.
Last year he did,
and then they went away in the second half of the season. But
it's the 3rd game of the season.
John, hold on. John, do you have a conclusion on him?
I'm sorry. One more time.
Are you done with him? Do you have a conclusion on him? Because I don't.
I'm not done on him yet, man. But at some point I don't know if there's not enough. I think the other teams are finding out there's footage on him, and he's the Achilles heel, man. Like every three levels, right? Like Hutchinson, the D line is good, linebackers are solid, and without Branch, like everybody talks about Branch and Joseph. Reed steps up. DJ Reed is a phenomenal corner. But I just don't know if Terrion is a good number 2.
Okay, he might again. I don't know that he's going to be an asset. And at times he gets picked on here a little bit. But when Lamar Jackson can't find open receivers, he's part of that too. I only have him down for 2 DPIs.
There were 2 in the first 2 games.
Okay, because I don't have one for. He had 1 against Chicago, 1 against Baltimore. I don't have him down for 1 against, but I'm just looking at a website that logs everybody's penalties.
I just Googled. Terrion Arnold was flagged for 2 pass interference calls in the first 2 games of the 25 NFL season, September 14th and the 22nd.
Okay, the 14th was Chicago. The 22nd was last night. So it didn't happen.
Okay.
Yeah, it didn't happen against Green Bay. Anyway, regardless, he's a work in progress, but I'm not giving up on him 3 games into his second year.
I'm not giving up on him, but my expectation for him is to be an asset. And is he that right now? It's a tough start for the season for him. But again, last year was a tough start, and then he really kind of buckled down and was better. What's surprising to me in watching the first 3 games, though, is that like against Chicago, they win the game against Chicago. They win it handily against Chicago. But there were plays you could see where they made big plays. The Bears did in the passing game, and it was at Terrion Arnold's expense. Now, what we don't know, because we're not in the film room talking about, hey, this is where you screwed up or this is where you played well. What we don't know if it's all on him or if there was a switch and it wasn't switched properly or whatever the case is, because we're not in the room to understand that stuff. But from the eyeball test, it's a slow start and he's got to get better. But there's no question in my mind that the coaching staff will get it right in terms of who deserves to be on the field. Whether it's him or somebody else, they'll have it right.
I mean, so the other option is what? Move Amik Robertson outside and maybe move Terrion to nickel?
Possibly.
They clearly drafted another corner, the kid out of Missouri, Ennis Rakestraw, who's hurt. Rakia Sin, Khalil Dorsey. But I don't think that's probably really in play yet. I really don't.
No, I mean, then you start getting into like the Kindle Vildor territory, right? I mean, it's you drafted this guy for a reason, used a first-round pick on him for a reason, and give him some time. He was better last year in the second half, way better in the second half last year than he was in the first half.
248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. There you go. It was big. Al-Quadin Muhammad stepping up, getting an opportunity and stepping up. And look, we talked about it yesterday in the pregame show. Why are the Lions raving about this guy? Why are the Lions? Why is it? It doesn't matter if it's Dan Campbell or it's Kelvin Shepard. It seems like everybody is talking about Al-Quadin Muhammad as a guy that we should not forget about. Well, we won't moving forward, I suppose, because that was an impressive performance. He had 2 sacks, 2.5, two sacks.
2.5 sacks for Al-Quadin.
And he had a huge tackle on a scramble by Lamar late in the game when they're in a desperation mode. It kept him from getting a first down and forcing a punt. And, huge plays from Al-Quadin Muhammad. So very good for him. It seemed like he was felt in that game last night. Amongst a number of players that were, what did you like the most? 248-539-9797. Go to Calvin in St. Clair Shores. You're next. Hello, Calvin.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We're good, sir. Thank you.
I just want to piggyback on the young man that was talking about Terrion Arnold.
Yeah.
This is, his second year in the league?
Yes.
Can we give this guy a little bit more time to perfect his craft? I think he's a good cornerback. And another thing is, last night I saw a call on Brian Branch when he was flipping and he kind of hit, I think, Lamar Jackson or one receiver below the knee, and they called a penalty on Branch.
Yeah.
Do you think the Lions, the refs, kind of target the Lions as far as penalties?
I don't. I thought that was a bad call. And he was taking on a lead blocker, and he went low. And they even had the rules expert come on and say, I don't see a penalty there.
I wonder this, though, because I don't think the Lions are being unfairly targeted, but I wonder if Brian Branch has a reputation in the league he's been fined a bunch over the last couple of years. I wonder if his reputation is, being taken into consideration if they're going to throw a flag or not. Like, hey, benefit of the doubt, this guy doesn't get it.
I agree with that. Yeah.
I don't know if that was the case last night, but I'm just wondering that out loud because he does get fined. And later in the week, we'll find out if he's going to get fined for that hit. I would hope that the league looks at it and says, it was missed call. No, there's no fine for that play.
248-539-9797. Stan in Shelby Township. Hello, Stan.
Hello there, and Doug and Gator. Yeah, a couple of weeks ago, after the chaos of Green Bay, you were nice enough to let me make a comment. Success has many fathers, and the offensive line, after what happened in game 1, everybody was going, crazy. And I said, they're going to grow through the second game. They got a brand new play caller and a brand new guard, a rookie guard. And, now all of a sudden it's back to being a strength. I mean, it's just fabulous how well they played, and I'm glad there's no injuries. And what do you think?
Well, I think that they've got a great offensive line coach. We said it a lot after the Green Bay loss. There's somebody that is very, very, very good at their job in charge of the offensive line. When you watch the Green Bay game again, you realize there are no play designs where you're supposed to leave an unblocked man in the middle of the line.
Exactly.
There's no play designs where you're supposed to run into each other. And they clean stuff up very, very quickly. And those kids, Mahogany and Ratledge and that veteran Glasgow, they deserve credit.
Oh, yeah.
They deserve credit.
Without a doubt, 100%. And one last thing, because I'm a baseball guy, we're going with our ace in the hole tonight. We got scoops going. Let's get some situational hitting going and beat the Indians. Let's go.
Situational hitting is something that they really haven't had lately. It would be good to get some of it.
Yeah, look, I think it wouldn't surprise me at all if they're very aggressive tonight in the base paths to try to push things and score against the Guardians. But easier said than done. I mean, you got to get guys on base in order to be aggressive. And the pitcher they're going against gave up 3 hits and 2 walks last week in 5 shutout innings.
Yeah.
Gavin Williams, he's awfully good. Now, Scooble's awfully good. Scooble's better. But it's like, who's going to blink first? Tigers got to get some runs.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Craig in East Point. You're next. What's up, Craig?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Last night felt really special to me because, the refs were calling insane penalties against the Lions. And SOL years, we would have walked away with the L and said, well, look at that officiating. And the response is always, well, you need a team that can play good enough that even if the officiating is poor and one-sided, that you can overcome that. And that's what last night felt like. It felt like we really played in such a way where we beat the poor officiating that was calling stupid penalties on the Lions.
Interesting. I don't think it was that bad. I mean, I didn't like the Brian Branch call. What else?
Are you talking about the low block?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there was some holding calls that were on us that just were weak and non-existent. There was I wish I had specific examples, but I know there were 3 or 4 times during that game where they called a penalty, and I went, "Are you serious? Is that a serious penalty? You know, is that?" It felt like it was one of those games where, in hindsight, we would have said, "Well, look at these 3 terrible calls that would have changed the temperature of the game." And last night they played so well that they just kept grinding and overcame. I just felt really proud of my team.
I think there's truth in that. I don't know that last night was any kind of epic screw job against the Lions. Personally, I didn't see it that way. Did you, Gator?
I did not. No, I mean, I agree with it. The Brian Branch call was not a penalty. I think that you could have flagged either Terry and Arnold or I forget if it was DeAndre Hopkins, the receiver, I think at the time, for pass interference because they were both hand fighting and both grabbing each other. But I mean, they're going to call that on the defender more often than not. So I understood it. I didn't think it was egregious.
I didn't either.
I thought that the penalties, most of the penalties called against the Lions, maybe those exception to those 2, they were self-inflicted wounds. It was very punitive to their cause. You don't want to jump offside. You don't want to line up in the neutral zone. You don't want to have a illegal formation. You don't want to have offensive face mask penalties. I mean, these are things that they did that hurt them, but they still won the game.
Patrick is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Patrick. Patrick, are you there?
Patrick.
There
you are. Come on, buddy.
Hey, are you guys there?
Yeah.
Yep.
Switching over to, hey, is that Doug and Gator?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Love the show, fellas. Thanks for taking my call. Sorry, switching over in my car. Quick go blue to Doug. But yeah, want to give props to Jake Bates, man. That dude has been solid, and I am so glad Dan gave him the opportunity to try that 67-yarder. I don't know if anybody's called in today to give Jake Bates a props to, but the fact that Dan trusted him to kick that kick, and he had the leg, he just had a little draw on it, but then also that tackle, that touchdown-saving tackle. Just a quick shout-out to Jake Bates, man, and that special team.
Yep. I think he'd want to love another crack at a 67-yarder as a last play of the half. No harm, no foul. Why not give it a shot? He didn't miss it by much.
Wide.
I think it looked like it had enough leg. They never showed like a appropriate replay whether or not it had enough leg because they probably weren't that worried about it. But, man, that was really, really close, and it would have been poetic to steal it from
70,
Justin Tucker.
probably.
You think?
Well, or 67. It just a little wide left. Also interesting that, the Ravens got credit for a field goal. They're not sure it went in.
Oh, the one that went right over the...
Yeah. Not sure that was in, but okay, because it's above the goalpost.
It's hard to tell.
It's very hard to tell.
Mike in New Boston says, I noticed this in the Bears game, but wanted to see it again. Goff's footwork in the pocket is sneaky good and much improved. He's just staying in there, making them miss by a step or two. A beautiful dying art.
Listening to Troy Aikman talk about it, I came away very impressed with Aikman's assessment of it. Like talking about the lack of mobility, of not being able to run. And Troy was saying, look, I was the same type of quarterback. I was the beneficiary of having a great offensive line, a great running back, and great receivers. But watch him move in the pocket. He stays in the pocket. He stays on, what do you say, on target or on points. I forget what the phrase he used. But it was as if to say he's got mobility, but it's to stay within the he doesn't want to get offline. And once he gets there, then things go bad for him. But if he can stay within that pocket, move just a step to his left, and still be ready to throw.
Off platform.
Maybe that was it. Thank you.
Keeps his eyes downfield. Yeah. No, there's a reason why Goff is really actually pretty damn good. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797, asking people what they enjoyed the most and what they think bodes well moving forward. Like the bodes well moving forward, I can't believe how much that offensive line, the interior especially, has grown since the Green Bay game. It's been night and day, literally night and day. It was a very, very rough performance against Green Bay. And last night, it felt like in the second half of that game, Montgomery was giving them 10 yards a clip up the middle.
Because he was.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Brian. You're next on 97 The Ticket. Hello, Brian.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
Hey, man, I just didn't like that call with the pass play, like the screen we threw, that they called it like it was a fumble. It was good that the running back that was back there when got the ball, because they showed it.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, they didn't challenge the play, and I was like, why aren't you challenging? Doesn't this looks? And then you see the replay. Ooh, that would have been tough to overturn.
Yeah.
Yeah,
right.
So that one was tough for me. But I didn't like the field goal either. I was a little shaky myself.
You didn't like trying for 67?
No, he's talking about the one that Baltimore made that went over the post. Yeah, I thought it was good, but I mean, look, the backwards pass thing might be a good example of a call that could have gone Detroit's way. But at the end of the day, Lions are just better than Baltimore. You know what? You know what the Lions looked like last night? They look like a team that can win the Super Bowl. That looked like a team that can win the Super Bowl. And that's what Detroit so desperately wants. And if we keep getting evidence over the next 14 games, there's still 14 games to go. There's a long way to go. Keep providing evidence that they're this good, take another crack in the postseason. Where it's scary, it's one and done. It is what it is. But this team is very quickly returned to the status of looking like one that can win the Super Bowl. Very quickly. There's going to be ups and downs, but far cry from the Green Bay game. Let's go to Charles in Farmington. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Charles.
Hi.
What's up?
Charles, yes. Hi, guys. I been listening to you all morning, and I listen to you guys all the time. Love the show.
Thank you.
A lot was covered, you know. I think, you know, the callers, you guys touched on a lot, so I'm going to skip over all of the things I wanted to say because I feel like y'all did a great job covering, you know, all of the pros of the game. It was not many cons, which was great. The cons in from my perspective were the missed opportunities, if anything, because we could have beat them probably about 3 scores. You know, we had 2 interceptions potentially that was like right there in our hands, and then we had a fumble that could have been recovered. But I just wanted to say the offensive line killed it. The defensive line killed it. You know, to be able to, Lamar got free in the first quarter, and he never ran for a first down again, I don't think. That was great containment. And I got to say that the Baltimore Ravens definitely got a taste of shepherd's pie last night. I want to tip my hat to Kelvin, man. He did a great job. He was so fired up. It was great to see him fired up like that, excited. That's what you want to see going forward to this season. If you never heard of Kelvin Shepard, now you have.
Yeah. I like your terminology when you said they could have won by more. Not that they should have won by more, but they could have won by more because, you know, there was the probably the biggest thing that was, you know, blown, if you will. I would say that Branch intercepts that pass 19 times out of 20. He makes plays on the football all the time. He's a defensive playmaker. I think he would expect to catch that pass every time. It wasn't the easiest one, but he should have had that interception. DJ Reed's interception in the end zone, potentially on the halfback pass. It was a little bit tougher. The wide receiver ended up playing defensive back.
There's little plays, right? Little things that they didn't like finish through, and those are 2 you brought. Here's one. When Jack Campbell was able to knock the ball out of Lamar's hand, if I think it was DJ Reed was there battling for the ball with Lamar, if he's able to knock that out of Lamar's hands, but before Lamar gets to it and to swat it further towards midfield, it could be a whole different situation.
Like you're talking scoop and score?
Yeah. or just recovering the football well into way further down the field instead of at your own 20-yard line.
Yeah, well, bottom line is they got the job done in impressive fashion. Now, can the Tigers get the job done tonight?
Well, that's the big question. They can. Absolutely. They're putting their best foot forward. They got the best pitcher on the hill. Maybe it's a good thing they're away from Comerica Park.
It's a good thing they had a day off.
I think it's a good thing they had a day off, get their heads clear, and get after it tonight. I think they're going to have to be aggressive in playing on the base paths. When they get guys on the base paths, they're going to have to be aggressive with it. Obviously, do the same thing first to third like they've done all year long. That doesn't change. But do you start putting guys in motion more? You're going to set, if Parker Meadows at first base, do you just say, just steal second? Same thing with Zach McKinstry. Zach's done a great job of stealing bases this year. You know, do you let your guys who can run, do you let them run? But ultimately, it's going to come down to getting a timely hit, which is not something they've been able to do. They didn't do it last week against Cleveland.
At all.
They desperately need to do it this week.
The one time they did it, they proceeded to give the lead right back.
Yeah.
St. Gibbs.
Yeah.
St. Gibbs is the name of the option play that they ran where they handed off to Amon-Ra, and he pitches it to Jahmyr Gibbs. That play goes back to the New Orleans days when Dan Campbell was there. That apparently did not come from the playbook of the previous offensive coordinator. The exact same play was run when Dan Campbell was down in New Orleans, and they kept harping on the fact that it was a total of 8 coaches. It wasn't just the coordinators. It was 8 total coaches turned over on the staff. And that maybe, just maybe, that the head coach is really the key to this whole thing. I mean, part of it is you have to know what you want in your assistants. You always have to have the list of guys you're going to call if something goes wrong with somebody. And it appears that they have done a good job at replacing guys. And they hung on to Hank Fraley, who is doing all kinds of work with that young offensive line.
And they've done a great job. It does not look like a young offensive line. It looks like a well-oiled machine, like picking up where they left off last year. Tate Ratledge is a ferocious beast on the offensive line.
Yep.
I just love watching some of those replays in slow motion, and he would just come from the right guard position, smash down on the defensive tackle, and move him clear across the line of scrimmage over towards the sideline, and basically to the other tackle at least. Anyway, he just complete domination, and he wasn't alone. I saw, I think there was a Pro Football Focus score for Penei Sewell that was like 99.5.
That's it.
Yeah, right. So there was so much good that came out of last night. There's plenty to work on, but they answered a lot of questions last night. Answered a lot of critics last night.
Yeah, they did. Really, really impressive performance. Rico Beard has made his way in studio and joins us now. Hello, Rico.
What's up, gentlemen?
You good?
How are you?
I'm good, man.
That's good.
Yeah, how are you?
Great mood.
All right.
Great mood. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
We will continue talking Lions. My opinion, since I've been following the Lions, that was the best, most complete game they've ever played in Lions history. I wasn't here for Bobby Lane, so I don't know.
Right.
But
it
was as if they just listened to everything that the fans said and had just hit check. Oh, offensive line has, they can't hold up. Check. We got that going. Oh, you got new coordinators. Oh, check. Oh, okay. We can't stop a mobile QB. 7 sacks. Check.
Do you remember after week 1 we were saying, oh, my God, everybody's worst fears, all the worries.
Yes.
Check. 2 weeks later, it's the other way.
They went through.
Answered every bell.
And the reason why it was the most complete game, but to me, that was the one team that you did not want to see in the Super Bowl, was Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens. So I'm like, yeah, you probably can't beat them. Well, now you can. Now you just kind of reset the season last night.
Well, you know what I'm worried about? I'm worried about Baltimore seeking revenge against Detroit in the Super Bowl. I'm really worried about that.
Well, it's what I like is,
you know what? Worry about that. That's a good worry.
The game can serve, and the game plan can serve as a template for other games you've got this season. When you take on other mobile quarterbacks like Josh Allen and Caleb Williams, the second time is going to be more difficult. And there's plenty of quarterbacks left on this run that they're going to have to face.
Yeah, but here's the beauty of it, Gator. None of them are as fast as Lamar.
No, I know. It's it's already a template. So
you
you've
slayed the dragon.
Yeah, you did a great job against Lamar. Now go out and do it against the next one. And by the way, Joe Flacco is not the next one.
No.
No. Now they got a great defense.
It's a great defense they have.
If you're Detroit, if you can score 17 points, which I'm sure this offense can, you can beat the Browns. That's the Packers found out. You can't score 10. Got to score 17.
That Packers-Browns game was my second favorite 13-10 game in the last 12 months. Have a great show. Stay safe, everybody.
That's not respect.
And treat each other with respect. 97.1.
That just about sums up Monday Night Football, doesn't it? Some combination of, and maybe a little, and some of this. I want to say to you.
And visually, Farmer Fran.
Exactly. I'm going to throw out an overriding take from the demolition in Baltimore last night. And before people go nuts, just think about what I'm saying and why I'm saying it. That was comprehensively the single best performance regular season in the history of the Detroit Football Lions. Think about what goes into last night. First of all, eliminate all home games. Going on the road against anybody's hard. Going on the road against the Super Bowl team, harder. Going on the road against Super Bowl caliber team in prime time, hardest. Right, Kenny? The box score doesn't indicate what the Lions did last night. Comprehensively, that felt like 70-10. I don't know that I've ever seen the Ravens get bullied. And you know what I like about this? This isn't the Kansas City game from a couple of years ago.
I was about to say Derrick Henry falling down.
Okay, stop. Derrick Henry rage falling was the best thing I've ever seen. I could watch it on a loop. What I'm saying is they don't get to say, well, Van Noy's out and Metabikwe is out. Well, great. So is Ali McNeil. So is Pascal. So is Davenport. Right. So is Onwuzurike. Both teams had guys out. You dominated both lines of scrimmage. Every fourth down worked. Even I had to ask Cookies about the one late in the game where I'm going, dude, don't you just punt this? And all I got back was he's now taking a picture of himself with the thumbs up from the football show. And he sent me that back. I go, okay,
No.
doctor.
Oh, no. Once it hit the 2-minute warning, I'm like, they're going for this.
Yes. What they did was body. They bullied the bully.
They did.
And it is the type of performance that, look, I think it's good for the soul. We talked about, hey, if they go and lose, it's no big deal. They're still an 11-win team to me. If you got bombed, it would have been different. But what I said is if you win, it does make me feel better. Like, I'm open about it. Does it make me feel better about coordinator shuffle? Yes. I've got something on John Morton, but I don't want to empty the bag to start. I have something I think I'm seeing and I'm interested in, and I think he's putting his stamp on the offense. More on that later. The coordinator thing. Now, the D-line thing is fascinating because if you would have told me Lamar got sacked 7 times by anyone in football, I would have said that's impossible. Nobody can ever get him down to the ground.
Right. I'd be like, wait, did they play the Browns again?
No. It was the Bob Muhammad quartet. Because Aiden didn't do anything until the fourth quarter. It was... I texted TJ.
I did too. I was like, Bob Muhammad. He's like, Bobby.
Do you know TJ needed wet wipes? It was a big scene on the side. But listen, it was just this idea of all the stunts and spying him, but maintaining your rush lanes. It was perfection. Just overall, Rico, I defer to you is that you've been around it longer than me. I've been here for 25 years. That is the single best game I've ever seen the Detroit Lions play.
Yeah, it was the discipline on the defense of the spy, not falling for the head fake, not falling for whatever Lamar tries to do. Just make the tackle. Your teammates will be there. Mike, going back since I've been a little kid, no, this was the best and most complete Detroit Lions game ever.
They're now a 12-win team.
Ever.
Full upgrade from 11 to 12.
It's like they listened to the radio. It's like they heard what the people said, and they had a checklist of everything that, okay, let's see what the people are saying after week 1. Oh, this team's not going to be good because we got brand new coordinators, and they don't know what they're doing. So you look at what the offense did. Oh, wow. You're still running trick plays. You're still going for it on 4th down, and you're still making it. You got people running wide open. Check. Looking at the defense, Kelvin Shepard, well, he's going to be different. He's not the same, and we don't know if he can handle it. He dialed up the perfect defense for the Ravens.
In the second half, yes.
So, yeah, check.
First half, no.
Okay, you stop Derrick Henry. Check. Lamar Jackson, MVP of the league. Lions can't beat a mobile quarterback. Check.
Also,
they did.
Can we talk about that hairdo? What was that? That I'm sorry, you can't win games with that hairdo.
Well, Mike,
that was just, I went, oh my. I was expecting his fancy braids and Lamar's normally got something going on. I went, oh dear.
He's in between braids.
He took the helmet off. I went, oh.
You got to take the braids out. You got to wash your hair, and then you rebraid it.
That was something. No, the other thing, too, listen, we talked about the biggest improvement in the league from week 1 to week 2. Lions' offensive line, and we talked about Atlanta's offensive line. They took another step forward this week. I was so glad they actually gave the average fan a little bit of nerding out on the broadcast. Some of these combo blocks where Glasgow and Ratledge are teaming up, or Glasgow and Mahogany, and Glasgow essentially riding that tackle up to the second level, that's high-level stuff. That's not easy to do. Right. To take it from a Giants fan. That's not easy to do. The running game, the idea that they were able to line up and pound the rock. Yeah, I texted you, me, and Cookies are in that group text, and I'd said it. I go, fellas, early in this game, I go, they should just go service academy mode.
Yes.
The Ravens can't stop this.
Mike, you're correct. The fact that they had 2 95-plus yard drives where it was just methodical. It was runs. It was not just Gibbs hitting the home run, but you had Dave Montgomery.
He was running for his life, man. Bruh, he gave it everything he had for 72 yards.
If he had went to an SEC school, he would have scored, but he didn't. So he got hawked down. But you know what? That's okay.
Yeah.
Because it was the imprint. It was the fact that you went toe-to-toe, and it was a heavyweight battle. It was touchdown for touchdown, and then you made the Ravens flinch, and then you made the Ravens bleed. The Ravens on 4th and 1 couldn't punch the ball in. They're trying to do some dipsy-do trickaroo type of stuff and trying to outdo the Lions. And I'm like,
the words tempo and goal line don't go together. It's not as I put in the text to you last night, that's not a Detroit problem. That's a Baltimore problem. I don't care. I can't repeat. I said, because Cookies is like, well, what's your problem with it? I go, I just like seeing coaches do bleep head stuff. Like John Harbaugh going, hurry up at the goal line. Right. The only thing better was Derrick Henry rage falling.
Right.
It's the only better thing.
But yeah, it was like, you won every 4th down battle. They lost every fourth, because I count 4th down as turnovers. You stopped them twice on 4th down. You forced the fumble. You had that team so discombobulated. They were sitting there yelling at each other because no one expected that. And here's the thing. When you did the scheduled game, and everybody in the city of Detroit and everybody and who follow NFL football all did the scheduled game for the Lions, everybody marked that game down as a loss. It was the most conceivable loss that they had on their schedule. It was the toughest place to play against Lamar Jackson. Things didn't go well the last time. No one saw this one coming.
That was demolition. And again, that's the type of game that allows you to feel like it's a Super Bowl team. Like, I don't like the blind fate stuff. That's why I've always struggled with religion. I don't like it's going to be this way because I want it this way. No, show me. Now, once you do that, I have no problem telling you, yeah, it's you, it's Philly, it's Green Bay. And you and Green Bay are going to have a war this year.
I mean, it makes Thanksgiving Day that much sweeter.
Yeah. No, let's see, here's my problem with Thanksgiving Day. It's a short week. I don't like these games that put teams in a 72-hour window. You're right about the importance of it. I'd rather see that game on Sunday night.
But here's the beauty. It's a short week for both teams.
I know. I just don't like it. Anybody gets banged up, they can't play. I understand. I know. It's a me thing. Don't worry about it. But I would love to know your biggest takeaway from the game, guys. Because Rico said it. It's a checklist that for a night, every concern turns into calm. Yeah. And you buried. You don't go on the road and do that to good teams. The Ravens damn near wanted to kill each other.
It was better than Kansas City a few years ago because
way better.
Because I'll still say that Kansas City was missing some key pieces early on in that game. Yes, you won, but this one there was no asterisk next to it. There was no excuse. This was better than when you beat Green Bay, even though you couldn't go to the playoffs.
But what it was is a Super Bowl level.
It was.
Right? It's a Super Bowl level that this team has to. They've got to dial that up 2-3 more times this year.
Right.
And preferably in the month of January.
Right.
That's what it takes to win playoff games.
Right. It was the Lions looking at the AFC saying, is this your king? Is this your king?
I'll tell you one thing. You want to talk about, it's not our problem, but it's fun to now be able to watch as an outsider. Look who plays this week. Baltimore, Kansas City. Both 1-2. The winner is going to feel just fine. The loser, it's going to be full-blown panic. Again, not our problem, their problem.
We'll see who the referees like more.
You know that answer. But I want to hear what people have to say about it. So, again, the John Morton thing, I've got a little something for you next we can do. I'm interested because I'm seeing a shift from personnel groupings and formation, and it might work for this team. If this offensive line is going to play this way, and defensively, look, it's a lot of no-name guys. But comprehensively, from the scheme, from the way the game was called, everybody doing their singular job, it felt very Patriot-esque in that regard. Old Patriots, not
Jack
this.
Campbell coming up with, like, everybody. You're right.
TJ's guy.
Bob Muhammad.
Bobby. I just want to know, can we get a single Bob Muhammad jersey sold at the team store?
No.
Come on. He's going to be their starting DN the rest of the year. Somebody's got to rock a Muhammad jersey. Could we get TJ one?
Oh, yeah, TJ would. But, yeah, watching him, I was just like, I could just see Brad Holmes saying, and this is why we didn't have to go and get anybody. We had Muhammad.
Now, for a night, go ahead. Touch your chandelier. You still need to add somebody. David, Kenny, we'll get your thoughts momentarily. 248-539-9797. Your biggest takeaway. For me, that's the type of game I needed to see to feel like, okay, they've got that in their bag. They are capable of getting to that level. Absolutely. Talk about them for the Super Bowl. But I'm going to make you do it before I say it. Otherwise, I'm just Joel Klatt. Rico, take him to church.
You guys, you heard it. You know what they say. Football brings out all the emotions. That's why we love this game. Exactly, Mike. But that feeling when your bet doesn't hit and you're getting hung out to dry by your old sports book, that's a feeling of the past with the game day guarantee from Fanatics Sportsbooks. Here's how it works. Every single game day now until October, new customers can get $100 back in fan cash if your football bet loses, guaranteed. And new customers can also bet $10 to get $100 in fan cash. Think about it. If you're betting with Fanatics, you're either winning or you're winning back money in fan cash that you can use for things in the Fanatics universe like apparel and tickets and bonus bets and more. Why risk it with other sportsbooks when you could just switch to a sure thing? Every single game day until this October comes with a guarantee. Your old sportsbook, they're out for the season, kind of like Nick Bosa. Fanatics Sportsbook has your back. Go check it out for yourself. Download the app, Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right. I know I'm going to be a Debbie Downer here, but winter is coming. Mastercraft.
No!
I know. I'm sorry. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They can do a furnace checkup, make sure it's running properly, and more importantly, safely. Right now, $79. That's $30 off the regular price. Call today. Their schedule fills up fast. Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, generators, all at discounted pricings. Do it now. Mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. It is a non-question mark. We're back Tuesday? Question mark. David and Kenny, I want to give you guys a chance at it. If someone has a better regular season performance they can remember in Lions history, go for it. I can't. It was comprehensive. It was phenomenal. And to me, you got every right now to go, all right, we're back. You need to do things like that in order to say things like that. Otherwise, you're just a Michigan fan. We don't do that between 2 and 6. Do it and say it. Don't say it and hope. They did it. And they put that team in a coffin last night. That's hard to do in the NFL. I don't care if you're playing a rat team like mine. It is hard to make a good team look like that. And that game wasn't nearly as close as the final score indicated. David, Kenny, say it with your chest. What do you got?
I think they've righted the wrong of week 1. I think they've showed who they actually can be at their. Yes, exactly.
I'm sorry.
Come on, man. That's my voice.
That's my voice. Go ahead.
They've shown who they can be at their very best. And I was most impressed by, all right, they allowed a certain amount of points, but also they were able to control TOP. That one drive that took them 98
15
yards.
minutes.
Yeah, 15, 20-minute drive. No, it took them forever to get down the field. But I mean, I thought that was the most impressive thing about it, besides the containment of Lamar Jackson. Can we, for 1 week, just 1 week, not take a phone call that says we are going to have a big problem against mobile quarterbacks this year? Because I feel like that narrative is kind of not squashed, but we took some major steps in being able to say that maybe isn't the case.
Kenny, you can go ahead and squash it, because here's the thing. You diffuse the most mobile of mobile quarterbacks in the NFL. Every quarterback after Lamar is a downgrade. Nobody's as fast as him. Nobody is as maneuverable as he is. So, yes, Kyle Allen's, Josh Allen's, yes, he's
I let it go.
Josh Allen, he's a bigger quarterback, but Lamar is the mobile QB, and you frustrated him. You sacked him 7 times. You did everything that you've never been able to do, Mike. And you're trying to say the game. I thought maybe that Barry versus Emmett Monday night game in '94.
Go ahead.
You want to go way back there?
And that's just fine. I'm saying my time here, in my time.
Yeah, but even this was better than that one. That was good because it was, it was finally seeing these two go at it. Who was the better running back, Barry Sanders or Emmitt Smith? But last night was just a complete.
I think you got the league's attention. That's what you got. You got the league's attention, hey. And just like me, hey, we've kind of said I'm taking a pause on the Lions. I had them at 11 wins. I think the Packers are staring you in the eye. Now, you have every right to go, you know what? We can upgrade the Lions. Your work has to matter. What you do matters. The results matter. Mm-hmm. Well, last night matters in all the right ways for you. So I'm totally good with it. I've upgraded to 12 wins.
I also did enjoy the Derrick Henry meltdown. That was funny.
Yeah, listen. If we could just get him on a continual loop, rage falling, that's all I need. That was so unbelievable.
Yeah, 3 fumbles, like 3 games in a row. He fumbles the ball like Derek. What is going on?
And listen,
he couldn't move past it either.
David.
That's why they couldn't put him back in the game.
Yeah, if I was John Harbaugh, I was like, yeah, you can't, son. Okay, you fumble, but okay. You know what? You're not ready. You know what? It's kind of like how they got the blue tent. You know what? We got the cry room over there. Why don't you go in there for about 15 minutes, get it all out?
That's what it felt like. It felt like I'm watching a 10-year-old play football and just rage.
Yeah, but
it looked like he needed an emotional support animal.
But you
or something.
should be proud of yourself because your team did that to him.
Right.
And I think he was frustrated after he broke the initial, I'd say his first 3 carries were the best of the night. He really didn't do a whole lot. And There is some, okay, I'm going to say this. This may sound insane, but the way the Lions played it at the goal line and the way teams played at the goal line, Derrick Henry's not exactly a great goal line back if you think about it. Like, he takes a little bit, he's got to get going, and he's at his best when he's in the open field destroying people because he can fly.
Next level.
But you got him before he could get his legs moving. And he's just not elusive in that space. Like, the Lions really did it. They did it all last night.
It'll be the one thing that I would love to ask coaches. Why do you feel the need to turn around and hand the ball off, especially when Philadelphia is showing you? You may hate the play, Mike, but the play works.
Earth hates the play.
You know what? Line up Henry under center or put Mark Andrews under center. Put somebody, if you don't want to put Lamar, and just push forward.
Oh, also, I read something, and it had video clips in it. The option play that the Lions ran at the goal line. This is how deep things go sometimes in the NFL. That option play, the Saints ran it in 2019. Dan Campbell was on staff. Oh. And before that, the Cowboys ran the exact same play. You know who the tight end was on that team? Dan Campbell. Yeah. I mean, you're talking about...
That was a sweet play.
It was awesome.
Because I'm like, oh, okay, you handed off. No, wait. He pitched it again. Wow.
But wait, there's more. Do you want to do the ticket text, and then we'll go to the people?
Just one more thing on the offense real
Sure.
quick. Now we can get rid of this narrative that we had to have Ben Johnson to call creative plays on the offensive side. He is a great play caller, and that's fine.
Yeah,
but also,
he does it differently.
Still there. Yes.
Like, here's what I like. Here's what I'm liking about Morton so far: tighter formations. They're condensing the formation, and they look a lot like the Rams. A lot of two tight end, bringing the receivers in. It's not. I don't want to be hyperbolic. I'm not saying it's the opposite of Ben Johnson. But Ben, you would see this team do a lot of spreading it out. You would see Jared Goff in 5 wide on 3rd and 1. Morton's condensing this down, and if that offensive line is going to play that way, it makes all the sense in the world, because then what you get to do is you get to leverage the exterior using a guy like Gibbs, getting him out wide. And by the way, no one can produce a single highlight, and it's for all the best reasons. Penei Sewell may have played just one of the best quiet games at tackle ever. I couldn't find a single play where he didn't just utterly take care of business. I mean, I don't know if you can give out perfect scores, but he was damn near perfect.
I think the only time you saw them, they were all gassed after the 98-yard drive.
Look at the oxygen tank.
Because they're...
Rico, that was the Shawshank Redemption equivalent of a football drive. It was 15 minutes.
I couldn't remember where they started. I was in my head. I'm like, where did they start? Oh, right. They flipped the field. Oh,
David, that was several sermons all in one. So we'll get to the phone calls.
Started in the first quarter, ended in the second.
That was wild. Go to Jay. He bats leadoff today, 97.1. Jay, what's going on?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. How y'all doing?
Afternoon, Jay. What's on your mind, buddy?
Hey, so I just want to say that was a hell of a win by the Lions, because they beat the Baltimore Ravens on every level of the game. I mean, you outrushed Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery, outrushed Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry, and Justice Hill. Did anybody have that on their bingo board?
No, not like that.
That was a big part of the game right there, and it seemed like the Ravens were really trying to stop Jahmyr Gibbs, and they forgot about Montgomery. Montgomery broke out and got like a 73-yard run, and I mean, that just blew the game wide open. But I want to point out what the defense did. Never in history have I seen the Detroit Lions get 7 sacks, and especially against a guy like Lamar Jackson. That is very hard to do on the road. And you playing a Super Bowl contender like the Ravens, I think that's like a really good win and a good ego boost for them.
Absolutely.
And
there's stuff to build off of, too. Let's be clear.
Absolutely.
I'm not going to do nitpick theater. I could give you 5 or 6 things that I guarantee the coaches are going to have to go correct, but they played so well. Jay, you don't take your opponent's heart very often in the NFL. This isn't homecoming in the Big Ten. Mm-hmm. They took the Ravens' heart.
Absolutely. They sure did. And the one thing I liked, and y'all just mentioned it, is seeing Derrick Henry melt down. I have never seen a guy like Derrick Henry who's just a physical I mean, he's sitting over there pouting like a little kid. You know, that's what the Detroit Lions would do to a team when they're at their best and they're coached well and they're just ready to play.
Yeah.
The Lions got their chair taken away from them week 1 at the Super Bowl table, but they put it back and they sat down in the chair and said, come take it again.
Yeah, and there's
Hey, Jay, here's a beauty of it.
that's a great way to put it, Jay. They're sitting back at the big boy table. That performance, it demands respect.
And Jay, if you,
Yes,
I don't know
sir.
if you've
Thank
seen the post game interview of Derrick Henry, it got worse.
No, I didn't. What happened?
He was destroyed. He was mentally just gone.
Well, maybe he could add another necklace. Maybe that'll do it for him.
You know, maybe he had too
The
many
guy's
necklaces on.
He looks like B.A. Baraka.
Right.
It's ridiculous.
Oh, he was so. I'm my worst enemy, but I don't even know what like. Oh, it was like Derrick. Seriously, take 15 minutes and go into the cry room.
But do you know that the key to a lot of these sacks? And don't laugh when I say this. Hear me when I say it.
Bob Muhammad.
No, Bobby Muhammad. But no, there was always somebody behind Lamar. Does that make sense? Lamar is so good at backing up. He gets to do what no quarterbacks do in this.
It's like a video game.
He can drop back and go back more
20
and go back
yards.
more,
Right.
and he'll figure it out. What the Lions did was maintain rush lanes, but there was always a boogeyman behind him. It was perfection.
Well, it was even how Henry got the fumble. Aiden was behind him.
Great hustle play.
And he was
I
like, you know what?
I didn't think he had a great game. That was a great hustle play, and he had a great inside move on Stanley to get a sack in the fourth quarter. We'll delete the first three quarters. The fourth quarter, Aiden made two huge winning plays.
Al-Qadim Muhammad.
I wonder, why can't he start going by Bobby? Bobby Muhammad. All right, we'll discuss it. We'll see if TJ
Bobby
can.
Muhammad, Kent State.
FanDuel getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you don't want to miss. $5, you get 300 in bonus bets. Pick a bet, $5. If it wins, you are good to go. This might be the opus of college football this Saturday if you still care about that godforsaken sport. And FanDuel will have everything for you. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Download the app today and get started. 21 and up. Present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets. It expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Bobby! All right, let's get to it, shall we?
I'm going to name him Al-Qadin. I'm going to call him Bobby.
As Rico has called him, the $50 million man. All right, let's go to Brian, 97.1. Brian, what's going on, buddy?
Yo, what's up? Good afternoon, you guys. So,
afternoon, Brian.
Great game. I think now, since they beat the Ravens, they have a great chance to beat the Bills. They're going to dismantle the Chiefs. And I want to tell you, I got kicked out of a bar last night, not because I was drunk, but because I kept shouting touchdown black guy.
No.
And everyone there was, yeah. They were tired of me screaming it, so they politely asked me to leave in very non-polite words. But I kept screaming it, touchdown black guy, and they're like, you got to go.
Okay, I think that's something in a radio-safe space we get to have fun with.
Right.
Brian, I don't know that I would take that to the public discourse.
Mike, look what you've done. Look
I
what
did
you've
not
done to
do
these
that.
fans.
You. Mike's having rallies.
Hey, Mike, that's one.
Yes, get him, David. Get him.
Wow, Mike's having rallies at Ford Field.
Wow.
Yeah, that's one of those where you probably, if everybody doesn't get the joke.
If they don't understand the show,
correct.
You're really going to be operating at a deficit there from the compassion standpoint.
Because it's real quick, you're going to look at your buddy. Wait, what did he just say? And you said it again. And that's when you get the waitress. You better get him before we do.
The best part was when Miller came in that one day and he was like, why am I getting people coming up to me saying, why did you say touchdown black guy?
I only allowed Dapper to be confused for like 7 minutes. And then I'm like, Dan, you're looking at the reason. He goes, what? I said, Dan, we spliced one of your calls. And he's like, wait, so you guys are why I'm getting all these messages? I go, yes. And it's awesome. The look on his face, he was on his phone scrolling before Lions Review one night. He's like, what is this? What is this Detroit black guy thing?
I never said that. I don't think I said that.
You did this.
Yeah. Let's go to Demetrius, 97.1. Demetrius, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, thanks, fellas. How y'all doing?
Excellent, D. What's on your mind?
What's going on, Rico?
What's happening, man?
I just wanted to say, I believe that one right there, that's probably the biggest Lions win I've seen in my lifetime.
Me too.
And I'm 49, so that was big. Do I think they can win the ball? I ain't, I'm going to pump the brakes, but we got a pretty good team on our hands.
No, I think it just makes you feel, like, hey, they reminded everybody, us included, we're still here. We're still really good. Yeah. And even though I had them at 11 wins, I admit it was shaky. That kind of solidifies and goes, hey, they're in it. They're going to be okay.
Yes. Thanks, fellas, for putting me on. I love the Sparks, but I'm a big-time Michigan fan.
That's okay. Demetrius, you don't need to apologize. You got a really good football team. I'd like to apologize for my team because we don't even make it fun.
Yeah.
We're a disgrace.
And
it's
Demetrius,
okay,
I'll tell you this. Number one for them, Jay Sean, was it
Barham?
Barham.
He's your next edge rusher to get drafted.
Let me tell you this, and I mean this with all the people that they put in the league, Mike, that's the most destructive defensive player I've ever seen at the University of Michigan.
And the fact that he originally was a middle linebacker.
And they figured it out and said no. Like, I'm talking about the Mason Grant. I'm talking about all the guys, Aiden Hudson, all he got. No,
he's nasty.
This guy.
Because he plays with power.
Michigan has found their Micah Parsons.
Yes.
This guy will make a lot of money in the league, and I'm not looking forward to when he goes to East Lansing.
And I'm sure Joe Rossi's got someone just like that.
Kenny Cott.
Yeah. Michigan's edge rusher, Barham. MSU's Ken Cott.
Right.
Can you imagine they stuff Kenny into a jersey? That's what we get.
Kenny Cott, MSU.
Right. That's.
But Barham,
no, he's nasty.
I watched him and said, this is the best guy I've ever seen them play there on the defensive line.
Well, you can't. Hold on now. I'm going to need you to step back now.
He's destructive, Mike.
I watch the games. I know. I'm also a Mason Graham slap. Plus, you're going to get the Hutch Army out there. But Barham is just explosive in a different. It's just different.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, those guys were good, but this guy, wow. Just wow.
I'm approaching Nick Bolton vibes with him. That dude just kills people. He plays nasty. Meanwhile, up at MSU, here's our edge rush.
He's the West Side Undertaker.
Right. Let's go over to Lewis, 97.1. Lou, what's going on, buddy? And Lou. See ya. We go over to Kyle, 97.1. What's going on, Kyle?
Hey, Mike, Rico. How you guys doing today?
Good, Kyle. What's going on?
So I was really impressed with the Lions last night, but I did have one negative I wanted to put out there.
Sure.
Is it time to say bust with Terry and Arnold?
Not bust, but he's got to pick it up. The penalties are an issue. Getting bullied a little bit down the field is an issue. I'm not ready to call him a bust, but he's got to pick it up.
Yeah, that's all I had to call and say. Thank you.
Yeah, because Kyle, I would say, you know what? Maybe he's just not a number one corner. Maybe
that's why they got Reed. But they're going to pick on you. They're going to find you. Look, overall, I think if you wanted to target anybody who had a rough night last night, it might be Brian Branch. But amidst the perfection, I don't want to nitpick. But the penalties, you know, he got high pointed by Andrews, which shouldn't happen. He's 50, and then you had the dropped interception. But again, come on, the team played amazing.
I mean, right? Even the kicker stopping the kickoff return. Like,
yes.
Wow, they're on all cylinders. The only thing missing was making that 67-yard field goal.
I actually expected it to go in.
I did too.
I'm so traumatized by kickers and like what Dallas did to the Giants 2 weeks ago. I just expected Bates to hit it from 80. Like line him up in the harbor and he was going to make it. Be like, there's your big negative. What happened? We missed the 70.
DC.
Yeah. Kicked it from the Capitol building. Boom. We're in. Done. David, ticket text before we get more to people. Obviously, we're going to get to the Tigers a little bit later today, get a little college football, but the Lions deserve center stage. That was a virtuoso performance. It puts their chair right back at the Super Bowl table, and I think it allows all of us just to feel a hell of a lot better about what's going on here. Go ahead, David.
Jack Campbell is that guy. 8 tackles, all solos. I took from that game that he's the face of Dan Campbell football.
It's his defense now.
Yep.
You can see the transition happening. It's his defense. Anzalone's on the farewell tour.
Biggest takeaway is Tate Ratledge is already a Pro Bowl caliber player.
All right, let's calm it down, please.
Yikes.
You can say you were very pleased at his development. Let's calm down.
This text came in, and Kenny loved it, from Lamont in Detroit. Montgomery's 72-yard run would have been a touchdown if Cass had measured the field.
That's true. Actually, if David Montgomery were playing at Cass Tech, he would have run all the way across the street by the way they measured that field.
Yeah. By the way, David, congratulations once again, Cass and King. Game postponed. Fighting.
It's just ridiculous. Just sad is what it is. Just sad. Text here says, I'm happy with the game last night, but when will they sign or trade for another defensive guy to play across Al-Qadim Muhammad? That is Chase and Grant Blank.
I think they drafted one.
And another one on Muhammad says, I was screaming Bob Muhammad the entire time in my TV all night.
Bobby!
It was hilarious.
I wonder if he's going to be like, people keep calling me Bob.
But like if I ran a team, like if I owned a team, I would absolutely put a duffel bag with $1 million in that guy's locker after last night's performance. Be like, keep the change, keep doing your thing. I mean, you're a billionaire. $1 million is a rounding error.
Right.
Like you just stuff it in like a Nike shoebox, like I'm recruiting in the SEC back in the day. Bobby, solid game. Keep the change.
Listen, where's he going?
Hugs.
Okay.
He was fantastic
Mike's
last
giving
night.
out $1 million handshakes.
If you own a team, think about it. Now, if you hand $1 million to your quarterback, he don't care. It's a rounding error. Bob Muhammad might not even be making $1 million. You're changing lives.
Got you. And there's more where that came from.
Hey, that's what you put in a little note card. You don't give the guy an edible arrangements.
No, you're hearing talk about Hutch? No. You're the difference maker.
Watch this.
Don't worry about Hutch.
Watch
we
this.
got you.
Muhammad gets Hutch's contract. Like we're living in the upside down. Then you find out TJ is actually Muhammad's agent.
Right.
A whole hero arc. I'm here for all of it. Guy's been on 5 teams in 7 years. All right, we'll keep it timely. We'll get more of your phone calls as well. September, Truck Month, Moran Chevrolet. Elevate your tailgating at Moran, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. Game days start with the Silverado Crew Cab 4x4. Lease one right now, $349 a month, 24 months. Or the Equinox LT, $279 a month, 36 months. And the deal of the season, the Doug Karsh Bag of Kale Special, the 25 Equinox EV, $89 a month. Find your ride fast and easy, MoranExpress.com, or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together. Let's drive. We'll get back to business momentarily. Just a quick check-in on the world of football that is outside of the Lions committing murder in Baltimore last night. Just multiple homicides ending the Ravens organization.
Wait, I think Derrick Henry just fell out of the bench again.
Pray for Derrick Henry rage falling. David, music.
So let's just get to the news of today.
Yes.
The New York Giants have made a quarterback change.
Oh, hold on now.
Jackson Dart is set to make the start on Sunday.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
No, you guys.
Hallelujah.
You didn't give Russell a real fair chance at this.
When I heard the news.
And I think we also missed a. How come we not going to Jameis first?
We're not.
They just skipped over him.
It's Jackson Dart season. Now, on a serious level, they had no choice. First of all, half the place was Kansas City fans on Sunday night. Second of all, they booed every time that Dart came off the field. You can't have Russell Wilson back there. And for any idiot who goes, well, last week he threw for 400 yards. 3 of the passes were complete prayers that were answered. And flowchart, Cowboys defense's cheeks. It's Jackson Dart time. Why? Because we're going to go 2-15 with force.
No. Now he's going to get you to 6 wins.
I'd be good with that because it means he's
draft.
Good. Look, I need something, okay? You got a guy with cool face paint, and he's good in Hutchinson. Here's mine. My quarterback does the face paint routine.
Okay.
Let's party.
All right.
It's Dart season.
He'll be doing commercials with Jake from State Farm.
If he turns into a good player, I don't care.
So is that the last time we see of Russell Wilson in his career? Now with the Giants.
I think Russ gets released, yes.
I don't think that's the last time because
he's going to be the Niners quarterback.
No, he'll probably New Orleans.
Oh.
They don't have a quarterback. David, they don't have a quarterback.
Let's go with the young guy. Let him grow.
Grow where? You know, weeds grow, and you get rid of them.
Next.
Speaking of getting rid, let's talk about this. The Texans are on 3. C.J. Stroud looks nothing like he did his rookie year. So my question to you, should DeMeco Ryans be on the hot seat?
No, whoever put that offensive line together should be. He's pressured on almost half of his third down snaps. They don't have a running game. His best friend is dead, even though you think he's coming back next week, Tank Dell. No, I blame the organization, not DeMeco Ryans. DeMeco Ryans is a good coach, man.
Right, but the organization is never going to fire itself. They're never going to admit that they were wrong. And we pay you a lot of money, DeMeco. Fix our problem.
They got 5 of you on the O-line. What's he supposed to do?
No, should the GM then be on the hot seat?
Yes.
Nick
Right, that's what I'm
Caserio.
saying. But it's rare that, you know what, I screwed up. I'm going to fire myself. No, I screwed up, but you didn't stop me from screwing up.
You leave Captain Miko alone. I like him.
I'm with you.
Let's get to this here because, Mike, you kind of just touched on it regarding the Cowboys defense. Bears, they did score 31 points on the Cowboys defense, and everyone says, oh, Ben Johnson's offense looked amazing. Really? Cowboys are truly awful.
No, the Bears have to carry the momentum to, I almost said Oakland. They got to carry the momentum to Vegas this week. Show me. That's not some killer defense. Show me. Now do it on the road and do it against a team that at least tries. I'm convinced Dallas has just quit already. That defense is morbid.
Okay, so saying that, fellas.
Yes.
What do you expect from the Dallas defense?
It's Dart season.
This weekend.
I expect them to get
going
shredded.
Up against Green Bay.
Shredded.
Micah Parsons.
Shredded.
Wearing green and not the blue. Do you think that the defense steps up to do?
If Green Bay doesn't get to 30, I'll think less of them.
Correct.
So are we not going to then say, well, Green Bay is really the champions of the NFC?
No. Green Bay and the Lions are a fight poster. They're eye to eye. I said it after week 1. Nothing changes now. But no, Green Bay, it's called do your job. Oh, wait, you dropped a bomb on Jerry Jones' skull? Do your job.
I mean, I just figured, like, revenge, like, okay, this is the one game. Maybe the defense steps up.
I don't think it
to
matters
show
because
you don't miss Micah Parsons.
It's like when you buy a coffee, the guy turns around, fills up a black coffee, and hands it to you, and then says the screen's going to ask you a question. You did your job.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I didn't ask you to paint me a picture or sing me a song or make a fancy coffee. Why the hell is the screen asking me a question?
What's the question?
How much money you want to give me for filling up a cup of coffee?
Yeah, the Dallas Cowboys in back-to-back weeks, their defense
No,
gave
I
up
love
30.
tipping, but I'm not going to tip when I get a black coffee at the airport. It's a black coffee.
Well, it's got to be black, man.
Because coffee's black.
I'm just going
Unless Kenny's going to create a white coffee, I don't know.
Well, that sounds pretty good.
To come see coffee.
And then you move on to this one here. Well, speaking of white, let's talk about this. The Minnesota Vikings defense looked amazing.
Yes.
Jake Browning was awful. Yes, 2 fumble forced, 1 return for a touchdown. an interception return for a touchdown. Bengals were under 200 total yards. So my question for you, should Brian Flores get another shot at being a head coach?
I can't answer it. Is his lawsuit still going on against the Dolphins?
I'm not sure.
I think it is.
Well, then my answer is no.
Then he can't.
You're not going to hire a guy
go.
currently suing another team. Now, if the lawsuit got dropped, you better be careful with it because he's a very specific coach. He is hard driving. He is no nonsense. You've got to want that style of coach. Do you have a roster that could handle it? I don't know if Flores is a head coach. He's a good defensive coordinator, but here's my other problem with him. He's so rigid in how he runs that defense. Now, he can make Jake Browning look that way. He can make a lot of quarterbacks look that way. But what happens when he faces a Jared Goff or he faces a Baker Mayfield or a Patrick Mahomes?
True.
He gets murdered.
True. No, it looks like the lawsuit is still going.
But I like the flat brim. It's intimidating. And he wears a puff vest. He looks like a badass on the sideline.
Until you go up against a real quarterback.
Right, but that beats my defensive coordinator who gets shredded by Charlie Brown. Shane Bowen. You know what? Bowen ought to coordinate the game against the Chargers Sunday with a paper bag on his head.
Hey. 2 words. Jackson Dart.
It's dart season. Please be decent. Please.
Close it out with this here because
because you've never had quality players on offense. It's not like you had a Saquon Barkley back there.
Falcons lost 30-0 to the Carolina Panthers.
How's Nick Bosa, bitch?
Oh, he's injured.
And they did fire their wide receivers coach after the game.
Okay. At least our quarterback's not a weirdo.
All right, that's enough.
Was that game for the Falcons a fluke, or should there be more concern?
It's concern. It's the same with the Cardinals. They let his garbage team off the hook. It is showing you that those two teams are not ready to have the car keys on Saturday night. They are not grown up.
I thought the Cardinals were winning the West.
They should. Jackass.
Okay. No, but David, but then you turn around and you fire your wide receiver coach.
Yes. Good. You know why? Because Ike Hilliard stinks. He stunk as a Giant. He stinks as a coach.
Okay, but did that really help your team?
Yes, he stinks.
They have it. They don't have a wide receiver touchdown. So yes.
Yeah.
I think it will help your team.
What happened to your guy?
What guy?
Penix. Stunk.
2 interceptions.
You know
Stunk.
what, David? I've said
Both
before,
should have been returned for a touchdown.
Lions win again.
The Atlanta Falcons have all the tools for a great offense. They just don't have a coordinator to put it all together. It's seriously. It's like they have wide receiver. They got Bijan. They just go brain dead. It's like they got Eberflus running their offense.
Or Joe Rossi.
With Matt Patricia. Or Joe Rossi. But he runs defense. But
does he?
I get what you said.
At this point, let him coordinate the offense because he sure as hell can't do it on defense.
He just slammed his helmet down on the bench.
Yeah, that's actually Derrick Henry rage falling is every Michigan State fan on 3rd and 10.
David, I'm sorry.
On that note, we somehow did some NFL there.
Yes.
That is
it. No, we're not done yet. One more, real quick.
How's Nick Bosa?
That you earned that one. Concern level of Travis Hunter.
Oh, I was,
Because here's one thing.
That one, yeah.
He doesn't want to tackle. So I can't play him full-time at corner. And on offense, they're not prioritizing him and using him the right way. They're going to get him killed. How concerned? I'm going from I thought he was going to be like Odell Beckham Jr., just a receiver. Mm-hmm. I'm concerned it's like a level 6.
I was very concerned, Mike, because he was a gimmick, and they were treating him like a gimmick. They were treating him to sell tickets, not to turn him into a football player. Pick one and do 10 plays on the other side. But pick something originally.
That's it.
We're going to let him play ball. Okay, now you're going to ruin this game.
He's not physically capable, and if you're going to be a corner in today's NFL with the RPOs and the screen game, you got to come up and hit somebody. Sorry, Coach Prime didn't teach him that at Colorado.
His career would be over in less than 2 years.
Not to mention Deion never tackled anybody in his life.
From the best, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Deion said they didn't pay me to tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you know what?
David, it's dart season.
It is. That is in football today.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. The Pro Football Focus grades for Detroit came out from last night's win of the Ravens. Offensive linemen Penei Sewell and Tate Ratledge were 1 and 2 on offense. In the entire NFL, Sewell was the highest rated offensive lineman, while Ratledge came in 4th. Aiden Hutchinson and linebacker Zach Cunningham were the top 2 on defense for Detroit. Dan Campbell is scheduled to address the media at the bottom of the hour today. The Tigers hit the field tonight against the Guardians on the road. Gavin Williams on the mound for Cleveland. That's Guardians TV host Al Pulowski. Williams will face the Tigers' ace Tarek Skubal tonight. Here how it goes, right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:15. Major League Baseball has announced they'll use the automated ball strike challenge system in all games beginning next season. Each team will receive 2 per game. If they keep them, or if they win them, they'll keep them. The challenges can only be initiated by a pitcher, catcher, or batter. The Wings skate at Little Caesars Arena in their preseason opener tonight. Sebastian Cosa, Michael Pastava, the 2 goalies that will dress. Jonathan Berggren, JT Compher are 2 of the few regular skaters that were lacing it up tonight. Puck drop at 7 over on WWJ News Radio 950. Longtime Oklahoma State football coach Mike Gundy has been let go after a 69-3 defeat at the hands of Oregon in Week 2 and a close loss to Tulsa last week. Gundy in the middle of his 21st season.
He's a man. He's fired. He's 58.
Wow. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Blessed day. If you're just joining in, you know what we're rapping about. That was the Mona Lisa of football performances last night. That is, in my time in Detroit, regular season, that is the single best, most comprehensive performance the Detroit Lions have ever graced us with. Every phase, every play, we've talked about it. It absolutely, to me, that is what I needed to see to regain a confidence that they are more than a playoff team, that they can be a Super Bowl team. If that's in their bag, we're good. Actually, hold on. We might be.
I mean, the fact that you did all of that.
It was amazing.
And your offense, defense, special teams, everything was there. Heck, like I said, we expected the 67-yard field goal to go in. You utterly destroyed the Baltimore Ravens. And then the cherry on top, it was in Baltimore. It wasn't here.
Well, that's why I said what I said.
Field.
Road game against a really good team in primetime. The hardest situation to win a game.
And Ravens fans don't sell tickets. So it's not like it was like 50% Lions fans there and you just kind of did a takeover. No. You had a hostile crowd.
They showed up, though.
You
heard them on TV. I was stunned.
They showed up, but I think it was probably like maybe 20%. You've seen when Lions take over
Tampa
places.
Bay is what it's called.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. What are we wearing, blue alternates? No, that's the opposition.
Right. Is that a what up, though, I keep hearing?
By the way, how about Otto backed up something I said? Sewell's always very good, but like he had a rough week 1. I thought he was excellent last night. Did you hear what he said?
No.
He had a 99.6 grade on Pro Football Focus. I've never heard of something like that for no 100. Maybe pass gas on third down. I don't know. The point is, wow.
But that's just it, Mike. When your offensive linemen basically become the invisible man, they're doing their job.
He was excellent. He really was. Let's get to the people, and we're going to get to college football a little later today. I do have a can we say that for Rico, since he was on Lions duty yesterday, and then the 5 o'clock hour, that's when we'll get to the Tigers. I want to go Lions 75% of the show today because that kind of performance is uncommon, and your feedback is necessary here.
I mean, you would hope that you will see that game again, but like I said,
show it to me on the 3rd week in January.
My entire life, I've never seen a game like that. Ever for the Detroit Lions.
Chris, 97.1. What's going on, Chris?
Hey, guys. Once I get off the phone, you're going to have to get clarification that game was so good that Kenny bought the extension for the hot dog roller so he can do footlongs now. I mean, honestly, that game was so perfect that even Jim Joyce couldn't mess that one up.
No.
But, I mean, my favorite part of that game, I mean, like you said, 2 weeks ago, people were calling the offensive line, the coordinators, the defensive line. But when I was watching Lamar Jackson get hit all those times and all those sacks, it was like watching an episode of Oprah. You get a sack, you get a sack, you get a sack, and he was just taking them all, and I loved it because I'm not a big Lamar Jackson guy.
Neither am I.
But
neither am I.
And it's a huge win, and it's something you can keep building on. Like you said, it was a full team win, like Campbell said. And before I go, as for the hair there, Mike, it really reminded me of when Eddie Murphy did the buckwheat skit. I thought his hair looked okay.
Oh, dear. I was just in disbelief. I'm like, oh, my. That was, Chris, it was tough. That wasn't Lamar's best look. That was tough. The only thing I'd ever been stunned by more when Lamar took his helmet off is when Brock Bowers did. And he was bald overnight. You're like, wait, Brock Bowers doesn't have hair?
Brock was losing that battle.
Right, but Brock looked like Mr. Belding all of a sudden.
He was losing the battle. He just needed to go ahead and tap out.
Stunning moments.
Look, yes. Buckwheat.
That was...
He's getting his braids redone.
I know. I was just in shock. I'm like... I was like, oh, my.
Right. I was like, wait, it was a Monday night game. Lamar, you couldn't have done this on Sunday?
But I saw that, and I went, wrong team's favored. That's the only thing worse than a ginger quarterback. You can't have a quarterback that's got, like, homeless hair. Like if you're Daniel Jones, you ever see Daniel Jones the young years? It's ridiculous. Eli Manning, case in point.
So Mike is just anti-Frederick Douglass here. Okay.
No, it was crazy. Okay. It's like Trevor Lawrence can't win with a quarterback. He looks homeless.
You know how Gator has that list of things he strongly dislikes? I'm making a list right now of things that Mike can't win with.
Well, you know what?
Can you win with Trevor Lawrence homeless hippie hair? Clearly not.
Kenny?
On the list also, male pattern baldness, balding, and gingers are also on the list.
Well, balding guards.
No.
That's an NBA exclusive.
But, Kenny, we also found out coaches with moo-moos.
Duvet covers, automatic disqualification. Let's go to the people.
But Bowers just needed to go ahead and give up the ghost.
It was a stunning moment. That's all I'm saying. We go to Glenn, 97.1. Glenn, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, I'm doing great. Victory Tuesday here. I just want to say this kind of confirms for me that Dan Campbell is really the straw that stirs the drink here, man. I was genuinely concerned after that first game against Green Bay. We're going to be missing Ben Johnson and Eric Glenn quite a bit. And they exercised those demons in 15 days. The turnaround from week 1 to now has been absolutely remarkable. That is a Super Bowl caliber team they've played, and they held a completely healthy Baltimore Ravens offense to 21, 24 regular points with garbage touchdown at the end.
Yeah, the one at the end. Dude. The one at the end dresses up the final score a little bit, but it wasn't even a 14-point game. It just felt so dominating.
It was domination on both sides of the line. And I was worried about the offensive line after that first week. Eventually going on the road in a difficult to hear environment, doing the silent count, looked like they had no issues there. So. And on the way, I have them in the Super Bowl caliber tier with Philly and Green Bay now.
Yep.
You're going to be playing mobile quarterbacks on the way to potentially a Super Bowl, and you just put the best mobile quarterback on his keister, man. It was beautiful. Best Lions win I've ever seen regular season. Absolutely phenomenal.
Amen, Glenn.
Cloud 9.
Yeah, you got it. Listen, you should be. And you know what? Maybe like back in the day where Eldon Campbell was the Shaq stopper, maybe Bob Muhammad is the mobile QB killer. Specialist. Special forces.
Didn't see that one coming. Eldon Campbell.
He's
the Shaq stopper.
Al Quindine is the modern Eldon Campbell.
Okay.
He's going to be a Detroit cult legend.
Okay.
Look, if he never does another thing for this team, he played a huge role in helping them win last night. That's good enough for me.
No, you're right. He'll go into the Jalen Watts Jackson Hall of Fame.
Hopefully minus a bad hip. But
correct.
Yes. Let's go. I'll tell you what, we'll stay timely. I want to stay timely because I don't want David yelling at me. Very aggressive today. Very angry. 24853.
He's getting his braids taken out.
No, listen, whether it's Trevor Lawrence or Lamar, I'm just telling you, the unkept quarterback drives me nuts.
No.
Come on. You're a team captain. Get out there. Play. Be put together on game day. Let's get it done.
Okay.
Lamar hated everybody last night, by the way. The Lions broke him. He was yelling at team. He was pissed.
Yeah, you know it's bad when he would just go and sit by himself. Like, I don't want to talk to anybody. Hey, no, just
I don't like any of these people.
Just sit over there. I'm sitting here by myself for a reason. I need to reflect.
Now, after the Lions gave you a huge win, the stress is going to return tonight. Tiger baseball Take the stress of dinner off of the table. Hungry Howie's. They've got a special right now, a reminder, authentic Detroit-style pizza. You've probably seen the TV commercials as well. $12.99, get one of your own. Just in time for a Scooble start tonight. The best ingredients, Detroit-style pizza, invented right here in Michigan back in the 40s. And the prices are pretty timeless. $12.99 right now. It's a competitive offer for a pie. Get over to hungryhowies.com right now and celebrate boldly tonight. All right, David, quickly on the ticket text. Lions deserve front page news today. That was the virtuoso performance. I think that gets all of us united. It's totally good. You can have the conversation, you, Green Bay, and Philly. But they needed to do something like that to earn it. Don't sit there and behead the Bears. That doesn't do anything. David, go ahead.
One negative here. Someone says, not impressed. You beat a team not ranked 30th in defense and missing their 2 top defensive players. I am not impressed.
First of all, they weren't missing their 2 top defensive players because Kyle Hamilton played, even though he didn't really play. But guess what else? The Ravens played you when your D-line was down 4 rotational players, including a Pro Bowl D tackle. No, we're not going to do that. They didn't have Metabike, and they didn't have Van Noy. You're right. It's 2 Pro Bowl guys. Would it look different if they played? Yeah, the same way it would look different if you had Davenport, Aleem McNeil, Josh Paschal, and Onwuzurike.
Yeah, those 4th down plays for them would have been a little bit different. But I do wonder, I wish that person would have called, what would be the impressive win? I guess the only impressive wins are the games you didn't win. So the Packers game is that only game that would have been that was the game that would have determined everything.
Like, guys, you can't be completely happy about last night, you're never going to be happy. And that comes from me. I am a skeptic, and I do look to nitpick, and I have a standard I want my teams to play at. Guess what? As Rico said pre-show, check, check, check. You sounded like Teddy KGB. Chick, chick, chick. It checked every box.
Right. I mean, you went out there and you shut down an NFL MVP in Lamar Jackson.
And you made Derrick Henry rage fall.
Right. Derrick Henry, a guy who had over 2,000 yards. Like, you just shut down their rushing game and said, beat us with your arm. Oh, I'm sorry, you can't because we keep sacking you.
Yes, quickly.
To your point from Joe, give some respect to the secondary. Many of those sacks were cover sacks. They looked really good. The back end zone coverage that Shep was calling had Lamar hesitant.
Well, Lamar is always going to be a complete, it's a paradox. They'll tell you he's got the highest passer rating in the history of the league, yet I hate him as a quarterback. These are the reasons why. Kelvin Shepard pulled a Spagnuolo last night. You're going to beat us from the pocket. That's all I'm going to allow you to do. I'm going to keep you there. Stoney and I were talking about this yesterday. I said, look, you're probably best off rushing 5, meaning there's no escape hatch. When you rush 4, a lane will present itself. Well, they were doing 4 plus or 4 with spy, but it was the gap integrity, and it was keeping him in there. And guess what? Hey, here we go.
Because every time
he can't do it.
Yeah, every time you thought, oh, he's about to break it and tripped and tackled. It was a couple of runs. I thought he was about to turn the corner and take it to the house, and nope, we just tackled you. You're good.
David.
Pete in Florida says you guys are in Friday form. Best Tuesday in a long time. And now I have to go to work. But thank you for the enjoyment while I can.
Well, that's what we're here for. And when the team plays that way, it makes it easy. Contrary to popular belief, I don't want to have warfare on a daily basis. But what I'm not going to do, I'm not going to turn this into what they do to college football. I'm not just going to sit here and lie to you on a daily basis. Yeah. Everything's great all the time, 248. No, that's not reality. It's not what sports is.
No, because here's the thing. After the Packers game, every concern that we had showed up. Everything that we worried about happened. And we weren't the only ones who saw that. And we talked about it. And then last night, all of those concerns got put in a box and set to the side and said, okay, now what do you have to say?
I am worried about the Cleveland game, though. The best D in the league, feeling like a trap game coming off a huge statement win.
You know what? This, to me, and Dan Campbell will have them ready, but this is where he has to step up and say, guys, it was great. 24 hours. Now we got Myles Garrett. We got the Browns. But here's the real thing. Here's the dirty little secret. If you can score 17 points, you can beat the Browns.
Also, Dan Campbell won't have a problem getting his team's attention. The Browns just beat the Packers.
And
nothing else to do there.
All you got to do is score 17 points.
Truth.
They can't score.
Also
They'll play
true.
great defense. Hey, the offensive line and Jared Goff, they may be in the ice tub after the game from the beating that they may take with that defense, but you'll get the victory.
I love Mason Graham. I know I can't say nice things about Wolverines according to people, but I love Mason Graham.
I slipped up in the first hour.
I wish he was on my team. Oh, well. Let's go to Bob in Ann Arbor. He's up next, 97.1. Bobby, what's going on, pal?
How you doing, Mike?
Good. What's on your mind, buddy?
Bobby.
Bobby.
Hey, what's up? I wish I could be Bobby Muhammad, but unfortunately I'm not. So
we are all Bobby Muhammad.
No, I mean I'm feeling great. Great win. I want to just shout out a couple guys who I think deserve to be shouted out that are flying under the radar. I think honestly, my semi hot take. Some people do agree with me on this. But I think you can make a case that Tyreek Williams has been the best defensive lineman so far this year.
I mean, he was desperately needed with the injuries, including to Aleem, and he's done a very nice job. Now, look, you talk to some people, there was a little bit of fear in camp. It might take him a little bit to get going. I haven't seen that. I think he's been very productive and very solid. Agreed.
I think he's been, Hutch is getting the stats and Al-Qadim Muhammad's getting the stats, but on the interior, he is a disruptor. If you watch the All-22s, he is wreaking havoc on offensive lines these last 2 weeks. Mm-hmm. The other guy, I got to shout out, Amon-Ra St. Brown, man. Like, he was going up one-on-one against Marlon Humphrey, who was a first-team All-Pro, and was just cooking him. I was in awe of like the separation he was getting, and Marlon Humphrey was playing kind of dirty. He was holding, getting chippy. Amon-Ra's like, nope, screw you. I'm still going to beat you. Beat him over and over again.
Look, that's my guy. I 2 years ago I was telling you he's a top 5 receiver. Now the one thing we got to do, we got to keep him away from the hot mic. That was a rough look last night. We got to keep him away from the hot mic. That was tough.
For sure.
Right into a community service spot.
Wait, what happened? What did he say?
No. But Bob, no, listen. Bob, here's the deal. The reason I love Amon-Ra, he's not a diva. He goes to work. Nope. He's not A.J. Brown reading Shakespeare on the sideline. He's not pouting. You never see him flipping out. He plays. He's tough as nails. I love him. I mean, he's a top 5 receiver. He's worth every penny. But again, keep him away from the hot mic. That was tough.
And then last thing, if you guys don't mind, and this is where I want to just be objective, even though it's hard to after a win like this.
Okay.
Look, I know our defense played great. Okay, I am not taking anything away from them, but my God, like the Ravens' offensive line, what on earth was that performance? Like if I know they gave up 7, Lamar got sacked 7 times, and yes, some of it was his fault, but if it were any other quarterbacks, that would have been like 11, 12 sacks. Easy.
Or the other quarterback wouldn't have tried to be Superman and would have checked it down and gotten the ball out.
Maybe, yeah. You're right. I don't know. But some of the one-on, like maybe it's just me, like I'm not being used to the Lions getting pressure with 4 or 5, but they were doing it with regularity. Maybe they just stepped up, but I don't know. I think it remains to be seen what was the bigger factor. That's just the one thing I have.
But that's the beauty of the NFL. It's a week-to-week league. And reality is we can have fun today, and we deserve to have fun. You guys deserve to have a great time. But
agreed.
Nothing matters until about 15 weeks from now. Because the way this league works, it can look totally different in 1 week, 2 weeks, 4 weeks. It just, for the day, this was a confidence boost to get all of us, everyone on the same page. Yes, Rick.
No, Mike, what you said, just to reiterate, we saw 15-2, and then you get beat by a rookie at home, and it nullified the entire season. So,
yeah, but now you got Bob Muhammad.
Well, he was here last year.
No, this is a better version. He's in the best shape of his life.
Bobby.
This is the solo career Bobby, not the new edition Bobby.
Oh.
This is Bobby Brown. He's on his own now.
It's kind of like JG. I kept hearing JG. I'm like, what are they talking? Johnny Gill? Oh, Jared Goff. Oh,
Johnny Gill? Oh, my God.
Because that's what you thought that.
Up next, Rico's top 10 Keith Sweat moments.
No, because that's what they call Johnny Gill is JG. And I'm like, who is J? Oh, Jared
on the next
Goff.
5-star zone, Rico sits down with Brian McKnight.
Well, have you ever crossed your mind?
Okay. We're just going to Mark in Rochester, 97.1. Mark, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike. Good to talk to you.
Mark, welcome back. Do you feel better now? You calmer now?
Yeah, I got to tell you, first of all, I disagree with you. That hot mic was hilarious, Bob. I know you can't do that, but I loved it.
I mean, okay, it's fine. I'm just saying, when you go in there and you say a few of the things he said, and then it's into a community service spot, I'm going, this is a little misaligned here.
Sticking in pom-poms, and it's like, I'm handing out jerseys to little German kids.
Yikes.
Listen, we went on that adventure with my ticket. And when that ticket died on January 18th, honestly, my faith in the team died, and I've just gone full Latte Larry Spice Store the past 8 months. And I supported the team. I root for them. I want them to do well, but I couldn't believe in them to get the job done. Last night, it's different now. Let's go win. We're going to go get the job done. I mean, that was a phenomenal win. Can we talk about Jack Campbell? On that fourth down stop, he was incredible. I almost broke my table because he was like, we're not doing read option. We're not doing any of this. We're just going to take a page out of Marshawn Lynch's book, run through a you-know-what's face. He just, I loved it. No, it was a terrific win.
Yeah, and look, I think at their best, and we've got to see if they can rise to this again and again. But at their best, they reminded me last night of what the best Ravens teams look like. Uncompromisingly physical. Like on both sides of the ball.
Yeah. It was almost like they said, wow, Baltimore, you guys really haven't changed your look. Like, you're going to keep running these same. Like, we did our homework. We know what you're about to run.
And for John
it looked
Morton.
like Tecmo Bowl.
Right, but John Morton, see, this is kind of what I was talking about in the first hour, is like, it almost feels like he wants to run a more physical version of Ben Johnson. Remember we talked about, look, it's going to be different. Anyone who thinks he was just going to do what Ben did, that's ridiculous. And he's not. TJ and I talked about this 2 weeks ago, and I'm sure TJ will come in here Friday and validate what I'm saying. He is condensing these formations. There's a more physical appearance to it. The commitment to that running game. Would Ben Johnson have committed to that running game the way that John Morton did? How many? Look, last year, remember the most famous play in the playoff game? 3rd and inches, I'm in 5 wide. Look, that physicality with time of possession.
See, I think Ben Johnson would have, Mike, because if you think about it, some of Goff's best games when he was perfect, he threw
18 passes.
So
that's
it's
fair.
Like, you know what? When the running game is going, we're just going to keep this thing rolling.
I like formationally some of the things they're doing. I want to see if it continues, but through the first 3 weeks, hey, I'm on to something. Damn it. We'll get more of the calls coming up. Yes, David, you're number one as well. 97.1.
Okay, so I was just sharing in the last break some photos of the basement with Mike, and I'm telling you, it came to life over the weekend. The flooring is down. The painting is down.
Shiplap, y'all.
And now it looks like everything that the design was supposed to be. And I to say that I'm happy, man, I'm underselling it. Guys, look at matrixbasements.com and let them design your basement for you, because I couldn't be happier right now. We're still not complete, but it came to life in a little under 2 months. Matrix Basements will get the job done for you. You got to go to matrixbasements.com. Tons of great ideas, great before and after photos. Mine will soon be up there. You get free consultation. They'll come back with some great ideas, and then you can still tweak it on the fly. That's what Matrix Basements does for you, because they want to make sure you're going to be satisfied with the basement. Check out matrixbasements.com and let Matrix Basements turn your basement dreams into reality.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The Tigers' magic number to win the division still sits at 6. If they happen to sweep the Guardians this series, they can clinch. It's a solid pitching matchup between Tarek Skubal and Gavin Williams tonight. You can hear it right here on the ticket, pregame at 6:15. MLB announced today they'll introduce the automated ball strike challenge system for the entire 2026 regular season. The Red Wings will also skate in their preseason opener at LCA tonight. Hear that 7 p.m. puck drop over on WWJ. Their latest first-round pick, Carter Bear, will lace it up tonight. Most of them expected not to play, though. Tampa Bay wide receiver Mike Evans expected to miss 3 to 4 weeks per ESPN. He has a strained hamstring. Former Lions C.J. Gardner-Johnson has been released by the Texans after just 3 games. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 97ontheticket.com.
All right, we'll get straight to the people. Try to get to as many of the line calls as we can before 4 o'clock. We'll get the Tigers probably around 5 and just touch the table on some college football. But if you have a takeaway from last night, go for it. But we are together on this one. It's comprehensively the best regular season game I've ever seen them play. And I'm fine. Like, this is what they needed to do to elevate their profile, right? It's a showdown game. And that doesn't mean you just talk when you lose. If you win, you get the fruits of that. You absolutely have a right now to say, you know what? No, we're good. Now, 15-2's in the rear view. It doesn't matter. But here and now, we're a top 3 team in the NFC. That performance, no team's going to go out and have an unequivocally better performance the rest of this year.
No.
I don't see it.
No. Yeah,
And
I mean,
once again, Derrick Henry rage fall.
I mean, yeah. Basically, you know what it is? You got to be the Packers this week. How they looked in week 1 where it was like, wow. That was utter domination. Unfortunately, it was against you. You just did that to the Baltimore Ravens, except for you did it at their house. And now, yeah, you're possibly staring down 4-1 going up against the Chiefs on a Sunday night.
That's 5-1. Chiefs suck.
Okay. But it's
Chiefs are garbage.
11-18.
I don't care. Chiefs are garbage.
11-18.
Detroit versus everybody. That includes the refs.
Okay, 11-18.
You can't lose to the Chiefs.
Okay.
I need the Detroit Lions more than ever. America needs you.
Yeah.
You need to beat the Chiefs and end their season.
Yeah, but when
Nope.
Dylan Raiola's dad goes out on the field, Mahomes.
Oh, I was like, wait, what?
Mahomes.
All right, to the people. Andre, 97.1. Dre, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Afternoon, Andre. How are you?
I'm doing good. Hey, so listen, I'm a pessimistic fan with an optimistic heart. And when the schedule came out, I kind of looked at it and said, we could possibly start the season 0-3. And when I looked at Baltimore, I definitely scheduled it in as a loss.
Everybody did.
You know, yeah. And then when the TV schedule came out, I was kind of thinking, let's not get embarrassed, and please let's get through this game without injuries. You know, that's kind of where I was at. You know, and for them to put on this performance that they put on, man, I am just happily. I'm just so you know, I'm overjoyed with it. You know, and you hit on the point, Mike, about the new OC Morton, the thing with the tight formations.
Yeah.
You know, I'm wondering if that's something we're going to see more of. You know, because you know, sometimes Ben Johnson was just a little too cute for me. So I'm just looking to see if we're going to have more of the punch him in the mouth type of stuff. So,
well, and again,
you know,
a lot of that is going to be predicated, Andre, is this offensive line going to be able to play that way moving forward?
Yeah.
And look, I'll be fair about it. The same way that Baltimore's O-line should have had a good night because you're not at full strength up front, so should you. So I don't want to hear any crying from Ravens fans. Like, it was even Steven. Both teams are missing a Pro Bowl player up front. And ultimately, the Lions dominated them. So, it would have been different if we had our full complement too, and it still would have ended up with the Lions kicking their ass.
Yeah, and I agree with you. It's all predicated on the offensive line because I hate to say this, but I just don't love Glasgow as a center, man. It's just me. I guess maybe I'm spoiled with what we had for the last 8-9 years. But, I just don't love him as a center. So,
well, it's going to be interesting to see what he looks like in November and December because, again, Keeping the same 5 guys healthy is really difficult. So look,
yes.
And Andre, look, today's not the day for it. Like for once, I just would like to enjoy what I watched and to not have to have anything else to say. But yes, the Lions will be tested. You're gonna have injuries. You're gonna reshuffle your line. How about this? If you keep the same 5 guys healthy all year plus your quarterback, you'll win the Super Bowl. Because it's so rare in the NFL. Yeah. You have to juggle linemen, and you're going to have to play. Like, there will probably be a point this year where Manu plays. Like, just survive in advance.
Yeah, I think injuries will be the biggest thing that you got to worry about because, yes, everybody gets them. You were fortunate last year that on offense, you really didn't get that.
It was all on defense. It was bizarro world. Outside of Decker missing what did he miss? 2-3 games.
Yeah.
No offensive starters missed a bunch of time. No. It was all defense. So, again, it'll happen. They seem equipped to handle a lot. Last night was beyond the beyond. You don't see performances like that very often. Go to Aaron, 97.1. What's up, Aaron?
Hey, guys. Listen, I thought it worth mentioning. We got the plus tackles that control the width of our pocket that we run behind. In the middle, we got guys that set the depth of our pocket and that we run behind. One's a rookie +1, and one is an aging Graham Glasgow. You cannot say enough about the job Hank Fraley has done. People talk about Johnson leaving and Glenn gone and all this other stuff, but didn't we almost lose Fraley at one point?
I thought he was up for the OC job in Seattle. That feels like a lifetime ago, but he stayed.
Exactly, and I think that is the one thing. I mean, that guy just what he does rarely get behind the podium, just the power there. The guy is just somebody who gives you the impression he is not to be messed with. But the job that he's done, whether it's Skipper going in for Decker or Awasaki or whatever his name is going in at guard, they always seem to get the job done, man. And I just wanted to point that out.
It's kind of approaching what New England had all those years with what was his name? The Italian guy, the O-line coach. But Aaron, I get what you're saying. If you get a great O-line coach, it's like what Phillies had with Jeff Stoutland for years. You hold on to them. You pay them whatever they're worth. And again, maybe somebody will come calling and Hank's going to get that OC job he wants and likes, and it is what it is. But, man, if you can hang on to him, it's worth its weight in gold. He's essentially the Chris Feder of your team. We're going to find some guys and fix them. Figure it out. Hey, Frank Ragnow's dead. Figure it out. Hey, we're going to hand you a 6th-round draft pick at guard, and then we're going to draft another rookie. Figure it out.
Yep.
Now, Sewell, there ain't nothing to figure out. That guy's a Gold Jacket Hall of Famer. No hyperbole. He was fantastic.
He played like it.
Fantastic. All right, I'll keep it timely. We'll get more to calls. And I have a Can We Say That specifically for you because you were on Lions duty. I've got a nice curated list I'm going to present to you.
Okay.
Something fun. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim. It's at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it is built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view with that big screen at Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Vegas on Fremont. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Well, guys, the show has done it again. Michael, that's 2.
What?
If you are a fan of this show, you understand that Al-Qadim Muhammad is Bob for our show, and he is now Bob on his Wikipedia page. Someone has changed the name.
Yes, here it is. Bob Muhammad.
Okay, hold on. Listen, you have to understand the genesis of this. First of all, change it back, whoever did that. I mean, you could put Bob as like in parentheses, middle name, but like it started out as a joke when TJ would come in on Fridays and we could never pronounce his name. And I'm like, whatever, Bob Muhammad. Well, then it picked up a little steam, and we have some callers who refer to him as Bob, and then last night, Rico texted TJ during the game, and he's like, TJ even responded with, Bobby, we can't change the man's Wikipedia. Come on.
That's 2.
Well, I think the broadcast team, just like when you were watching USC and Michigan State, they kept saying, oh, this player's changed his name. That's what's going to happen for the broadcast on Sunday. Well, no. Al-Qadim has changed his name, and we're now going to call him Bob Muhammad on the broadcast.
Between that, you getting that caller kicked out of that bar for yelling touchdown Detroit black guy. I mean, I don't know what's worse, man.
You proud of yourself, buddy?
Should I feel bad about the Wikipedia thing?
You got a guy kicked out of a bar?
I didn't get him kicked out of a bar. The guy went around screaming that at a bar. You can't do that. It's not in the context of a radio show.
You fired him up at the rally, okay? He was ready to go.
But you can't. It's not in the context of a radio show.
I can only imagine everyone else sitting there like, what is wrong with this guy?
Right. That's one of those where I would be sitting there shaking my head like the soft no, like, no.
But no, you shouldn't feel bad about this.
It's harmless.
Yeah.
But I would feel better if you changed it back, whoever did that.
His mother's probably calling him right now. Who calls you Bob?
Well, we have a developing situation, guys. Rico and David, please refresh the Wikipedia page.
Uh-oh. Come on, what?
It now says Al-Qadim, quote, Bob Almondine Muhammad.
Yes. Yes. Now that's far more acceptable and respectable.
It really isn't. It really isn't, but okay.
Almondine.
We'll go
Bob
with that.
Almondine Muhammad.
Look, he had a hell of a game last night.
He did.
It's a bit for the show. It's never meant, you can't. But again, it's a Wikipedia, so it's not like he legally changed his name, right? People just go in there and type things. Is that how it works?
I didn't know people still did that, but yeah, I guess so.
They'll go back in the system. They'll change it back to his regular name.
Bobby.
You know, if enough people call him Almondine, that will be his name.
No. Listen, he had a hell of a nice game. TJ even calls him Bob.
Well, can we get the chant at Ford Field on Sunday?
Bobby.
The entire stadium. Once he gets a sack or makes a play or whatever.
I really hope
people are like, wait, I thought we chant Jared Goff. Who's Bobby?
We got to, you know what? Honestly, to make it up, we got to get him in a commercial of some form. We got to get him some endorsement money.
Yeah.
What can we do?
You know, have him do one of your 73.
Well, he is the official line of this show.
All right, get him in one of your 73 pepperoni things.
Think of he's taken so many ways. I'm just going to go to Marcus.
No, I'm just saying, get him in, you know people.
Nope. You just told an Italian guy, get him involved in one of your 73 pepperoni things. I don't even know how to take that. I mean, that's, you know what?
Hey.
I'm leaving it alone. I'm going to Marcus, 97.1. Marcus, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up? Good afternoon. So for me, game was the best for two reasons. One, because they shut Baltimore down. The second, they made Derrick Henry cry like a little girl. My favorite part was when he fell, he looked at the camera and realized that he got caught falling, and he looked like that the drop that you guys do for training day. He looked like he said that in his head, like he got caught.
Right, like he tried to play it off. Like, no, I meant to look. I'm just looking cool on the bench.
Yeah, that's exactly what he looked like he was saying in his head.
It was perfect.
That was great for me.
Yeah, no, me too. And I mean, Marcus, whether you had some doubts or if you were all aboard, it's the type of performance that unifies everybody. We all feel better about this team, and that's all you can ask for.
And lastly, Mike, try not to get any more people kicked out of football.
I didn't. Marcus, that is ridiculous behavior. It's a radio show bit. You cannot go into the public discourse yelling and expecting people to understand that. That's an absurdity. He did that to himself.
I wish I was there to see it. It would have been so funny.
What a blessing. Thank you, Marcus.
So next, David, I could just see somebody in the bars and they yell out, you know what? I think the whites are better.
No, that was a drop you took when we were talking football helmets again. Oh, man. My God.
Oh, man. I could just see that now. Like, what did he just say?
NC State's football helmets. And it's truthful because the red ones are terrible. They look like clown noses. I don't know why NC State does that.
Like you're doubling down on the whites are much better. I just wanted you to know that.
As it pertains to NC State football helmets, yes. Jesus. David, a couple of ticket texts, and I've got to do this, what the hell you call it?
Can we?
Yeah, I got a special edition for Rico since he was on Lions duty yesterday. Are you okay back there?
I am okay.
Are you you're not the one editing the
Nope.
Wikipedia, right?
I am not the one. They said, Bob Almondine, what are you doing in my car? That is Rich in Macomb.
No, come on, dude.
Someone says that is the greatest Wikipedia change in history. In the middle of the segment, it changed.
But
That's amazing.
It's changed again.
I just hope they know it's in fun. It's nothing hurtful or slanderous.
Someone says this is an app. This is a great show. Yeah, I think it did just change again.
What happened?
It just changed again.
What now?
I'm not going to read this every time it changes. Someone says this is an amazing show, guys. I love it. The Lions looked great last night.
Yes. What happened?
No, nothing.
All
nothing.
right. I can I get to this segment?
Sure.
We can continue Lions calls all day. I do just want to touch the table briefly. College football reaction from the weekend. I have takeaways for both teams, but we're going to do a Can We Say That features both Michigan State, as well as national storylines since Rico was whisked away for the Costa Rica show, Lions edition yesterday. We'll do that next. Alquindine Bobby Muhammad Esquire III, 97.1.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. The Tigers have submitted their lineup card to start their series against the Guardians. Parker Meadows will lead off and play center field. Gleyber Torres hits second at second. Kerry Carpenter will bat third and DH tonight. Spencer Torkelson in the cleanup spot as he plays first. Riley Green hits fifth and left. Dylan Dingler will catch the ace Tarek Skubal tonight in bat sixth. Perez, McKinstry, and Baez running it out today at shortstop. Their lefty ace Tarek Skubal makes the start. He faces Gavin Williams on the mound. You can hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:40. After testing it out in spring training and the All-Star game this year, Major League Baseball bringing their ABS Challenge system to the regular season in 2026. Lions coach Dan Campbell was back at the podium this afternoon after the team's win over the Ravens yesterday. Said there's no update on running back Sione Vaki, who has a groin injury. They'll know more in a day or two. Adam Schefter reporting that the New York Giants are planning to bench their starting quarterback Russell Wilson. They'll elevate rookie Jackson Dart as their number one. In an interview on First Take today, Celtics star Jason Tatum said he's not ruling out a return this season, despite rehabbing his ruptured Achilles. Tatum says the important thing is full recovery, and he's not rushing it. Thank you, Jennifer. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, special edition. Since Rico was on Lions duty yesterday, I am the captain now. It is, can we say that, Rico edition. David. I have curated, since we got to condense our college football this week, the week in college. Rico, can we say that? Are you prepared to play?
Yes.
Let's go.
This is weird.
Can we say Billy Napier is a dead man walking, and this time it's for real? Florida's 1-3 with dates still against Texas, on the road against A&M, home against Georgia, at Ole Miss, home against Tennessee, and home against Florida State.
Yes, Mike, because I got a feeling that the AD has probably walked in his office and said, you better win 4 of those games or you're fired. We tried to get rid of you last year, and like a cockroach, you held on, but you're going to be gone. Yes.
Can't have a head coach with that $10 haircut. All right, Miami, can we say Miami is national title good?
Yes, we can. They did a good job at getting Kenny's cast-off quarterback and Carson Beck, and it is working out well. Money well spent.
Oh, wait, you can buy players?
Yes.
Someone alert the people in East Lansing.
They did, but, you shop at different stores.
Reuben Bain, he's a bad man. Now, number 3, can we say Lane Kiffin's daughter is diabolical for a hard launch that she's dating LSU superstar Whit Weeks the week her dad's team plays LSU?
Yes.
Whoa.
Or Lane Kiffin is playing the long game and he's trying to upset the young man because now he's like, why did you put our information out there? He's now distracted. Ole Miss walks in there and they win.
Or is she like an operative sent to destroy LSU football?
Right, exactly. Lane Kiffin's
No wonder Ole Miss is favored this week.
Lane Kiffin's playing the long game. Hey, honey, go ahead and post that.
Can we say Kurt Cignetti ain't no one-hit wonder? I've been trying to tell you this dude's a serial killer. 63-10 over old duvet cover. He ain't taking the starters out. And honestly, the SEC will come calling for him at season's end.
You don't think he's too old to coach somewhere else? No, I mean, because that was the big knock on him. Well, he's in his 60s, so you don't want to take a guy like that. Mike, you're right. I mean, the photo of him standing in the rain, just like, hey, Coach, we're up by 30 in the fourth quarter. Maybe we should go ahead and take the starters out the game. No, I want more.
Do you know what he reminds me of? Michael Douglas in the movie Falling Down. That's Cignetti.
He does.
Minus a rocket launcher.
Mike, you're right. He is. What he's trying, because everybody's like, well, who's going to be the Indiana this year in the Big Ten? He's like, us. Indiana will be the Indiana again.
Can we say the SEC will at least make overtures?
Yes. I could see making the call.
Place like Arkansas.
You know what? You're right. You win.
I'm just throwing things out there.
Because the biggest knock on him was, well, he's in his 60s, so he can't grow with your program. But the instant success, the fact that you took Indiana, a team that was dead. It's a basketball school. The stadium is now jam-packed, 58,000 people in there at night.
Oh, wait, it didn't take them 5 years?
No.
Oh, okay.
It took them probably 5 days.
Got it.
Google me.
Can we say that
I like this.
Now that Mike Gundy is officially done at Oklahoma State, that program's done too?
Yes. Unless maybe they go after Cignetti and try to bounce back. Like, yeah, their heyday, it seemed like they were good so many
Rico,
years
he had
ago.
8 double-digit win seasons in his time at Okie State.
Yeah. He had guys. He had NFL players, and then all of a sudden, they didn't.
Can we say, part 2 of this, that in the modern times of college football, Okie State, Michigan State, Virginia Tech, all good programs, once good programs, are all now on the outside looking in?
Wow. No, you're correct.
It's
Once
a
again,
question,
no.
and then you can
yes,
say no.
Yes, you can say that, Mike, because when you have to hearken back to your glory days and you're not looking forward to the future, when you're constantly looking back at, hey, we're going to bring this person back and we're going to recognize this team, that means you have no future. I will allow that.
Okay.
Yes. You can say that.
Thank you, Kurt Cignetti. This is a can we say what should happen, what will happen, but can we say Luke Fickell is done at Wisconsin? Even though there's a not so fast, my friend, his buyout is $25 million. That would be the second highest buyout paid in the history of college football.
No.
Should he be?
He should be.
But won't be.
He will not, because I don't think Wisconsin is willing to foot the bill for that. They will just let his contract ride until all of a sudden that number goes to an acceptable number that they can say, okay, we're going to buy you out. They're going to scream poor. They're going to scream poverty. Yeah. And maybe they go after, maybe they go after Bielema.
Can we say Dabo is done, but his buyout's $60 million? Can we say this will be the messiest divorce in the history of college football between coach and program?
Yes, we can, because his press conferences are to die for. Like, if I'm a local media person, I'm getting credentialed just to sit in that press conference. He is outright attacking the fans. And hey, you're going to fire me? And you're right. This is mommy and daddy just going on social media.
Do you want a clip of it?
Yes.
I actually have it in the system.
He's airing out the dirty law. You're going to get rid of me? Yeah, that's what's going to happen.
He's Lorenzo in the projects at the end of that movie. He's one step from saying, I'm putting cases on all you bitches.
Pelican Bay.
Can we say that's not Bill Belichick on the sideline? It's someone wearing a skin suit of Bill Belichick. Did you see the pregame? Jordan Hudson strutting the sidelines, cuddling up to Bill pregame. What the hell? Can we say Bill Belichick has completely lost his mind?
In all seriousness, I would have him check to make sure that he's fully there and he understands what's going on, because
I've never seen that. All your times being on a sideline in your life, have you ever seen that?
No. And this is one where you're going to ruin your reputation of what people think about you. No. Somebody really needs to do a wellness check and make sure this man is okay and she's not taking advantage of a sickly man.
Can we say that one of these three underdogs is going to pull a shocker this weekend? Little future look here. This is the best weekend of college football of the season.
It's because State's not playing.
Absolutely right. One of these three will win outright. Ready?
Okay.
Auburn at Texas A&M, Virginia hosting Florida State at home, and Washington welcoming in Ohio State. One of those three will turn the trick and win outright.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you know which one I'm leaning towards?
UW. Can we say that with their win at Nebraska, Michigan is a lock for the playoff, even with a loss to OSU at the end?
You're going to make me be the bad guy? No. In 2 weeks, I can answer that. I think the winner of Michigan and USC is going to go to the playoffs. They got the brand name, and they'll be able to just, I think, kind of go and run that table.
Can we say Michigan State is a lock to cap out at a maximum of 6 wins?
2 weeks. Michigan State and Nebraska.
I didn't know I was doing a show with John Jansen.
No.
Give me a damn answer.
And I'm giving you an answer.
Say it now. Right now, I need the answer.
Don't know.
Come on. Don't let it play out. Just answer it.
Because, Mike,
I'll answer it. They're capped out. They're terrible.
I see the progress on the offense, and I see the defense falling apart. So,
here, I'll let Iserman answer it for me.
Actually,
MSU?
No. That's actually the equivalent of 6-6. Offense going well, defense not. 6-6. I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
And Michigan's making a playoff.
I got to see that USC game, man.
They could go 8-4. Joel Klatt will get them in the playoff.
I don't know who I don't know who has it. Just make it a real primetime game on that Saturday. Okay. I would love to see that game.
Oh, you mean
not
Michigan?
At 11?
No. Make Michigan play at 11 o'clock at night.
Well, that's not going to happen.
Okay, my bad. I hope you enjoyed your welcome back. Can we say that?
And kind of talking about you, can we say that USC may make the playoffs?
No.
Okay.
It's just we're garbage.
No. Mike, I'm looking at what they have.
I know.
That's a good like Lincoln Riley has finally figured out, okay, I don't have to have the next greatest quarterback to win the Heisman. Maybe I can run the ball, and maybe I can just have a complete team.
Yeah, maybe if MSU had recruited the kid like I asked him to, they would have gotten Eli Sanders from New Mexico. Instead, we got Franklin Tuatali Tolliver.
Can we focus?
No, I can't. I hate my football program.
Okay, but I'm saying, I'm looking at USC like,
sure,
Lincoln Riley may not be getting fired.
Sure. You know what? I F him and his whole program. I don't care.
All right.
All right.
You know what?
Hey, can we say that?
Sore spot. I'm sorry. Jackson Dart. Oh, man. You know what? What you saw from Mike, that's passion. And you know what? Football brings out all the emotions. It's why we love the game. But that feeling when your bet does not hit and you get hung out to dry by your old sports book, that feeling is a thing of the past with the game day guarantee from Fanatic Sportsbook. Here's how it works. Every single game day, now until October, new customers can get up $100 back in fan cash if your football bet loses, guaranteed. And also new customers can bet $10 to get $100 in fan cash. Think about it. If you're betting with Fanatics, either you're winning or you're winning back money in fan cash that you can use for anything in the Fanatics universe, like the apparel, tickets, bonus bets, and more. Why risk it with other sports books when you could just switch to a sure thing? Every single game day until this October comes with a guarantee. Your old sports books, they can't do that because they're out for the season. Fanatic Sportsbook has your back. Go check them out for yourself. Download the app today. Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. You got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi there. David Femininio. Every lawyer says the same thing. We've got experience. Well, good. I'd hope so. You went to law school for 50 years. But experience doesn't mean you're treated like a number now. The difference with David, he's got a track record of fighting and winning. But when you call, you're not just a case number. It's personal. Call him 855-65-CRASH or go to getdavid.getpaid.com. That's getdavid.getpaid.com. All right, I want to give you a limited time offer. Spent over 2 hours on the Lions. They deserve every bit of it. Feel free if you have Lions takeaways from last night's Mona Lisa performance. But what I want to do right now is, for the first time, I've got a couple open phone lines. I want to spend 2 segments on the weekend in college football, Michigan and Michigan State. And I want to know your takeaways. Now, for Michigan, I told you, I picked you to win the game because Nebraska is the most con artist program in America. Complete phonies, complete garbage. They've now lost, I think, 26 straight against ranked conference opponents. I mean, last time I beat anybody, what was Frank Solich the coach? I'm tired of hearing about Nebraska and their weirdo quarterback. The point is, I think the way Michigan's schedule lays out, Rico's right. If they beat USC, which I think they will, I think playing Michigan State's defense is like playing the Cowboys' defense. The numbers shouldn't even count. The point is, Michigan is primed to go into that OSU game 10-1. They could get dusted in that game. They're going to the playoff. Why, Rico?
You don't pay running backs?
Nope. Again,
that's what the money's for.
The brand.
The brand. Okay.
So that's my takeaway is simple. Like, Nebraska's fake as hell. Bryce wasn't asked to throw the ball, and you got 300 yards on the ground. And I like that Bryce used his legs, but the problem is Wilford Brimley could have scored on the QB draw. There was nobody. Billy Ray Valentine from Trading Places could have scored on the play on his wooden board.
Right. And I guess the reason why I say I'm looking forward to this game, because I go back to last year.
Harken
back to last year. It was a good game. USC probably should have won the game, and they couldn't stop a 4th and 32.
Yikes.
It was really 4th and 32, people.
I would also like to revisit one thing Rico and I brought up briefly amidst Lions talk. The biggest takeaway from that game, it ain't going to be some Joel Klatt. He psychoanalyzed Bryce Underwood on his show this week. I mean, this guy's got a real problem. This guy's like got an obsession. It is Barham, that pass rush, what they're doing on the edge. It's a weapon. They may not have Kenneth Grant and Mason Graham in the middle. Well, now they got some dudes on the outside. It's way better than the Coastal Carolina kid they had last year. This kid is scary.
Barham, to me, like I said, I think he's the best defender. I mean, best defensive rush edge Michigan has had.
Outside of Bain for Miami, he might be the best edge rusher I've watched this year.
And in a year, think about this. In a year where I don't think there's a clear-cut quarterback going number one.
How dare you?
You could easily see.
Seller's season.
You could easily see these guys being top 5 draft picks.
Listen, Barham is a destroyer. Plays with speed, leverage, power, all of it. So that's my takeaway for them. My takeaway for State is simple. They're lousy. I mean, if you want to talk to me, look, Aiden Childs has taken a huge step forward. That's wonderful. Nick Marsh is a really good football player. That's where my positivity ends. Because the reality is, whatever they did in the portal didn't work. The lack of any high level. We just got done talking about Barham for Michigan. Okay? MSU does not have a single NFL football player on that defense. Not one.
Nope.
Not even a 5th-round pick. Not one. So you failed. So schematically, I don't like what they do. The execution of said scheme is even worse. And I leave it feeling like we're capped out at 5 or 6 wins, which, not good enough. And my conclusion is this as well. Spartan fans are operating in copium phase. And what I mean is, well, you can't compare us to Indiana. That's a unicorn. Is Syracuse? Is Texas Tech? Oh, but we don't have oil money. Here's the problem. Michigan State fans want to tell me everything they don't have. Well, then what do you have exactly?
That's a great point.
Tell me what I get to expect then.
What you can expect, Mike, is it's going to take time. And you know what? You're the type of person that would have fired D'Antonio and
it was a different
after a couple
sport.
years.
And by the way, Izzo almost got fired. It was a different sport.
I'm with you.
In the here and now, you spend to win, or you are a portal master, like a ninja.
You have to have the money because when you get that visit from the portal stud, you got to be able to sign the deal right there and say, yes, son, we got the money that you want.
And here's
That's
the
just
problem.
how it goes.
Here's the other problem for the It Takes Time people. Do you know Nick Marsh will be there next year? Probably the same way you felt Keon Coleman would too, right? Got bad news for you. And I'm not trying to be an alarmist, but this is the way the game's played now. If I'm LSU, if I'm Miami, if I'm Ole Miss, if I'm USC, I'm calling and trying to back channel with a guy like Nick Marsh and go, hey, we'll get you in the first round. Come down here, catch 70 balls, hugs and kisses.
LSU does a package deal, quarterback, wide receiver.
No, I'm making a point. That's how the game's played.
No,
so
it
for
is.
all of these people, so give it time. You don't have time. I can't even guarantee the best players on the team will come back.
No, then you also get well, do you want to start all over again?
Yes, because I don't care anymore. In this defense, what am I starting over?
Nothing.
I don't see a thing on this defense I like. And if again, you want to sell me, well, Jordan Hall's a nice player. Yeah, for the Montreal Alouettes.
Here's what I like to say, Mike. When it comes to that, I tell people, think of it like a garage sale. If all of a sudden I said, all your defense was available, but if you pick any of these guys, he has to start for you immediately. Who in the Big Ten is going to take any of them?
Purdue, Northwestern.
Purdue may not need them.
Okay, good
Maybe
talk.
Northwestern.
The point I'm making is
Ohio State is going to say, we're good.
I just walked away from Saturday night, and I'm not doing moral victories. Did they compete? Yes.
They didn't get their doors blown off.
Congratulations. But they also found every way to lose the game. Oh, well, they could have done this and gotten the ball back down 7. Yeah, but they didn't get a stop.
Was it like 3rd and 12? You had the three people.
God, Rico,
they play flag football with the quarterback.
Right, it was 3 straight third downs. Like they make every losing play.
Right, but it was 3rd and 12, and 3 people did flag football, like tackle the man.
If you want me to believe, I said this. It is one of the two of the USC-Nebraska games. If you don't beat either of those teams, then you're not any good.
Now, if you don't beat either of those teams, Mike, then I don't even think they'll cap out at 6-6.
Okay, well, we can talk about it.
Because you know what? You get UCLA. There's your free square.
With this defense, I don't think a free square exists. And people will get mad when I say that, and they'll say, but, UCLA stink. This defense in 2 games against Division I football teams like Power 4 has a grand total in 120 minutes of football of 0 sacks.
And here's the thing. And I put this on my latest pod for everybody who was like, well, USC has the #1 offense.
They
you can't expect
nothing.
Hold on. If I give you USC having the #1 offense in the nation, then explain to me Western Michigan, Boston College, Youngstown State.
It's a bad football team.
Right. That's like, oh, well, you can't blame the defense. Okay, I'll give you them, but why couldn't you get a sack against Youngstown State? BC, like Western Michigan? Sorry, guys, but it isn't. Like, there's no pressure. There's nothing. 3rd down is the most safest place to be for the opposing team.
So give me a takeaway. Michigan or Michigan State. We'll do one more segment on it. We'll knock out some calls. Your biggest takeaway from the weekend. A, I think Michigan's a playoff team. Not because they're playoff good, but they're going to win playoff number of games. And look, this is the sport we play in, guys. Your schedule's light. It is what it is. And I think you're going to beat everybody between now and Ohio State, and then Ohio State will take your head off.
I think Michigan can be a playoff team. The thing that's going to hold them back is their lack of wide receivers. Like, we talk about State didn't do anything in the portal. Defensive-wise, they didn't do anything in the portal to really help out Bryce Underwood.
Yeah.
They don't have that, and just the lack of discipline on defense, getting stupid penalties because you're doing gestures to the other team. That could have come back to haunt you. It didn't, but it's not the first time you've seen the defense just get too emotional and do dumb things. That's probably the only 2 things that'll hold Michigan back: wide receivers and lack of discipline on defense.
I shouldn't say this, but I'm going to say it because I don't believe in making my life easy. I just believe in speaking my mind. Buddy, I got news for you. You better pray to God they don't make a call to the player I mentioned earlier. Their answer at wide receiver plays about 45 minutes up the road.
I don't. Now, that would be a major shock. I don't think that would happen.
No, I'm just making a point. Yeah, whoa. Hey, call Mr. Oracle. You put $2 million out there for the right guy. I got news for you.
I don't think Mama's going to let that one happen.
Okay, that's fine. And I hope it doesn't happen. I'm making a point to you.
Right.
This is the Wild West of college football.
No, I get that. Like your LSU and all of that stuff.
Okay,
I can
Miami.
see. Right. I can see that. That's
okay.
That's one where, Thanksgiving dinner will be interesting if he did that.
Okay, I'm just making a point. I'm not trying to be provocative. I'm saying there's no loyalty in this game anymore, and I can't ask it of players if they're out here going 5-7 and 6-6. I don't make fun of anybody. I mean, hell, Bryce Underwood made a life choice to take money. Did he take the best money? No, because you could have gone somewhere, learned for a year, not been put in this position, and you're going to go to a place that gets quarterbacks drafted in the first round.
He's the best offensive player on the field.
No, he might be eventually, but that's not the case, Joel.
He's not going to get his own theme song at LSU.
No, he would just get taken number 1 overall. You're right. My bad.
But he won't get East Side Undertaker.
Okay, we're done. 248-539-9797. All right, this football season, don't just show up on game day. Score big. Moran Buick GMC, the 26 GMC Terrain, $359 a month, 15-inch infotainment screen and remote start. The 25 Buick Envista, $299 a month. Both deals 36 months. Only $999 down. Inventory rolling in daily. It's MoranExpress.com. Stop on in or schedule that certified service. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles. It's the Tigers and Guardians with the division up for grabs tonight. Here is Tarek Skubal battles Gavin Williams right here on the ticket at 640. Lions coach Dan Campbell said they should know more about Sione Vaki's groin injury in a few days. He also said that he's seen kicker Jake Bates hit field goals longer than 67 yards like this attempt yesterday. The Red Wings begin the preseason against the Blackhawks at 7 over on WWJ News Radio 950. Oklahoma quarterback John Mateer has a thumb injury and will undergo surgery. The timeline to return is not known, but he's expected to return at some point this season. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
If you're looking for Lions talk, did about 2 hours of it. It was, what a game. It's fantastic. We're going to get into some Tiger baseball in the 5 o'clock because I think it's all or nothing. No hyperbole. I truly believe if you win, you're in. If you lose tonight, I don't think you recover. Psychologically losing back-to-back Skubal starts, psychologically losing a fourth straight to the Guardians, losing the lead officially, and you have no one to really save you. So we're going to talk about it in the 5 o'clock because I think tonight is must-see TV. It's a great week in Detroit sports. Lions graced it on Monday. You get the Tigers tonight with Skubal on a Tuesday. David, first of all, do you have a takeaway Michigan State? I'd ask Kenny, but he's just going to say pillow fight. But
he already has
feel free.
to me. Already has. Here's what I learned about Michigan. Nothing. They haven't played anyone.
David, really? Come on, David. They went on the road to Nebraska.
And Nebraska's not good.
But it's the only barometer we have. You don't play anybody. This is why I hate Jim Costa when he does his little Big Ten Feinbaum routine. Look at the schedules in the SEC and then look at what's here.
Correct.
Michigan has nobody I care about between now and Ohio State.
Correct. Or USC maybe.
I don't buy him like he does.
Okay. Here's the thing, David. The only other bad takeaway, but Poggi won't be the head coach. What were you doing at the end of the half? Why didn't you just call a timeout?
I think Sharon told you everything you needed to know by saying no comment to that question.
Correct.
I'm sitting there like, well, if you make them punt let's just go ahead and set up for the hail, and they just scored. Wow.
Okay, I'll tell you what I learned then. Whatever you say about Nebraska, I learned that Michigan's run game is for real. It can travel. It can do everything it needs to do, no matter where they are.
They can get this big chunk play.
Yeah, but hold on. See, now I'm in a position I got to disagree with David, even though I just yelled at him for being too negative. I think your takeaway, you're focused on the wrong thing. I told you going into the game, Nebraska gave up 157.8 yards a game.
You did.
So how impressed am I about that? I think your pass rush is the real deal. I think NFL edge players are the real deal.
Has an opinion, gets yelled at. Doesn't have an opinion, gets yelled at.
I know, Kenny. I'm bad.
No, that's not even the thing, Kenny. It's because I just said Nebraska's bad and I learned nothing. And then he tells me, well, no, they're run. Of course, that's why I learned nothing.
But what about the pass rush? Come on, that's legit.
But if Nebraska overall is nothing, I don't care about the pass rush in that game.
All right,
you know what? And
now I hear what you're saying, but
and that's why I think the bigger test will be USC West Coast. How do you handle the West Coast? And if you can go out there and do that against them, David, you won't play another ranked team until Ohio State, and what Mike said will be true. You will be in the playoffs, win or lose. You're in.
See, and I'm going to wait and see until I'm ready to say I'll learn something from that game. Because if they make that a noon start, which means 10 a.m., 9 a.m.
Oh, wow. MSU just got done playing in the twilight zone.
What I'm saying is because USC wouldn't be used to that, what am I really going to get from them?
I think they just screwed USC this week by making them play at 9
a.m. So they're not
going
to do it again.
So I don't think they'll do it 2 weeks in a row. If they're smart, they'll split the difference.
That's what I'm hoping.
And have it as a 3:30 or a 7:30
Make Michigan
kickoff.
play at 11 o'clock at night, damn it.
Well, you know what? They're not.
Yeah, exactly. Justice and just us. All right, go ahead, David. What'd you learn about State? Here, let me help you, right? I know. There you go. Thank you.
No, here's what I learned about State. Their offense is good. Their offense is really good. They can pass the ball. They can run the ball. That defense, I mean, they can't They can't stop anything. Not even close. It's like you're not even good on a possession. You're not good.
David,
that defense is a traveling whorehouse.
If
everybody scores.
Try not to say that.
It's bad.
If I'm an opposing offensive coordinator, just to rub it in, I would just tell my quarterback to take 2 knees for first and second down. We'll pick it up on third down. Just hike the ball, take a knee. Hike the ball again, take another knee, and then we'll pick up the first down on third down. Because why? They can't stop you on third down at all. They could try to blitz. Mike, I think the most telling thing when I came, it was when I was walking away from the BC game, and I was like, Mike, why did they just blitz? And you're like,
wait till you see the footage.
Funny you said that. They actually did.
It's so bad.
Because I'm sitting there, I wanted to scream from the press box, just blitz.
MSU's blitzers look like Derrick Henry rage falling. The minute we blitz, we are all Derrick Henry. Ah! It's a disaster. David, ticket text, and then we'll move it on.
It's one thing to say Indiana is a unicorn. We can't make a bowl game. No one is demanding the playoffs. We flat out stink.
Thank you. That's the whole thing. I said this year was very simple for me. 8-4. 8-4 would have included a loss to USC, a loss to Michigan, a loss to Penn State. Like, it's not, and a loss to Indiana. But I do not accept, we're just going to go out and lose to Nebraska, lose to Iowa, lose to Minnesota. It's not good enough. So, like, I love all the things that state fans want to tell me I don't get to expect. Then what do I get to expect? Oh, well, we can't be Texas. Okay, so we don't have hillbilly oil men. We do have, like, several billionaires. Figure it out. It's your job to figure it out.
Yeah, to me, the problem is they don't even attack the millionaires. They're just going after 1 or 2 people. It's like, guys, there's a ton of millionaires that are MSU alums, and you just ignore them. But you got to do something. Well, you have to have a plan. And, Mike, I think that's the biggest thing is you don't have a plan because let's just say for giggles that Childs and Marsh, they come back next season. You got them for 1 more year.
Yeah, but you got to put $20 million around them if you're going to be serious.
And that's what I'm saying. What are you going to do for that 1 more year that they're back?
Nothing. Because this guy doesn't recruit high school that well, and he sure as hell doesn't hit the portal that well. Yeah. Because newsflash, there's nobody else he can go get from Oregon State. Their best offensive lineman, Connor Moore, is good, but he's a right tackle. The other best guy they got was an Oregon State kid, the Vintage kid. Right. He's dead. Right. Okay, then you go to the offense. Fine. Finding wide receivers is easier than finding edge rushers. Mm-hmm. Well, guess what? You got to spend the money. You know what I just watched? Texas Tech spent the money, and their defensive line destroyed Utah and destroyed Devin Dampier.
Yeah, they did.
Go spend the money. Well, we don't have it. Then shut the program down and stop wasting my time. This garbage.
You know, I've often thought for a Christmas present, I was going to put a padlock in a Spartan Stadium, take a photo, and then put it in a poster form and give it to you.
Honestly, I just root for the asteroid. I just don't care. I'm so tired of it because they're not a serious program.
Right. You want them to want more. The fans, and you want some fans do want more. Some
but I want the fans
to
stop making excuses and then vilify me.
It's not everybody because there are a lot of people, Mike, who feel exactly the way you do. It's a lot of people who see the changes in college football. And then there's a lot of people who say, yeah, but you would have fired D'Antonio. Different day and age. And because here's the thing. Connor Cook wouldn't have been there. He would have transferred out.
Tony Lippett would have left. Jeremy Langford would have left.
They would have all left.
They would have all been gone.
Darquez Denard would have finished his career at Georgia.
Thank you.
So it wouldn't have been the same.
The problem is, here's my final message. Because I've given the Michigan stuff and it's positive. That's all I can tell you. In today's college football, this is a binary thing. You are either the hammer or you're the nail. That's it. There's no middle ground. Hammer or nail. And right now, State's the nail. It's unacceptable. And if you don't want to flip the script and you don't want to, then just
not
quit.
Even a nail, they're attack.
Okay, I'm done.
You don't even need a hammer, just your thumb.
And I'm the mean one. Okay, then. Whether it's football season, it's a twist. You can imagine driving the length of a football field at 55 miles an hour blindfolded. It takes 4.6 seconds. That's how long it takes a distracted driver to check their email or send a text, and it's plenty long enough to run you off the road. If you're out there without affordable life insurance, your family's at risk. Call Mike Papura National Benefit Plans, and he'll get you square. 877-734-2200. Mike will shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. He'll guarantee you the best possible rate, and in the event of a tragic car accident or devastating diagnosis, your family will be protected. Call Mike Papura now, 877-734-2200, or on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime.
Jackson Dart is set to make the start on Sunday.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. You guys,
hallelujah.
You didn't give Russell a real fair chance at this.
When I heard the news,
and I think we also missed a. How come we not going to Jameis first?
We're not.
They just skipped over him.
It's Jackson Dart season. Now, on a serious level, they had no choice. First of all, half the place was Kansas City fans on Sunday night. Second of all, they booed every time that Dart came off the field. You can't have Russell Wilson back there. And for any idiot who goes, well, last week he threw for 400 yards. 3 of the passes were complete prayers that were answered. And flowchart, Cowboys defense's cheeks. It's Jackson Dart time. Why? Because we're going to go 2-15 with force.
No. Now he's going to get you to 6 wins.
I'd be good with that because it means he's good. Look, I need something, okay? You got a guy with cool face paint, and he's good in Hutchinson. Here's mine. My quarterback does the face paint routine.
Okay.
Let's party.
All right.
It's Dart season.
He'll be doing commercials with Jake from State Farm.
If he turns into a good player, I don't care.
So is that the last time we see of Russell Wilson in his career? Now with the Giants.
I think Russ gets released, yes.
I don't think that's the last time. Because
he's going to be the Niners quarterback.
No, he'll probably New Orleans.
Oh.
They don't have a quarterback. David, they don't have a quarterback.
Let's go with the young guy. Let him grow.
Grow where? You know, weeds grow, and you get rid of them.
Next.
Speaking of getting rid, let's talk about this. The Texans are on 3. C.J. Stroud looks nothing like he did his rookie year. So my question to you, should DeMeco Ryans be on the hot seat?
No, whoever put that offensive line together should be. He's pressured on almost half of his third down snaps. They don't have a running game. His best friend is dead, even though you think he's coming back next week, Tank Dell. No, I blame the organization. Not D'Amico Ryans. D'Amico Ryans is a good coach, man.
Right, but the organization is never going to fire itself. They're never going to admit that they were wrong. And we pay you a lot of money, D'Amico. Fix our problem.
They got 5 of you on the O-line. What's he supposed to do?
No, should the GM then be on the hot seat?
Yes.
Nick
Right, that's what I'm
Caserio.
saying. But it's rare that, you know what, I screwed up, I'm going to fire myself. No, I screwed up, but you didn't stop me from screwing up.
You leave Captain Miko alone. I like him.
I'm with you.
Let's get to this here because, Mike, you kind of just touched on it regarding the Cowboys defense. Bears, they did score 31 points on the Cowboys defense, and everyone says, oh, Ben Johnson's offense looked amazing. Really? Cowboys are truly awful.
No, the Bears have to carry the momentum to, I almost said Oakland. They got to carry the momentum to Vegas this week. Show me. That's not some killer defense. Show me. Now do it on the road and do it against a team that at least tries. I'm convinced Dallas has just quit already. That defense is morbid.
Okay, so saying that, fellas.
Yes.
What do you expect from the Dallas defense?
It's dart season.
This weekend.
I expect them to get
going
shredded.
Up against Green Bay.
Shredded.
Micah Parsons.
Shredded.
Wearing green and not the blue. Do you think that the defense steps up to do?
If Green Bay doesn't get to 30, I'll think less of them.
Correct.
So are we now going to then say, well, Green Bay is really the champions of the NFC?
No. Green Bay and the Lions are a fight poster. They're eye to eye. I said it after week 1. Nothing changes now. But no, Green Bay, it's called do your job. Oh, wait, you dropped a bomb on Jerry Jones' skull? You didn't do your job.
I mean, I just figured, like, revenge, like, okay, this is the one game. Maybe the defense steps up.
I don't think
to
it
show
matters
because
because
you don't miss Micah Parsons.
It's like when you buy a coffee, the guy turns around, fills up a black coffee, and hands it to you, and then says the screen's going to ask you a question. You did your job.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I didn't ask you to paint me a picture or sing me a song or make a fancy coffee. Why the hell is the screen asking me a question?
What's the question?
How much money you want to give me for filling up a cup of coffee?
Yeah, the Dallas Cowboys in back-to-back weeks, their defense.
No, I love tipping, but I'm not going to tip when I get a black coffee at the airport. It's a black coffee.
Well, it's got to be black, man.
Because coffee's black.
I'm just going
Unless Kenny's going to create a white coffee, I don't know.
Well, that sounds pretty good.
To come see coffee.
Let me move on to this one here. Well, speaking of white, let's talk about this. The Minnesota Vikings defense looked amazing.
Yes.
Jake Browning was awful. Yes, 2 fumble forced, 1 return for a touchdown, an interception return for a touchdown. Bengals were under 200 total yards. So my question for you.
Yeah.
Should Brian Flores get another shot at being a head coach?
I can't answer it. Is his lawsuit still going on against the Dolphins?
I'm not sure.
I think it is.
Well, then my answer is no.
Then he can't.
You're not going to hire
There
a
you
guy
go.
currently suing another team. Now, if the lawsuit got dropped, you better be careful with it because he's a very specific coach. He is hard driving. He is no nonsense. You've got to want that style of coach. Do you have a roster that could handle it? I don't know if Flores is a head coach. He's a good defensive coordinator, but here's my other problem with him. He's so rigid in how he runs that defense. Now, he can make Jake Browning look that way. He can make a lot of quarterbacks look that way. But what happens when he faces a Jared Goff or he faces a Baker Mayfield or a Patrick Mahomes?
True.
He gets murdered.
True. No, it looks like the lawsuit is still going.
But I like the flat brim. It's intimidating. And he wears a puff vest. He looks like a badass on the sideline.
Until you go up against a real quarterback.
Right, but that beats my defensive coordinator who gets shredded by Charlie Brown. Shane Bowen. You know what? Bowen ought to coordinate the game against the Chargers Sunday with a paper bag on his head.
Hey. 2 words. Jackson Dart.
It's dart season.
There you go.
Please be decent.
Close
Please.
it out with this here because
because you've never had quality players on offense. It's not like you had a Saquon Barkley back there.
Falcons lost 30-0 to the Carolina Panthers.
How's Nick Bosa, bitch?
Oh, he's injured.
And they did fire their wide receivers coach after the game.
Okay. At least our quarterback's not a weirdo.
All right, that's enough.
Was that game for the Falcons a fluke, or should there be more concern?
It's concern. It's the same with the Cardinals. They let his garbage team off the hook. It is showing you that those two teams are not ready to have the car keys on Saturday night. They are not grown up.
I thought the Cardinals were winning the West.
They should. Jackass.
Okay. No, but David, but But then you turn around and you fire your wide receiver coach.
Yes.
Good. You know why? Because Ike Hilliard stinks. He stunk as a Giant. He stinks as a coach.
Okay, but did that really help your
Yes,
team?
he stinks.
They don't have a wide receiver touchdown. So yes.
Yeah.
I think it will help your
What
team.
happened to your guy?
What guy?
Penix. Stunk.
2 interceptions.
You know
Stunk.
what, David? I said
Both
before,
should have been returned for a touchdown.
Lions
the
win
Atlanta-
again.
The Atlanta Falcons have all the tools for a great offense. They just don't have a coordinator to put it all together. It's seriously, it's like they have wide receiver. They got Bijan. They just go brain dead. It's like they got Eberflus running their offense.
Or
along
Joe
with,
Rossi.
with Matt Patricia.
And
Or
on-
Joe Rossi. But he runs defense. But
Does he?
I get what you
At
said.
this point, let him coordinate the offense because he sure as hell can't do it on defense.
He just slammed his helmet down on the bench.
Yeah, that's actually Derrick Henry rage falling is every Michigan State fan on 3rd and 10.
David, I'm sorry.
On that note, we somehow did some NFL there.
Yes.
That is
Oh,
it.
no, we're not done yet. One more, real quick.
How's Nick Bosa?
That you earned that one. Concern level of Travis Hunter.
Oh, I was
Because here's one
Skip
thing.
that one, yeah.
He doesn't want to tackle. So I can't play him full-time at corner. And on offense, they're not prioritizing him and using him the right way. They're going to get him killed. How concerned? I'm going from I thought he was going to be like Odell Beckham Jr., just a receiver. I'm concerned it's like a level 6.
I was very concerned, Mike, because he was a gimmick, and they were treating him like a gimmick. They were treating him to sell tickets, not to turn him into a football player. Pick one and do 10 plays on the other side. But pick something originally.
That's it.
We're going to let him play ball. Okay,
No.
now you're going to ruin this kid.
He's not physically capable, and if you're going to be a corner in today's NFL with the RPOs and the screen game, you got to come up and hit somebody. Sorry, Coach Prime didn't teach him that
His
at
career
Colorado.
would be over in less than 2 years.
Not to mention Deion never tackled anybody in his
from
life.
the best, right?
Yeah.
Well, Deion said they didn't pay me to tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you know what?
David, it's dart season.
It is. That is in football today.
Hey, let's talk about the Chevy dealer that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren all September long. Hamilton is participating in the Pickups for Paws campaign supporting Rebel Dogs Detroit. For every pet that is loved and cared for, man, there's so many that aren't that lucky. Stop into Hamilton Chevrolet. Drop off pet-friendly supplies into the bed of the Silverado in their showroom. Your donation, I promise you, is going to make a difference. Then talk to Andrew and his sales staff about getting into a new Chevy, including the September Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4, $299 a month for 24 months. It includes 10,000 miles a year. Just walk in with $995 down and you'll drive off in the Rico deal. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Go and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Tiger is injured starting pitcher Reese Olson has begun a throwing program as he looks to work his way back. Sorry, Gibson Long also tossed a bullpen today. The Tigers hit the field tonight against the Guardians on the road. Gavin Williams on the mound for Cleveland against Tigers ace Tarek Skubal. Hear how it goes right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:15. Major League Baseball has announced they'll use the automated ball strike challenge system in all games beginning next season. Each team will receive 2 challenges, which they can keep if they win them. The challenges can only be initiated by a pitcher, catcher, or batter. The Pro Football Focus grades for Detroit came out last night after the win over the Ravens. Offensive lineman Penei Sewell and Tate Ratledge were 1 and 2 on offense. In the entire NFL, Sewell was the highest rated offensive lineman, while Ratledge came in at 4th. The Red Wings skate at Little Caesars Arena in their preseason opener tonight. Sebastian Cossa and Michael Pastava are the 2 goalies that will dress against the Hawks. Puck drop at 7 over on WWJ, News Radio 950. Oklahoma quarterback John Mateer has a thumb injury. He'll undergo surgery tomorrow. ESPN's Pete Thamos says he'll be out at least a month. Longtime Oklahoma State football coach Mike Gundy has been let go after a 69-3 defeat at the hands of Oregon Week 2 and a close loss to Tulsa last week. Gundy in the middle of his 21st season. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, if you're looking for Lions, we did a couple hours on it. Odyssey.com rewind. This is a cornucopia of sports this week. Lions were fabulous. You are welcome to call about it. But we do want to turn our attention to the Tigers in the 5 o'clock. This is the game of the year. And if you disagree, I'm happy to have the conversation. I don't want you to think I'm saying it in an inflammatory way. I'm not. I promise you. I just believe in my heart. You win tonight, you're going to get in. And you're going to end this nonsense. But if you lose tonight, I think you're done. And if you look at the fan graphs, if you care about some of the odds, here's kind of what the math is saying.
Wait. And by done, you mean out of the playoffs or?
Well, first of all, they've blown the 2 seed. That's done. I mean, basically, Seattle has to go winless for you to get that back. I think you're done as far as winning the division. Okay. The playoffs is going to be different because then you have this outside force, which is Houston. They play in Oakland. They play in Sacramento, and then they play the Angels. Look, I will tell you, if you don't win this division, yes, your ass is in the jackpot. Fangraphs gives the Astros far superior odds to you or the Guardians to clinching the wild card. The idea is whoever wins this thing is in, and whoever doesn't is out. But I'm only speaking in terms of preserving that 2 seed seems to be gone. Now we're in this battle to win the division. Rico, it's a Scooble start. You've lost 6 in a row, including a Scooble start. You've moved him up because of the titanic importance of this. And again, you should thank your lucky stars. Cleveland blew a 2-0 lead in Minnesota on Sunday, or this would be even worse. If you lose game 1 of this series with your ace on the mound, do you have any level of confidence you will take the next 2? Not 1, 2.
No.
Versus win tonight, can I get 1 of the next 2? If yes, you're up 2 games with 3 to go. It's over, right?
Yeah.
If you lose and you don't possess the confidence to steal the next 2, you're going to be down a game with 3 to go.
Look, here's how I see it. It's you're in the playoffs. This is the best 2 out of 3 playoff series that you're going up against Cleveland. And yes, your best chance of winning is tonight. Now, I don't think that you're going to pitch Scooble longer. You're going to keep him on the same pitch count, even though this is one where if I'm AJ, maybe I let him go to the 8th inning if he's dealing. It's
not going to happen.
I understand.
You can say it. I know. I'm respectfully just telling you it ain't going to happen.
Okay.
Unless he can manage his pitch count better. See, this is the problem,
you can't have
too.
the 37 pitch innings.
He's struggled putting guys away lately. Look, the psychological element is what I'm attempting to forecast. That if they lose tonight, you truly have played every card you have, and they look around and go, we have just lost 7 in a row. We've lost 4 in a row to this cursed team. And now I wonder if there's something that changes when the lead is officially gone. It won't be 2.5, 1.5. It is gone. You win tonight, it takes care of all of that. So I'm asking you guys, look, it's must-see TV tonight. Even if you're checked out on this team, even if you're angry at this team, it's Scooble versus Gavin Williams in the House of Horrors that is bringing Progressive Field. And I do believe it's a winner-take-all type game. Sure, they could lose tonight, win the next 5, and I'm wrong. But you understand why I'm saying it. There's a certain level where your confidence is completely broken. And the fact that they moved Scooble up to start this game, doesn't it feel, fellas, like it's a gotta have it?
Little bit of desperation.
A lot of bit.
Okay.
We're making words up.
Okay.
Pretty sure that's not a word. It's a lot of bit.
No.
248-539-9797. David, Kenny, feel free, please.
See, when you add to the mental part of the game also, Mike, is you lose tonight, that would be 2 Scooble starts you lost. So as a team, they have to be like, what's going on here? We've lost 2 Scooble starts. And I, as a fan, am already confident. I'm already counting Thursday as a loss because that's a bullpen day as of right now. They have not named a starter.
It's why I said if you win with Scooble tonight, I can say, all right, we'll get 1 of the next 2.
Correct.
If you lose tonight, I think it just changes the mathematics of it to where, okay, you will have, let's say you lose 2 out of 3, right? Now the lead is gone as you head into the last series. I think you got to have this.
You do. You have to have this tonight. This is the night. I don't care about anything else. I'm in my head. I would just, if I'm them, just don't even think about the rest of the series. Focus on everything you need to do tonight. You need to have clutch at bats. You need to pitch well. Everything needs to happen tonight. I don't care about tomorrow. Do it tonight.
And I know there will be a tomorrow, but yeah, this is almost like a game 163. You got to win this one.
And guys, you're welcome to call in and say, no, there's 6 games left. Fine. They moved him up for a reason. They know they need it. It's a gotta have it. If you lose another school bowl start, I just wonder if that's the straw that breaks the camel's back. But you can tell me, or maybe you are telling me. I could easily just talk Lions. Tell you how it was the best regular season game I've seen them ever play in my 25 years here. Do whatever. We could do that too. But we're trying to make everybody happy today. I thought there would be some juice for the baseball club tonight. Or are you so checked out, you're saying, you know what? Go win, and then I'll watch.
I think that's it, Mike. I think the Tigers have driven people away because of this light response. I think people have gone so far out of their Tigers fandom where it's like, look, the Lions are great. We just watched a great performance. The Tigers are playing like crap, so I don't want to watch that anymore.
But Kenny, you know what? Even if you've reached that point, it is a winner. It feels like
I agree.
Winner take all tonight. And it's a Tuesday night, by the way. It's not like this is head up against Lions Ravens. This is the show tonight.
Or are just people so happy about last night that, yeah, they got 6 games. I'll pick them back up. Let me enjoy 24 hours of basking in the glow.
I'm trying to ask them, but I'm having a problem. The satellite's not working. 248-539-9797. David, hit the ticket text if you have to. Look, I'll talk Lions again if you want. But this Tiger thing, I do think it warrants a discussion headed into this game. I'm not going to come in like the old man at the Muppets and read the box score tomorrow. This is, you know what I'm saying? Like this is a playoff game tonight.
No, you're right.
Come on. David?
Doug from Toledo says, you said it right. The playoffs for the Tigers starts tonight. I will be I'm sitting in anticipation right now. Hopefully we get it done. Starting pitching has been good enough to win during this streak, and hitters need to be better with runners in scoring position. Our all-stars, quote-unquote, need to come back to life now.
Yeah, but
in Waterford.
There's only one all-star that's really an all-star. I'd hate to break this to you. It's Riley Green. He needs to help. He's hitting about 190 in September. It's not good enough. But the rest of that all-star stuff, sorry, I'm not sorry. Baez is not an all-star. McKinstry's not an all-star. That was all fake. It was all nonsense. They were there because 17 people died. Not an all-star. It just, come on. Your best players got to play. And there's no world Zach McKinstry's one of your best ball players. You need Glaber. You need Riley. You need Carey. God forbid they keep him in a 9-inning game. Well, I mean, Rico, come on.
At that point, no, you're right. That's what I'm saying. I'm treating tonight like it's 163. I have to do whatever it takes to win tonight. And then let the chips fall where they want. But at least you've taken one, you've extended the lead over the Guardians, and now you can relax a little bit. Because you're right. You lose tonight, man.
The win tonight, pressure? You're up 2 games with 5 to go. Just do the math. It's quotations, it's over.
Right.
But you lose tonight, if this team's been gripping this hard, what the hell you think happens if they lose with their captain on the mound tonight? They're human. They're men. They're not machines.
Correct.
And it's a young team that does not have a lot of quality leadership, and they don't have a lot of ball players that have won a damn thing in their life. They don't. So you can't draw upon that. The other problem is they don't have a Quan. They don't have a J-Ram. They don't have a Judge. They don't have these players that they can go, dude, carry us. They got this one pitcher. And if they don't win with him tonight, who's there to save him?
Fair.
248-539-9797. Now we're cooking with gasoline. Now the people want to talk. We'll do it next. 97.1. All right, Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They got it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder, a do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to have everything you need when you need it. Call them today, or better yet, you could stop by, take home some samples, and get to work. Call Northville, Michigan's Trex Superstore, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Specs at LTU. Winter classes are going to be starting up soon, and you need to make sure that you're in one of those classes. Why? You hear what we do on the radio, and you're like, man, that sounds like so much fun. Specs at LTU can get you started in a radio career, or you want to go into television, or you're a graphic design artist, no problem. Specs at LTU can help you do that as well. It's located right here in the city of Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught from day one by instructors like myself who work in the business. So you're going to learn everything that it takes in the lab with the hands-on approach. But you need to sign up quickly to get yourself into one of the winter classes. And then therefore, you can start off in either the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, or the graphics media arts program. To make an appointment today, you need to contact an admissions counselor. Go to admissions@ltu.edu, admissions@ltu.edu, or 1-800-CALL-LTU. Do that today.
All right, straight to the people. What do we make of it? Do you believe what I'm saying? I think tonight is everything. If the Tigers win, they're in. They win the division. If they don't, I don't know if they recover. It's a school start. They've lost 6 in a row. You make it 7, your lead is gone. You will have lost with your ace on the mound. I wouldn't pick you to win the next 2. I'm asking because to me, it's theater tonight. It's all on the line. Let's go to Kevin, 97.1. Kev, what's going on?
Hey, how you doing, Mike?
Good, Kev. What's up?
Well, I went to the game on Sunday and sat through the rain, watched this team. They are limp. They are lifeless. They took a gut punch on Saturday. They look like they're done. They're defeated. And that means tonight is do or die. If Tarek Skubal cannot show up and get us a victory tonight, they will not recover. It will be over. But that said, I do remember Game 5 of the Division Series last year, and Skubal does not have a good track record in this regard. He is a great pitcher. This is the kind of game that turns him into a Hall of Fame pitcher. I hope he shows up. We do have a 1-game lead, and we win. You win,
it's over.
You're masters of your own destiny, but they got to win the game.
Yeah, and I mean, Kevin, look, it's for all that Cleveland has done, and it's hurt you because they caught this irrationally hot streak. Kev, thank God they blew that lead Sunday. Can you imagine what this looks like if you were tied going into tonight?
No, they might not even show up. I mean, like, outside of Gleyber Torres and Dylan Dingler, no one in the lineup is acting normal. Like, everyone is pressing. Like, they look terrible. They really do.
Yeah, and you're right. Look, Kev, they had a day off to regroup mentally. They've got their captain on the mound tonight. You're right. To me, if they don't win this game, you're not winning any game.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, no, I know. I can't
and,
believe me.
What sucks is, like, earlier in the week, like, they're cutting to people in the crowd talking about World Series and stuff. I mean, like, come on, broadcasters. Like, we have not sealed the deal yet.
Don't even get me started. Listen, Kev, I've said everything I need to say about that broadcast. Just I'm done. I don't know how anybody doesn't see through it. And just come on. Oh, golly gee, this last week's sure going to be exciting now, so that's a good thing. Yeah, right. Exactly, no one left the park with that take.
Aren't you happy your team is in a situation where this week means something?
Go to Jack. We'll move off that topic. Jack? Really? All right, we'll check on Jack momentarily. We'll go to Andrew, 97.1. Andrew, what's up, buddy?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Big fan of Cash the Ticket as well.
Thanks, Andrew. Appreciate it, pal.
Yeah. So, on the Tigers, I don't know if I'm just too dejected at this point, but I think I am checked out. I'll watch tonight. The upside at this point, you backdoor a division title, you win a 3-game wild card series, and you get beat in a 5-gamer against the Blue Jays or the Mariners. I mean, we've lost so much juice from earlier in the season. It feels kind of meaningless.
Andrew, it's interesting you bring that up because remember last year, I was fine with this team in a 3-game set, and I was fine in a 5. But I said it. If you get to the ALCS, you're dead. You weren't built for a 7-game set with the chaos and all that. This year, it's taken on a different turn because now I'm with you as a 3-game set where you're fine. But I almost question whether they could get this done in a 5. Like, it's got a different feel to it now.
Especially with those lineups that, both the Mariners, Blue Jays, some of these other teams are rolling out there. I mean, we don't have the pitching for that.
It's definitely different. And I mean, Andrew, I just do you agree though? It's all on tonight, right?
Yeah, if they lose tonight, it's over. I mean, you got Scooble. It's a must win. I think if they win tonight, it's not done. If they lose it, it's done.
Yeah, I think if you win, the division's yours. A 2-game lead with 5 to go, it just takes so much pressure off of you. And Cleveland, for all intents and purposes, would have to win out. Unless, of course, you win tonight and then decide, will you lose 5 in a row? But if you lose, it's the psychological part, Andrew, that with 5 to go, it's a playoff. They don't look like they're capable of handling the pressure right now. And I think AJ, at least publicly, is out of answers because he said it.
Yeah.
I can't explain what's like. There's nothing else to do.
Right, because you don't want to put the panic out there, but he feels the pressure. He sees what's happening. It's the exact opposite of where they were last year, where they were pursuing that spot, and it was fun, and it was voodoo, and it was pitching chaos. And now you're just praying for dear life to hold on and not become a record.
Go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, this is Justin. Appreciate you guys having
Justin,
me on.
I'm sorry. Kenny put it as Jeff. I apologize. What's going on?
Hey, Mikey, brother. Tonight is a must-win, but I'm nervous as all get out, and I'll tell you why. The Tigers, since July 9th, 26-37. That's the fourth worst mark in baseball since that time. So, man, they're just limping to the finish line here. And tonight, I'm especially nervous because you look across, and who is Tarek Skubal going up against? But Gavin Williams. He is turning into an ace for the Guardians.
Yeah.
And another stat for you, since July 6th, he's rocking a 2.15 ERA. So he is every bit as good as Skubal's been. And
yeah, it's best on best, and I think that's part of the reason they moved Skubal up.
Tonight, we've really got to find a way to get on the board early against Gavin Williams because the Guardians' bullpen has just been absolute nails, and I do not trust our bullpen right now. Willie Vest has not been good over his last couple outings. Finnegan gave up a run in his first outing back, and you look up and down our lineup right now, and it's just, besides Spencer Torkelson and Gleyber Torres, we have just got guys who are not performing right now. I was looking at their 7 and 15 game splits, and you've just got guys over that span who have 600 OPSs, and I'm like, just wondering where the offense is going to come from right now. So I'm optimistic because we have Skubal on the mound, but you look ahead to the playoffs, and I'm like, this whole team is going to have to do a turnaround if we want to do anything in the playoffs because, as previous callers have mentioned, pitching right now, particularly our starting pitching, terrible. Our offense up and down the lineup right now, not good. Riley Green and Karp, two of our left-handed hitters who we're expecting to carry us, are not good right now. And so,
and Jeff,
that's why I'm nervous as all get out.
And I am too. I mean, the other issue with it as well. Look, from a playoff perspective, all I would tell you is you can hope if they get in and if they get this done, there's a huge sigh of relief. You clean slate, and maybe they can just regain what they had. You know, plenty of teams have crept in and made meaningful playoff runs, but they got to get this done first because Jeff, right now, you lose tonight, I'm going to start about worrying whether you make the playoffs at all. I mean, I know Houston will have work to do, and they're without Yordan Alvarez, but it'll get scary if they lose tonight.
This game is going to have an absolute October feel to it, and it's one of those games where, like we've mentioned, Skubal versus Williams, best on best. We are in danger of Gavin Williams putting up just as good of a performance against Skubal, and we've talked about in a playoff series wasting a Skubal start because our offense can't perform against the other team's ace. That's what tonight is.
Yep. Jeff, I agree 100%. 100% with you. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of the people in the mix. We got a football today to get to as well, a big finish, and we will get you to, just call it what it is. We're going to get you to tonight's playoff game because that's what it is.
Yep.
97.1.
Hey, guys, in sports, a lot can change. Rosters are rewritten. Players, teams, they come and go. You hear us talking about the portal all the time. No matter what changes over the next 5 years, there is one thing that you can count on. The price of your internet will remain the same. Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee, a single internet price guarantee for 5 years. Look, life is unpredictable, but the price of your internet shouldn't be. With the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best-in-class equipment for a price that will remain exactly the same. All in means all in with your Wi-Fi equipment and unlimited data included. Don't be that friend who has the bad setup that's lagging and buffering. Xfinity brings you all the best games all in one place, plus the enhanced 4K. It feels like you're right there in the stadium. When the game is on the line, you need a reliable connection and a reliable price. Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or just drop into an Xfinity store today.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Tigers' magic number to win the division still sits at 6. If they happen to sweep the Guardians this series, they can clinch. It's a solid pitching matchup tonight between Tarek Skubal and Gavin Williams. You can hear it right here on the ticket pregame at 6:15. And will be announced today. They'll introduce the automatic balls and strikes challenge system for the entire 2026 regular season. The Wings will also skate in the preseason opener in LCA tonight. Hear that 7 p.m. puck drop over on WWJ. Their latest first-round pick, Carter Bear, will lace it up tonight, but most of those expected to make the roster will not. Former Lions C.J. Gardner-Johnson has been released by the Texans after just 3 games. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 971theticket.com.
All right, David, a couple of ticket texts. We'll go to the people. Lions conversation today, phenomenal. Just absolutely put them right back in that where we're all confident saying, hey, they're one of the best teams in the NFC. Great performance. Odyssey.com rewind. Right now we're talking Tigers because it's got playoff vibes tonight. Skubal versus Gavin Williams. I've given you the playoff percentages, and these things will swing wildly with a loss tonight and with a win. If you win, you're in. This division's yours. If you lose, I might be the straw that breaks Campbell's back. So we're talking about it. David, what do you got, buddy?
None of the season before tonight matters. Yes, tonight is absolutely the big deal. Skubal can save us from a disaster and make sure we still have a seat at the table.
Yeah, and again, I think the disaster's largely already taken place is that you're not going to be a top 2 seed. Now, if Seattle somehow falls apart, whatever. You've blown it. You're 2 games behind them now.
Yeah, and I don't see that happening with Seattle. So,
If the Tigers lose tonight, I am checked out until next season. Doesn't matter what else they do.
Okay.
Done with the Tigers. Just lose and go away. They have no sustainability in the playoffs. Jim in Redford.
Oh, boy.
Ben from Southfield. Riley Green is the X factor. You can see him pressing recently. Swings for the fences every swing. That has to be better tonight, please.
Yeah, and again, he's had some good at-bats. Let's be clear. I mean, it was, what was the game last week? And I think at one point, like Gavin Williams had thrown 76 pitches, and Riley Green had faced 24 of them. Like he had fouled off a ton of pitches. Now, they didn't result in anything, but those types of at-bats matter. And comprehensively, it's what Cleveland kind of did to Skubal.
Yeah.
They wore him out, and they were able to get into that bullpen. David, one more. I'll get to the people.
Someone says, if we lose today, the lead is tied, of course, and Cleveland will officially own the tiebreaker. That will make it much harder to win that division.
That's why I said what I said. It wasn't hot take radio. Go to Jeff, 97.1. What's up, Jeff?
Michael and crew. Much love, my boys.
What's going on, brother?
I got to say, born in 64, I've had a lot of great memories, man. All things Detroit sports. The late 80s, Pistons and Red Wings. Every other night was a badass game. This one takes the cake, man. All these guys that are checking out, whatever. We had the Lions going to Baltimore and beating their ass last night. and now we got the Tigers fighting for their lives tonight. Best 1-2 punch ever. So if you check out, you ain't a fan.
No, you got to watch tonight.
Sorry.
You got to watch tonight. You got to watch the last 4 or 5 games of the year. I'm with you. I mean, you have all off season to check out if they screw it up. But come on.
What are you doing? You buy the jerseys, pay for the parking? Come on, man.
Jeff, do you think it is winner take all tonight?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You got your ace on the mound, man. If you can't score 3 runs, give me a break, man.
See, I'm glad. See, Jeff just hit on something. I think it is a race to 3. I think whoever can score 3 runs tonight wins.
Yeah, that's where we're at. When Quan comes up and puts a 3-run double on our ass,
dear God.
It's over.
Yeah, see, Jeff, you hit another good point, and I appreciate it because this is the time of year the stars have to shine. Look at that series against the Guardians. It was Quan and J-Ram that killed you.
Yeah, you're right.
You know, if you want to say, big Christmas with the home run, but primarily those guys were the guys making the big plays in the seminal moment.
Yeah, those are the guys that cause you the most anxiety when they're up at the plate because you could already see what's going to happen next.
Yeah. Let's go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's going on, bud?
Hey, guys. I got something about Skubal. I know he's a great pitcher, but if you remember his last outing against the Guardians, he went 6 innings. He looked pretty good in the 6th inning. I don't understand why he was taken out, especially since the top of the lineup for the Guardians was up.
I'll tell you why.
Bringing a rookie.
Let me give you an answer.
Wait, hold on.
No, John, I'm going to give you all the time you need, but I want to just give you an answer so you can respond to it. He had thrown 102 pitches. They're never letting him throw, a Verlander-esque 118. I'm not telling you I agree. I just want to provide it to you so you can respond to it. Go ahead.
My response is this guy's going to want $50 million for the next 6 or 7 years. Scott Boras is going to ask for it.
Yep.
And besides that, who was he going to be facing in the next inning? It was Ramirez, who hit a 3-run homer. They bring in a rookie. I like Melton, but don't tell me that Skubal couldn't have done better against the top of the lineup of the Guardians.
Yeah, I'm not, John. I'm not arguing it, but this is the deal. This is the deal they've made. They have done a good job managing Skubal, Johnny. He's already had 2 catastrophic arm injuries, right? He had Tommy John and he had flexor strain surgery. I think there's something baked in here. He's a 6-inning, 90 to 100 pitch guy. And newsflash, they're not paying him $40 a year. They're not going to hand him $400 million. I think if they would have handed him that deal, the deal would be done. So I'm not, Johnny, I'm not mad at you, but I've said this all year. These expectations, he's going to throw 234 innings like Justin Verlander or throw 120 pitches and finish a playoff game. You guys are living in the wrong era. He's not that guy.
The only way I can see that happening, Mike, they make the World Series. And at that point, look, we need you. We saved you all season long for this moment. Now, look, for me, tonight, I'm treating it like a playoff game.
I know.
It's 1-1.
Kenny, while you're talking, Kenny, what is what's the high number of pitches Skubal's thrown this season?
I can look that up.
I'm sorry to ambush you with that, but I want Rico make your point, but I'm just wondering what the high is.
Because I got to think, look, you're sitting at 100 pitches, it's 1-1, and you're going to the 8th inning.
Give me 12, 15 more.
I got to see what you're going to do. You know what? I'm going to look at the first batter. If you can get an out within, 6 pitches, we'll just keep going. We'll play it batter by batter.
It wouldn't be so bad if your bullpen was built like some other teams. Cleveland can make a game a 5-inning game if they have to. The Yankees can make it a 5-inning game. Your pen last year could make it a 5. It's not that way this year. The difference between going 6 and 7 is night and day. Needing 9 outs or 12 outs versus 6. This time of year, it kills you. Kenny, I know you probably don't have it on lock.
I got it.
What do you got?
It's 105 pitches, 6.2 innings.
There you go. He threw 102 the other day. What'd I tell you? They were never putting him back out there. So basically, he is capped at 100 plus or minus 5. That's it. So here's the other problem. In that game, and I'm spitballing, forgive me if I'm off by a pitch, he had a 30-pitch inning, and he had a 23-pitch inning. Those 2 innings ensure he's never seeing the 7th.
Fair.
When Verlander did it, he was a different guy.
Right, because tonight Verlander will be like, you know what, unless I die on the mound, I'm not coming out the game.
All right, let me take care of some business. 5 words nobody wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do you do? Who do you call? How the hell are you paying for it? Let Victor's Home Solutions get to work for you. They will make this home improvement the most stress-free they can and hassle-free. Thousands of 5-star reviews for customer service and installation. Plus, they can offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. And they focus on the simple things: communication, craftsmanship, and cleanup. And no one wants to pay high interest rates. Good thing. Victor's is offering 5-year, no-interest financing. Minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. So you need a new roof? Start with a phone call. 866-VICTORS. Get the 21-point roof inspection today. That's 866-VICTORS or online anytime at victors.com.